kind of surreal. The unfortunate consequence of, like, what do you call it again? Insisting that it has to be a globe, despite perception.
Well, yeah, and then you have factionalism and denominationalism among the globers, where one side just concedes that the horizon's irrelevant to the globe, and the only way to know for sure is just to look at the sky. And then the other just makes up, I'm not going to say infinite refraction, but basically pseudo-infinite refraction.
What?
Yeah, it's like whatever you're looking at, no matter what it is, the reason why it doesn't look like the globe model is because of refraction. So anytime it doesn't match, you just say the word refraction infinitely. It's not infinite refraction, it's just repeating the word refraction ad infinitum.
Right. The problem is that because of this predicament, globers kind of have to find a way through why they originally even claimed that you could see the geometry, right? It's been put out in schools for decades and decades, and now it turns out that they actually can't use that as an argument. Now, the psychological position they find themselves in, that's the real problem. That's why they all get so crazy and doublespeaky about it. But if you just get over that and realize, yeah, you were just wrong, that's okay, right? Now we know there's terrestrial refraction and you can't see the geometry. That's all. They just can't do it because they're so politicized. They're like communists. They just can't admit it when they're wrong, ever, even when it's very blatant. Even within their paradigm, when it's very blatant, they can't admit it. I have no problem with that, though. As Baldwin. Right? Because you can always
What if you actually are?
The ball, figuring out how the Earth is a ball, is a work in progress. Right? That's the new science. It's always a work in progress. It isn't, of course, science. It's pseudoscience, but that's how it works in their minds. So all they need to do is just admit, hey, you can be wrong, right? It's already happened. Just admit it, right? Look at what was assumed the distance of the sun was over the ages. It shifted enormously. If you're already reporting on that in history books and it's okay, then why can't you just admit you were wrong, that you can't actually see the geometry of Earth, and move on? But no, they can't do it. Ugh. It's just pettiness, really. They're very poor defenders of their religion.
Yeah.
But maybe newer generations might rise up that will know how to do it. And they will be a pain in the ass. In that sense, I can probably predict there will be many future people that will be like Baldwin, that will just do it like I do, because it's the only way through. It's the only way you can actually prevent it from just dying, the dream. You have to be able to admit it when you're wrong, within your concept. Not necessarily against the flat earth or against reality, but within your concept, when it's just the reasoning changes and you were wrong, you have to admit it. It's just basic philosophical cohesion within a paradigm.
Well, to be fair, early on in a lot of the debates, some of the Glovers who were constantly within the debates, essentially, once you put them in a corner, they just threw everything out and just said, yeah, but we already know it's a globe. So everything we just discussed is irrelevant because we already know it's a globe. So therefore, all this argumentation is kind of pointless. It's just for sport or something or entertainment because we already know it's a globe. That was like their default position. Well, of course it's a globe. We already know it's a globe. Therefore, anything you say about that is really a waste of your time and my time. I'm just here for fun. Because you could do that. You could just have an assertion. I know the Earth is a globe. Then be shown all the evidence that you present is wrong, but you say, well, that don't matter because that doesn't change the fact that I already know it's a globe.
Well, there's plenty of people out there that do that, actually, and they are wise enough not to show up, right? They're the ones that go away when you start talking about flat Earth. And that's exactly how they think about it.
Yeah, they've done their duty, right? They've done their intellectual duty to proper skepticism and scrutiny of a proposition by showing up to a flat Earth server for a few minutes and then leaving, right? So it's settled. I gave flat earthers their chance. The Earth's still a globe.
Right. And then
Now I can sleep well at night.
Well, they can. You can, right? Because it never got to you. Now, if you're going to hang around all the time, try thinking in your head that you can make a flat earther actually repent or something. That's when you really get a problem. That's when things are going to get very hard. That's when you're going to get sleepless nights. And then you turn into an anti-flat earther, or you snap out of it and then slowly try to figure out a way in how to actually come out for being a flat earther. Or
the lengths that some of these guys go to, though, is very disturbing. So let's just go over a few of the incidents that we know of, let alone the ones that we don't know of.
Super shocking, though, right? I'm not surprised that anti-flat earthers are as crazy as they are, because it is really shocking and jarring, that transition. Don't forget, like most flat earthers, especially like the first couple of generations that came out on YouTube, we all know what happened at first. Sleepless nights, very long, obsessions, fears, panics, paranoia. That happens, right? So you have to realize that they deal with that too, with that level, except it's not working. They've kind of like turned against it and then cemented it into place. The panic is cemented into place. They didn't let it in. They didn't go through the transition. But then they still have that crazy level, that fanaticism.
Oh, yeah. You know what? That's actually a good point. So when you're in a high stress situation and you don't ameliorate that added energy to your body, it bothers you. So like sometimes you need to go outside and kick a tree or throw a rock or just punch a hole in a wall. So that's essentially what they do, is they take it out on people. So it's like, okay, this whole topic is pissing me off. The philosophical implications are so deep and I can't stand it. So I'm just going to call and try to get someone fired from their job. Or I'm going to subversively.
You want power.
Yeah, exactly. Or I'm going to subversively, pretend that I'm falling in love with a flat earth chick so I can convince her to go back to the globe. All these really sick and twisted, just weird pathologies that they express.
That's fanaticism driven by a hurt ego. It's like a woman scorned. It's the effect like a woman scorned, right? Everybody understands that.
But it's the last refuge of the liar. If they can't take the truth from you, they'll try to mess with your mind so that you can no longer see the truth, the flat truth or whatever. They'll try to play mind games on you.
Yeah, there's some crazy demonstrations of the way they act.
Tell you a mind game, the Earth is a spheroid. No longer a sphere. The Earth is pear-shaped.
Well, I guess it has to be pear-shaped or whatever, since they say, I don't know, the pendulum swings faster at the poles and slower toward the circumference or whatever, or the equator. I think they say it swings a little faster at the poles or some crap, or stuff weighs differently at the poles because it's closer to the center of the earth and kind of squashed or whatever. Some crap.
When I was growing up, NASA always gave us perfect spheres to the pixel. And if you look what a sphere is, it's a round diagram. If you look what a sphere is, it's like an oblate, not a round, not a sphere. So that's a mind game right there to make you think that it's a spheroid or a pear shape.
They're telling us what's demanded by their theory, but they're not really showing us the fact, like some sort of spheroid-looking fake NASA photo or something that actually shows us some sort of spheroid shape.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing? Meadow. Yeah, hello, Meadow. So,
Hi.
well, we want to discuss.
Try speeding it up. Looks like you got muted. Or just write it in the chat.
Yeah, we've got a record, okay, for anybody who's wondering, of all the derangement that the Globers go through. Like pretending to be a Glober and a flat earther coming in together when they're both globe earthers and they argue against each other to try to muddy the waters. Or, of course, just pretending to be a normal person and then coming in and waiting for their chance on the live stream mic just to blurt obscenities. It's like if you took all of this stuff in conglomeration, you might even be able to write, an APA paper about the psychological problems of globe earth believers and the statistical probability of it. You see flat earthers behaving that way?
The statistical part's going to be tough because then you would actually have to do like medical degree level studies with people and volunteers, right? You can't do it secretly. So that's tough. But you could definitely lay out the patterns, definitely describe what happens. Right? Just like what like anti-flat earth government groups try to like rile up psychologists to do the same with flat earthers, and they come up with complete bullshit. Or they take some really like mentally ill person that happens to believe in flat earth, right? That's what they do.
Yeah, but to be fair, the mainstream considers questioning the mainstream to be outside of the mainstream and therefore bad. So that in and of itself to them is a psychological disorder. It's like, why aren't you just going along? Everyone else is. You must be weird.
Well, the emphasis is shifted from finding the truth and everybody being able to say, hey, look, it's flat, to authority saying, we have to have the power to declare that it's a ball. And so if you're threatening our authority by being able to challenge it or say that you don't have to accept it wholesale, well, then you need to be eliminated because you're a threat to our power to declare that it's a ball, whether it is or not.
Pecking order.
Yeah, so I got
pecking order. Hey, by the way, is that you, Lemon Bird?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hey, man. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, long time no see. How you been?
Yeah, man. Where you hang around?
So I got a philosophical. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you there.
Sorry,
What are
just
you
ask
saying?
where you been hanging around.
Mostly gems. Sometimes it's nice to hear from the other side.
Oh my God, really, Gem Panda? God,
Yeah. There still is
punishment.
zealous.
Shit, I can't even imagine how bad it's gotten by now.
They're still pretty zealous. They still have me on mute over there. We were talking about transgender athletes in sports, and I got muted for getting a little too zealous about the subject. Yes, still on
Well,
mute.
yeah.
So they're not
Well,
even
if you
talking
wanted to get banned,
or
you sh-
they're talking about this shit.
exactly. If you wanted to get banned, you should have asked them, "What does this have to do with the Earth curve?"
That too. Well, SC Montreal was being asked what he thought a woman was, and he said, "Oh, a person with a vagina." And they're like, "Well, what happens if you lose your vagina or something like that when you get older?" It wasn't that extreme, but it was a question that was basically saying, even that definition isn't good enough. And I'm like, "Oh my god, this is just ridiculous." And this is after I gave a fairly exhaustive definition of what, if anything, I thought a woman was, and they're like, "Oh, what? That doesn't mean anything." And I'm like, "Whatever."
All right.
They're like, what about
Before we go too
hermaphrodites?
far
I'm
down,
like, what?
yeah. Before we go too far down the confused rabbit hole. So I have a philosophical question that I don't think I've thought of it this way before. I know people have said it, and I'm pretty sure I've said it, but I never thought of it this way till Lemon said what he said recently, which is, are globers, think about it this way, are globers afraid of the implications of a flat Earth? Sure. But are some of them afraid of the implications that if the mainstream came out tomorrow that the Earth is flat, that they would switch their position on a dime? That's how much of a punk sheep they are. That if the mainstream government comes out and says the new status quo is the Earth is flat, that they would turncoat like that.
I think
Maybe,
so.
probably not right away. They'd probably wait because they'd think it might be a stunt or something, right? But if it turns out that it's really become the mainstream, yeah, people will reinvent themselves and then take the other position.
That's so true,
Change
Ari.
their previous identity, even if they could.
I think a lot of people are consensus writers. They do whatever they think other people are, saying or believing. They're not really interested in testing the narrative for consistency, really testing it to see if it's flat or round. They just go with what they feel the consensus is and try to feel where the wind blows at the time.
As it's been for all known history, too.
Yeah. I mean,
We've called out some globers that seem to exhibit this behavior, and we basically told them in the past, aren't you just hanging out with us so that when and if, let's say, the paradigm shifts to flat Earth, you'd be like, yeah, I knew it all along.
Yeah, turncoats. I mean, you really have to ask people, why do you believe this, and see if there's a consistent narrative there. I've tested it, or this, is consistent with something else that I believe, and I've really thought about this, something like that. Yeah.
On autopilot. They're walking, living examples of reversal of the burden of proof because they're born into a society where everybody just assumes the earth is a globe. So in their mind, burden of proof is on flat earthers because, oh, what's this flat earth thing I've heard about? Like, you're new to the party. You were born into a society assuming this.
Yeah, that's true.
So like you said,
Absolutely.
if they were born into a society assuming flat earth, it'd be the same people assuming flat earth.
You know what? That's a good point, because some of them do phrase it like this. You require the burden of proof because you are going against the consensus. They don't actually say you require the burden of proof because you're the one making a positive claim that is antithetical to common experience. Those are entirely two different philosophies.
Their context is only in their own lifespan. They're not looking at things from a bird's eye view. They're technically correct in their own mind, in their own paradigm. It's It's not literally, obviously, a positive claim, but in their experience, it is. They're born to a world where the adults and everybody else, the teachers, all assumed globe. So in their experience, we are making a claim against consensus. I just can't go there and say. I just can't say the word.
Argumentum.
It's not a positive claim. I just can't say that. In their experience, it is. In their paradigm, I should say. Just bizarre for people like us who really like to investigate things and look at things and from a bird's eye view. And
well, they really commit themselves by saying these experts have the tools and they've believed us for 500 years and they can't be lying to us because they would have found it out by now. You really commit yourself if you're saying that you can't figure out the truth.
But we did find it out. We're here. We're telling you. That's the issue. And
that brings up another classification of Glober, which is the one that comes in only to posit the idea that while, yes, they have a belief, they want you to concede that you also have a belief. Now it's just two beliefs and we're all equal again. Everybody's kumbaya.
Yeah, because they project their methodology, their faith-based methodology onto us. They're just assuming everybody
and that
has
tactic.
Methodology.
Yeah, and that tactic is just like the guy we mentioned previously, which is a guy that just comes in for a few minutes and says, oh, well, you didn't give me enough evidence. The Earth's still a globe. I can sleep at night. This other type of glober, he comes in, convinces a flat earther to basically say, yeah, we both are just interpreting the world and believing. So he says, oh, nothing's changed. I can go to sleep at night too.
Yeah, live and let live. Let me go to bed. Whatever they got to do. I mean, it's rough. It's a rough go. You're born into a society. You're basically a standard type of NPC type of person. You're born into a society where you're being told a lie that goes against all your damn instincts. You're in a rough position trying to kiss daddy's ass, man.
And, basically they're shifting the burden from saying, okay, we're going to figure out whether this is true and the closest, version of reality that we can get to saying, I want to believe what I want to believe. And you can believe whatever you want to believe as long as you don't get in my way and keep me from getting what I want, with my preferred theory or my preferred quote unquote way of viewing things. It's shifting from trying to find that which comports with reality, aka the truth or whatever, to saying, okay, I want to have my belief and I'll let you have your belief as long as you don't get in my way.
Yeah. Just weird for people who step back and see thousands and thousands of years of understanding one thing, and then we got this essentially brand new claim of the globe. We've got just people born into it within decades. It's like, man, you're new. You're new to this.
Right, but that's the futurism aspect, right? Futurism rearranged the conscious view of those that partake in it into, no, everything gets better. We're developing our way out of archaism, right? That's the view that basically makes them completely disregard the reality of how humanity goes through cycles throughout history, and that those in the past that preceded us were very bright, some of them, right? Yes, they had their own paradigms that they were stuck in, but they were much more determined, much more spirited in many ways compared to what we're now. That they were much healthier, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's a really good point.
We underestimate how far they could have peaked. I believe that, like in archaic times, there was supreme technological development. It just wasn't electronic. It was the knowledge of how to use stone, electronics, and water, and the patterns with all that, right? And really do amazing things, even like potentially levitation and all that. And that was just their technology. It was just completely different from what we have now. And they're masking that for us, and we fall for it thanks to futurism. Oh, everything now is always better because we are building our way out of the archaism with our technology, even though they had their own technology in a whole different level. And we
It's a
forget
really good point.
about that.
Like movement, they think movement in any direction is progression. It's like, no, we're not. You don't just progress simply because time is going on, like moving,
Yeah.
moving on.
Well, there is some sort of goal that they're working toward. It's just that, frankly, they're, so dishonest, they're not going to clearly state what it is. They're just going to very vehemently, squelch and squash any sort of deviation from that unstated goal, whatever the hell it is. It seems to be toward a, society that is transhuman, that somehow thinks that it can achieve anything it puts its mind to, and surpass quote unquote humanity based off of the idealized, fictions that are in their head. We can be anything. We can be one with the machine. We can be this. We can be that. We can be anything we put our idealized minds to be, and stay damn reality in the process, basically.
Sorry, but it's because of microelectronics, right? Microelectronics are completely different type of technology of what they had in the past when they were just mostly energy enhancement and just using it for convenience. Now we got microelectronics, and because it's going to such microscopic scales, it's kind of been envisioned on top of that implies that they can use that micro scale to somehow compete with the human design, right? That's the true root of that train of thinking. It's
And
because of the
heliocentrism.
micro element of this technology that they think they can compete with the human design and improve upon it using
And
the microelectronics.
it's about improving the human design, like you say. I mean, talk about, I guess, heliocentrism here to, the electronic revolution or whatever. It's all of a piece of that. We're basically saying we can make the world be anything we want it to be, and, say we don't have to submit to reality. We don't have to submit to a truth or acknowledge anything else other than what's in our mind with these innovations. Heliocentrism, I guess, is an innovation of thought saying, it kind of looks flat, but maybe we could just pretend that it's round a little bit. And I guess, the machine revolution is part and parcel of that whole transhuman, evolution.
When it's all said and done, they'll all be humbled. Every single one of them is going to return to dust, just like the people before them and the people after them.
Eventually.
But just
We can
think
only resist reality for so long. What was that, Arwen?
just think about. I would just wanted to compare it, right, to the Atlantean times when they used water and rock and electric technology, right? They could have never thought of such a thing as that what we're dealing with now in that age, right? Because that in that period of time, it was just one way, and that is those who have enough dominance, right, enough spiritual strength, they can convince others and basically put them on their side, and that's how you attain power. This, what we're dealing with, the taking over on a microscopic level, they could have never conceived anything like that because they didn't have micro technology, right? It's unique to this age that they think that they can do that.
Well,
They're arrogant.
Well, it does look like they're going full steam ahead now, and things are accelerating, especially with I don't know what Daddy Big Brother will allow us to say about a certain jibber jabber that appears to glow and possibly have stuff in it, according to certain people.
They're never going to be on par with whoever or whatever created this. They'll never be on par.
I know it's an
They
illusion.
can beat their head against the wall. They can shoot missiles at the firmament. They can do whatever the hell they want. They're going to fail.
But they're even going to fail in trying to take over the human design because I'm pretty convinced that we don't actually have that much grip on what happens biologically, right? I think that a lot of these microbiological models that we're being presented with are complete fiction. They're models, basically on the scale of heliocentrism, and some of it is blatant fraud, right? Nobody actually knows how it really works. They're just kind of muddying
Exactly.
around and trying to make it into models. But the thing is, it's so complicated that I'm pretty certain that even any really heavy actions they're trying to achieve, like with what do you call nanotechnology, they're never going to get out of it.
Exactly.
Because God's got like an infinite amount of firewalls in the very design of our flesh. It's too complicated. You can't do it. It can never work. Only thing they seem to actually be able to take over is our minds and our wills. Yeah, because of the process we've been going through, like giving up our skills, right, for their favor and all that. So they are actually the real control that they can achieve is mind control. And it's pretty much the only factor that they can, because they can't overcome the biology. They can't. They don't even understand it, right? Even now, they don't understand it. With all
It's like a beaver damming a river. The beaver doesn't understand how the river works. The beaver's just controlling and manipulating. He doesn't really truly understand. Just like us. We're winging it, kind of.
Just pragmatic.
Well, it's
trial and error.
That's part of the promise. It's part of the promise of the ever-expanding universe is infinite possibilities. Now, there's something very apropos to what Arlen was saying. If you've ever heard of Star Trek: The Next Generation, they had a character on that show called Q, who was essentially like a semi-omnipotent being that existed in an energy plane and interacted with humans in the material world, able to control things, right?
Little heliocentric little G. That's what he was.
Yes. So there's a theory within the people who enjoy that series that the Q are essentially mankind that has evolved in the future and has transcended space and time, right? And now they interact with humanity throughout all of eternity. So even within that idea is the idea that eventually we will evolve by becoming a higher order civilization. If any of you guys know the stages of civilization orders, and I can't remember what it is, but it's like the first one is you can control the energy of your local environment. The second one is you can control the energy of an entire planet. The third one is you can control the energy of a solar system. Then you can control the energy of a galaxy, blah, blah, blah. But there's also a transverse to that, which is the micro scale. Like you could control nanomachines. Then you could control severing nuclei. Then you could control severing subnuclei. And then underneath that is you could control separating the fundamental particles of reality itself. And once you achieve that technology, you basically solve the equation of the interaction between consciousness and matter. And once you've done that, you can then transcend the material body and essentially become a pure energy being, able to interact with the universe on an energetic level directly, where your consciousness affects it, kind of like the Q being. Now, many people believe this is possible.
Right. Well, in a way, it's already kind of possible, but it's still, we're always bound. We only exist because we have a body, right? Even our spirit only exists because we have a body. Without it, there's no trace of us, only what we left behind. Like, no matter what we experience and the sophistication of it in our dreams and all that. So, I think it's possible. I think that, like, even within our own lifetimes, we can basically ascend and do something comparable to that. But we're still going to die, though. Right?
Well, the card shows scale.
The idea that we can ascend to overcome death is the ultimate illusion. That's like God.
That's what they want, though.
The direct snake right in front of Adam and Eve. That's what that is.
So let me posit this idea to you. I know someone who believes that this will happen in the future, and they take solace that eventually technology will advance to the point where humankind will be able to transcend mortality through downloading our consciousness or transcending our physical state into an energetic state, right? So they take solace in that. The problem is they're well aware that that technology isn't going to exist in their lifetime, So they're going to face mortal death. But they're happy that eventually their descendants will reach this level.
It doesn't make any sense though, because it can't work, right? If you digitize a supposed function, mechanical function of a consciousness in a human being,
Yep.
you're literally going to imprison it outside of a flesh forever. Like, you're literally trapping a soul when you do that. You're basically taking away its unique frequency from
Right.
reintegrating. So it's
Let's
always
say,
going to be a damnation no matter what.
yeah, that's the thing, is they don't understand what they're dealing with. Like, they think it's just as simple as, we'll make this machine that mimics the human brain system, and then we'll be able to download our consciousness into it, because we certainly understand what consciousness is and how it functions. It's so laughable, the pride involved in all of that.
But then what? Then what? You think you can still enjoy everything as a human after you completely discontinued the cycle? I don't think so. You're going to turn into something else, right? Not you.
Or you're just going to be dead. There's another possibility, which is you're just dead, and whatever machine now has an imprint of your personality, it continues on just running a subroutine of essentially pretending to be you, but you, the experiencer, the sentient entity, are dead.
Right. It would be an animated ghost, basically. That's what you're saying. Yeah, that's also right. But if it would, the thing is, I'm presupposing, like, what if it could actually be successful, right? What if you could actually do that? Like, trap your consciousness into a digital form. That's damnation forever. Damnation
Yep.
forever.
You know what's weird?
It's a nightmare.
You know what's weird, Arwen?
They know what they're wishing for. It's insane.
Exactly. And a lot of people who do believe this believe that we evolved from dead matter, and then the dead matter itself spontaneously had the emergent property of immaterial consciousness, and now they're trying to go back to take their consciousness and put it back into some kind of mechanism. It's kind of weird when you think about it that way. It's like their entire hope is in the material world.
I have another Star Trek related question for you guys.
Their entire development is based on mortality and reflection with materialism, right? Material things. So that's how we formed our purpose within our spirit. If you then detach us from the material realm, what the hell are you going to do then? What's even going to mean anything to you? Right? Sorry. You go.
Yeah, like if you teleport somebody in Star Trek, is that actually them? Do they still have the material soul or an immaterial soul attached to their body? If you have like a scanner that like just detects where all their atoms are and then recreates it, is that them?
Yeah, they don't address that part, right? They're just
I have a question though.
Going to form there. That's what they assume. It's just
so.
I actually have a philosophical answer to that that might be satisfying to you. So there's a theory that the spirit exists in an immaterial world, the body exists in the material world, and the soul is an energetic conduit between the two. Now, the soul is actually technically present in both at the same time. So the energetic matrix and connectivity between the spirit and the body are kind of like an internet connection, right? So if you lose your internet connection for a split second, you can reconnect quickly and the persistent connection remains. But if it consists of like 5 minutes or so, you lose the connection and your transfer is lost. So if you can materialize the body rather quickly, the spirit, right, which has no space and time, can immediately reconnect to its avatar body in the real world.
Like the Egyptians.
And so in that case,
that's cool.
It's still you. Yeah.
Now
but if it took, let's say it took 3 days, let's say it took 3 days for this to happen, your spirit might lose the connection and then it wouldn't work. So that's just an idea.
I agree with you, right? Even if teleportation was rearranging, it's like the spirit's gonna seek out the throne that it's used to sitting upon.
Guys, how do you know anything about what is considered the spirit? Are you sure?
Yeah, spirit is the energy component.
I mean, that's how you see it. Sure. I don't even know how we could quantify it in reality, right? How do we know what it's doing?
What it's doing, it's just a manifestation that is directly interconnected with our consciousness.
I have a question too.
Okay.
If the soul can last forever, why would it matter that it would take 3 days for my body to materialize? Like, why would time matter?
Who says the soul lasts forever?
Maybe that was my presumption, but
Well, the way
There's
that
an
I
operating
calculated
system
it
and
out for you,
there's physical. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, the way that I posited it to you, it was 3 parts.
okay.
So you have the absolutely material physical body, you have the absolutely immaterial spirit, and then you have something kind of in between that's the connection. That thing requires the physicality. So if the physicality is gone for a certain amount of time, that energetic matrix or conduit of connection will be lost. And so the spirit can't get back to that body anymore.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, I was just wondering, there's quite a few people over in Shield Chat, and I think most of them are quite new. We just need some people to join, if that's cool. Because
Sorry, are you asking us to go down to another channel?
well, no, not many people. I just mean like someone who's kind of he knows a good amount of knowledge, because these people, including myself, just want to be educated a bit more. If that's cool.
That'd be great. Why don't you guys come on in here? There's a lot of us in here.
Yeah, that's probably I think that's the reason why I think that's the reason why people they don't want to come up here. There's too many people.
I have another question.
Got it.
So I've
Well,
been
hold
looking
on.
at your guys.
Hold on. Send as many people up here as you can, because I'll tell you, most of the people that are in here, especially the ones muted and deafened, they're not saying anything. So it's only a handful of us having a conversation. Don't get overwhelmed, and we would love to have them. Thank you.
All right, cool, no problem. See you.
All right. Whoever was asking the question, go ahead.
Yeah. So I see. I really like your guys' site. I think this is extremely great. I'm just curious as what the current model is about what causes the sun to move. Like, what is Glovers use? Say we rotate around the sun in a heliocentric model. And they postulate gravity to do it. What powers the sun's motion within the flat Earth model? That's my question.
Well, what's the sun?
Well, I mean, it's a light source.
Is it an object that requires propulsion of some kind?
Well, I see these models where like it is moving. Like something is either we're moving as
You mean
or it's moving.
We see a light manifestation that appears to move at an angular rate. Yes.
So the sun's not a physical object?
No, not according to me.
So then there's these photos of like, if the sun is this close, how can there be clouds behind it? That seems to suggest it's a physical object.
No, it's still just a light manifestation at an angular rate. It doesn't do anything really other than be there at the epicenter from which the sunlight arrives towards you. Right? It's just at the
I'll give you a good analogy. If you take a laser and you shine it off a mirror, and then it shines off another mirror, and then it lands on the wall, and you track that apparent light on the wall, is that light on the wall a physical object?
Well, I mean, I could measure the photons coming off the laser. Like I could put a sensor there. And yeah.
Right. So is that light hotspot that's on the wall, is it a physical object? The answer's no.
Okay, but it's emanating from a physical object, and that
maybe
if it's not moving. Yeah, but you just use an example that does emanate from a physical object.
Have a physical object trace in order to establish.
Yes, but hold on. Before we go on, Arwen, I know that it emanated from a physical object because I did it and I put my hand on that object. Nobody's doing that with the sun.
Okay. So you're arguing the sun is not a physical object?
Well, there's no tangible proof of that. There's no approach, right? There's no angular size increase correlating with a location and it having a physical confine that would be enlarged, right, as you approach. There's no evidence of that whatsoever.
Okay.
It seems to be just a apparition.
Okay.
The burden would be on those claiming the sun is physical, and then they can provide their evidence, and we'll take a look at it.
So you say the sun don't exist?
Who said that?
What?
You say it's not physical, so what is it?
I didn't say that. I said whoever is claiming it is physical can provide evidence of that, and we'll take a look at it.
Mm-hmm. And
If you want
if
a
no one
hologram,
can
I
you?
classify it as a hologram. And not like a man-made hologram, but in a literal sense of the word. It's an image of light. And yes, there's light arriving, right? And it has an angular consistency. There's just no traceable evidence of an origin point, even though the angles might be made to match up in certain models. When you trace the origin points in those models, it's not there. All of them.
You know the sun goes from east to west. You know that?
Yeah, so can I get like a basic? I want to do more research. I really want to understand this because I think it's really compelling. But so, what are you saying the sun is? Like, can I just get like a 2-sentence definition?
An apparition, a hologram.
A hologram. Wow.
Ooh la la.
Interesting.
We see a light in the sky, and I'm not personally making any claims, but if anyone
So-
has any claims about what
Well,
it is, I'll take a
question.
look because I'm very interested.
So every day, I can't bounce my ham radio during the middle of the day and ping it off of it because something is exciting the upper atmosphere to prevent it, so it can't reach the upper layers to bounce off the ionosphere. Right. So
Ping it off
something's.
what? Ping it
So
off
it's actually
what?
a pretty. So I don't know if you know this, like ham radios. So there's the ionosphere, right? It's a pretty well understood concept.
What are you pinging off of?
You're pinging radio waves off I think it's called the D layer of the ionosphere. I think it's maybe the F layer. The D layers are present during the day, so you get longer singles during the night using ham radios. Like I've done that. So something
And where was
obviously
the experiment showing that it was the D layer and et cetera, et cetera. Where's the experiment backing that up?
I mean, I've done it. I've literally done it during the day where my ham radio goes nowhere. Then I do it at night and it goes farther. So there's obviously something changing. And
How
the
do you know it
explanation
was bouncing off the
There's
D
a
layer and all that?
disruption. Now, what you're effectively saying is there's a disruption during the day. So somehow the presence of sunlight, whatever that is, that effect disrupts the signal, right?
Yes.
Right. I'd go with that. I believe that could be possible. Yeah, I've heard of it before. It doesn't mean it's bouncing off anything that is suddenly there. It's just a disruption.
No. So the F layer is always there. The problem is it's disrupted by lower levels like the D and E layer that are present during the day because there's more sunlight. It's creating it, and it's making hydrogen and helium ionized because it's adding energy to it, and therefore it like turns. It creates a layer of interference that prevents the radio wave emanating from my ham radio to hit that upper layer of the atmosphere at a certain energy, at a certain, angle. Like this.
Where was
no,
that
this-
demonstrated?
But
It's. Where can I'll post the article.
You're just saying it's bouncing off air that's up there.
But
that doesn't make any sense.
What if I told you it's bouncing off the Z layer?
I mean,
Why'd you disprove me?
then it just becomes words. But I'm just saying that, like, I've done it. Like, something is causing it, so I can't have. I'm just saying that, like, the sun has to be something, right? Like, it's
doesn't
creating.
have to be anything, man.
Rebounds. Okay, you say. I'm sure.
Okay.
But
do you think solar flares are real?
It's not bouncing off air. It's going to be bouncing off a solid container object. Because it doesn't bounce off air. Air doesn't reflect radio signals.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, because it does, right? We know AM frequencies.
We want to see demonstration of that then.
Radio
I'll post
off air.
Go make a ham radio. Go make a ham radio, and then try to pick up a signal farther away at night versus in the day. This is common knowledge, guys.
And the cause is unicorns because it's bouncing off unicorns. Prove me wrong.
No. I'm saying there's something there. There's something physical causing that interaction, right?
Yeah, there you go.
It's unicorns.
Why are you saying it's air then? Air doesn't reflect radio signals.
I'm not
thin
saying
air
the
is
air
really
reflects radio signals. I'm saying the sun heats hydrogen and helium and it ionizes it, and by definition, they can't go through it.
Yeah, that's
Or
the
they get
disruption factor, but that's not what we're addressing. We're addressing your claim that it's bouncing off a layer, air is an atmosphere layer, and I'm saying that's impossible. It's not. It's going to go
He
right
said it
through it if
again.
it's actually what you say it is. It has to bounce off a solid foundation.
thanks,
Are you
guys.
nice?
Appreciate the information.
No problem. Feel free to post what you have. We'll take a look at it because, to my knowledge, there's no proof of what you're saying.
I've never seen any demonstration of gas actually deflecting, like making signals bounce off it. That doesn't happen. If it would,
I
then
put it in
how
the
would
lobby.
radio function?
Well, I mean, my radio waves don't go as far during the day.
Yeah, but
So, I mean-
that's another factor. That's disruption of the sunlight.
Yeah, but that's what it is. Like this, I'm reading this, and that's exactly what it's saying. You guys, you're agreeing with it. It's just, I think we have a mix-up of terms. We have a mix-up of a lot of stuff, which I think derails a lot of these conversations. I really do.
No,
Sometimes it's appropriate, though.
Presuppositional terminology that we objected to.
Belief derails the conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
Exactly. Like when someone asks me, "Do you believe in gravity?" That derails it. Are we talking about belief? For the record, I'm very interested in the sun, and if anybody knows how it's working, let me know.
So just to be sure, the sun is not moving, but the hologram, much like the laser on the wall is moving, or the source emanating from it is moving.
No,
It's not the plane that's moving.
I think the best way to compare in my modeling, and this I'm pretty unique at this, I think. Right? So I don't think that everybody in the flat earth has this opinion, but I think that you could probably best compare the entirety of the celestial manifestation like a very sophisticated type of microwave that's going on. And the microwave somehow manifests optically these light manifestations in a very consistent pattern. That's the best approach I could give it. It has to be electrical, right? Electricity is the only thing that can cause light even to manifest, right? Like that. So it has to be electrical somehow, but there's no origin point like a typical lamp that we could make. So
do fires have electricity?
Manifested
light emanates from fires. They don't have electricity.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a fire. There's no chemical reaction going on that would no.
I was objecting to your global point of light has to emanate from an electric source.
I'm talking about from like it's not going to be a fiery source, right? So that's already excluded from any attempts to model it. So it's kind of a red herring.
I would say that light is either an emanation of absorbed energy or like the projection of a reaction. Like if you look at phosphorescence, it basically absorbs the light and then emanates it in turn. Or like if you look at chemical reactions or like luminescence or even electricity, even within electricity, right? Light bulbs is the heat that's taking place through to the wire within the bulb that's causing the light to emit. It's not necessarily the electricity itself, but it's an exothermal thing.
There's no proof of any local combustion or even
it's not it doesn't need to be a combustion though, like
that's if you're gonna be
combustion is a defined chemical reaction.
There's no such that's not happening with the celestials, right?
I mean the thing is
Do you think nuclear bombs are real? Those give off
Nuclear
tremendous
bombs?
amounts of light. Like, that's not a combustion. That's just
Damn
energy.
right.
It's not real.
It's not real.
Proof.
I mean, I know.
Are you
like,
sure it's not real?
Yes.
I mean, there were people
You
who
wanna
had
bet your life on it?
first-hand family members in Japan who would like to disagree, but
Yeah, they're probably Freemasons, right? There's
yeah,
plenty of
like
people
the
in
whole
Japan that like
population.
to admit how they were all firebombed and that Nagasaki and Hiroshima had exactly the same treatment, no difference whatsoever. People walking
But
around afterward, right?
you
It's
can
not a
Google
nuclear
a
bomb.
nuclear bomb test anywhere.
It's
There's
just,
like 2,000 tests of nuclear
More than
device.
that.
Have you
Yeah.
ever witnessed one?
Even more.
Have you ever
It's
witnessed
everywhere.
one in person? Or did you just see a video?
I used to work in a
You
nuclear
know
power
the
plant.
nuclear treat
Yeah,
Yeah.
nuclear power plant is not
1990.
an atomic explosion, though.
I was not born.
Same concept.
No, it's
I
not.
used to work at a nuclear power
Absolutely
plant.
not.
Therefore, nuclear explosions are true. I mean, that's
Well, I'm
the
just saying
worst
it's
logic I've heard all day.
I mean,
possible.
in
Like
person.
nuclear
the
reactions
thing
are.
is, like, whether we question
Dare
the
see a
process of
nuclear
how
explosion in
nukes
person.
work is legit, or whether the bombs were actually dropped are two different things.
Yeah, that's really cool that the math works out in theory. Did anybody ever see an atomic explosion in person?
I mean, there are interviews of
Yeah.
people who have. They're just lying, right?
But not you, though, right?
I mean, I haven't seen it. I mean, there's an above ground
Exactly.
bomb
Yeah,
test
nobody
ban.
here has.
I got a
course.
question.
Were you born?
Did the people who claim to be the eyewitnesses actually know that it was a nuclear reaction that caused the explosion?
Wow, great question. What else would cause a giant fireball in the sky, though? That's the grilling one.
Dynamite.
Dynamite. Fire?
Provably dynamite.
Nope.
Literally provable.
So look, I think the guys are. I think the guys are right to be sort of suggesting to be a little bit cautious, Arwen, to say that nuclear doesn't exist or that nuclear can't cause an explosion. But what Arwen is trying to say is that the idea of nuclear weaponry, that it's the splitting of atoms and that it's this chain effect where every atom that comes into contact further splits, causing massive radiation damage for centuries after the point. That is all a fairy tale which has never been demonstrated.
I actually got to
When
go,
they
guys.
talk,
I mean,
when they talk about the bombs that were dropped, they talk about them in kiloton as TNT. So if you were dropping thousands of tons of TNT, then it's an equivalent explosion. We saw an equivalent explosion, but the idea that atoms are being split and that there's this ongoing chain reaction or centuries thereafter that you cannot even go into that zone, that's the fairy tale.
It's not a fairy tale.
I would love to see an atom split. Show me one atom splitting. Go.
He's a particle.
That's great.
I'd love to see an atom.
Hold on.
He dropped it.
Yeah, I'd like to see an atom. There you go.
I'd like to remind everybody that what's the name called again in Russia? The power plant that melted. Chernobyl, right? Yeah, its nature is like flourishing. I don't know if you know that. There's been people that have lived there and they still live there, and it's awesome there.
No, Arwen. No, there's nobody there, and it's radioactive for the next 300,000 years, and you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, the ground already has radiation.
There's literal documentaries about
You can
it.
test radiation.
I'm fucking with you, dude. I'm right there with you, Arwen.
All right. Who cares? Hold
the
on,
same
everybody.
goes for Fukushima,
Hey,
right?
hold on.
People are
Fukushima.
Fukushima hold on, so I'll hold them on.
Was source. It was an explosion. It was an explosion, but it wasn't like what happened in Chernobyl.
All right, so see, when I say hold on, I can just make you hold on. And then you got to hold on for longer than you would have had to. So here's the problem. We're all talking about things on the ground again, when the original claim was some guy making claims about what the sun is. See the problem? It's like, oh, if nuclear bombs are real, therefore the sun is a giant nuclear oven. floating in free space, and we're rotating around it. It's nonsense. All right.
Okay, I agree.
Back to it.
I agree. So, who measured 93 million miles? Who did that?
The Easter Bunny.
So far, the answer is no one. Because I think it's pretty hard to travel like even 1 million miles, right? I don't know. I've never tried. I just want to know the name of the person who got the direct measurement from Earth to the Sun. That's all. You'd think it'd be out there somewhere, right? Since they claim they know the distance.
I mean, and hasn't it changed like so many times in the past century? Like,
I think so, yeah. But even then, it's who got those measurements, right? If you're gonna change it over and over, too, it's like, well, wait.
I mean, it's like a Star Wars movie.
Where
right?
are those
Like,
people?
rebooting.
It's a handful of people, right? That should be able to like have testimony about when they did it, how they got there, how they got back. I don't understand how they think that they have a direct measurement of something like that. Crazy.
Imagine being the globetard that argued for like 10 million miles away or whatever.
Oh my God, how ridiculed, right? So funny, dude.
So what's the subject? The sun or nukes?
The sun is closer to flat Earth than a nuke talk.
Let's say sun is like 30 miles high. How do you know it's 30 miles high?
Did you say from the mind's eye?
Miles.
Miles high.
Oh, miles high. Got it. Sorry.
How do you know?
I don't know.
We don't. If it was more precise, right? Triangulation. If triangulation of the sun was more precise, then maybe we'd do some math or something like that. But it's all over the place. It doesn't seem to be in a physical position. I'm not sure.
Well, not only that, no one's been there, so how do you know? They seem to kind of hide from when someone says, "Yeah, but how do you actually know?" Right? And they can't just pony up and say, "You know what? I don't know, and I don't know who does." Sorry.
But if it's a physical sun moving around, we should be able to triangulate and use math, right?
What do you mean? No. That's not going there and getting a sample. That's just, math. Calculations are not direct measurements.
Yeah, it's still assumptions.
Correct.
Of course, because we're assuming it's physical.
Obviously. Well, that's true too. Sure. We're assuming it's physical and that we could get any sort of distance to it. I mean, and then the Globers will say, "What do you mean it's not physical? It's right up there."
I saw it.
I see it every morning. Hey, you know why Earth measures flat? Sunsets. Or wait, no, that's what they say about the globe. Fuck. How do I connect the sky with the ground, you guys? The Globers really want us to do that.
I know. You know how the Earth has a molten iron core? Eclipses. We have eclipses. That's why.
Oh, that is, yeah. Okay. So bananas because supernovas. I got it.
Yep.
Makes sense to me.
It flows if you know the flow.
Anyway, and I didn't mean to interrupt the conversation. AI, if you guys were seriously talking about the sun or anything else, flat Earth, go ahead. I just wanted to kind of be funny for a second. Thank you.
It's still the same fundamental conversation as the nuke stuff. It's a positive claim being made, me saying it doesn't meet my standard of proof, and then people saying, "Do you believe?" It's not my prerogative. It's like, if you present a positive claim, present the proof, I'll take a look at it. Otherwise, it's not my job to prove or disprove everybody's claims and shit.
And about the nukes thing as well, like, I do think there were bombs dropped in Japan, but I don't think, like, how those bombs exploded is as they say they did, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's why I try to bring it back to the burden proof thing into the Earth. So similar to that, we're talking about the sun. I'm not walking around making concrete claims about the sun. So I don't have claims to defend about it. So when someone tells me, prove it's physical, prove it's not my prerogative. How about you prove whatever it is you're trying to prove, and I'll take a look at it.
So the nukes test are fake? All of them? Are they real?
Moderators are steering us back to the Earth. Do you have questions about the Earth? The nukes don't pass my standard of proof. That positive claim doesn't pass my standard of proof. Do you have any positive claims of Earth that can be proven? Of globe Earth?
I'm just trying to understand, for flat Earth, what is the sun, the moon?
You said the moon?
Sun and moon, what are they for flat Earth?
What are they made out of?
I don't know. Anything.
I don't know either. I want to know
Do
how it
flat
works.
Earth they are something? They exist or not? Are
I
they
see a sun in
real?
the sky. I don't know about you, but I see the sun in the sky every day.
Then what is it?
I don't know. How would I know that?
I mean, you want people to think that the Earth is flat, but you don't
Who said that?
explain
Who told you?
everything
Who
around
told
it.
you I want
So
people to think that?
it's a flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth Discord.
Earth.
Does that mean you want people to think the Earth is flat since you're on here? What are you saying?
Check my role.
I certainly don't want anyone to take my word. This is how it used to be,
Then what's
though.
the
People
point
used to
of this
be down to
server?
earth. They used to be grounded. Someone would come along and say something, or they'd try to sell snake oil, and they'd say, "What is that, man? No, that's some." People kept things grounded before, but now people are making wild claims, and if I don't believe it, asking me why I don't believe it. Like, I'm still grounded, man. I'm waiting for proof of this globe.
Nothing else.
Nothing else. I'm involved with a lot of topics. So. The world's an interesting place, man. I want to know how the sun and moon stuff works too. Now that when you're not being arrogant and pretending you have all the answers in the universe, we can begin to investigate those matters.
We had times to investigate. A lot of time.
Yes, we do. And now that we know the Earth's not a globe, we can start moving in the right direction.
Only now? You could try 3,000 years ago.
What happened 3,000 years ago?
People already believed it was flat 3,000 years ago.
They believed it was flat?
I mean, let's take that approach, right? let's say we go
You know,
back
flat
3,000
Earth is
years.
not just today; it was every time.
So we go back 3,000 years ago, and we know that the people there didn't believe in the globe, right? What phenomena did a person perceive that made them think it was a globe, right? What did they perceive? Or did they just wake up one morning and be like, yeah, it's a globe? No, I think it's the second one, honestly. People consistently believed it to be not a globe, so what phenomenon did they see?
It's called simple physics, okay? Like the Earth's flat, really.
I mean, can you return where you're not drunk, Cookie, please?
I'm not drunk. How about you go back your... never mind.
Yeah, right.
Okay. But for 3,000 years, people knew it's flat. They look at the sun, the moon, for 3,000 years, and they don't try to understand. Like,
what do you mean
3,000 years?
You know that there
It's a
were
lot of time to think.
I mean, you do realize that quote-unquote scientists didn't exist, like, for a century, right? Like, people look into the natural phenomenon, but the globe claim falls outside of that. Like, the globe claim is some random story that some guy came up with no backing whatsoever. Like, he couldn't justify it.
They had sticks and shadow and math.
Oh yeah, the sticks and shadows.
I'm looking
I
at
forgot
the
about
math
that.
now, and it doesn't look right.
Yeah, sticks and shadows prove the globe, right?
Still a positive claim. Even if that magical story happened 2,000 years ago. 2,000 years ago, it was a positive claim that's never been proven.
So yeah, like...
We all know it was backdated by 1900 something.
So I'm gonna give you a story, right? An analogy, right? Let's say you've been living all your life, right? And everyone around you is an actor, right? Everyone's paid actor to like treat you in a certain way, make your life go a certain way. You yourself would never find out until you saw some inconsistency within this system, right?
Like Truman.
Yeah, like you need to see some phenomenon to convince you there's something wrong, there's something off, right? Like one actor slipping up or whatever. So for the globe claim, I would ask you, what was that slip up? Where did you realize it was not a measurably flat surface? If you can answer that, yeah, that would be helpful. Otherwise, you're just making a fantasy, and that's all it is.
I don't know. I don't know. I respect you because you're a Grimjo fan, so I will not trash talk you, but
Cheers.
I don't know. I also like Ulcura.
Yeah, Ulcura is nice.
I wish I had another VC. I got a nice VC.
I had to step out from it, so if anyone said anything to me, I didn't hear it. Sorry.
I'm back. Let's talk about the black sun. So Well, it's underground, so that's my opinion about it. So,
Do you have any evidence of the black sun?
Hitler found it, bro.
Who did and what?
Hitler found it. Hitler found it underground in
Black Sun?
Yeah. Hitler found it, bro. Like,
okay, it's pretty obscure and
Black Sun.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Look it up. So.
Look it up.
How do we get light with the black sun?
Oh yeah, and the vaccine and
Don't mention that. Don't mention that, dude.
Yeah. I see that the pointy thing, the pointy thing. You know. So. Oh, sheesh. Oh.
What the fuck?
What?
I'm going trouble.
It's like Mr. Bean status.
Oh my god. Oh my god, for real? I'm not a troll, bro.
I love you.
No.
All good?
Listener safe, and glad flow. Just search yourself.
I waited.
Okay?
I waited for maybe 2 or 3 days and reserved judgment. And I've come to the conclusion that you are a troll, because you
I'm not
definitely
troll,
did
dude.
say
I'm not troll.
I'm back
I
here
know.
with your mom. You definitely did say I'm back here with your mom. I heard you say it about 15 minutes ago. So chill out and enjoy your time here, bro.
Troll.
I mean, I've known
Long
him
as
from other
everyone knows who you are.
servers, so like I've known him from different servers. He's like constantly drunk,
Okay, so
like
that
24.
makes you implicit then. That makes you implicit then.
I'm not
What?
troll. Like I
What
did
makes
my
me a
research. I did my research on TikTok and on Google. Okay, so
He
it is.
definitely said I'm back here with your mom. If that's not trolling, I don't know.
I would just mute him.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
I did nothing wrong, so I just stated my own opinion. So.
Look at my top.
Who joined? Oh my god, that alcohol. Christ, bro. I'm sober. Multiple users. This that what like my other account. Okay, it got the phone verification locked. Okay, I use my phone number. Okay, she's really nice, and so you want to talk to her, sir? I very appreciate it. So.
You all good, Facts Man?
Yeah, yes. Cut, the like, the text thing, so.
Sometimes the last couple of days,
The
it's come
live
across
stream
incoherent,
voice
like you're drinking or something. It doesn't
The
matter
live-
to me.
Hey, the live stream,
My business,
voice
but-
text say that, so. We're spraying that. Sorry about that. Okay, let's do a different topic. So.
No problem.
Oh, chill chat. That's good. Go chill chat. Oh, I can't. Can't go chill chat because bother too.
Y'all probably already talked about it, but I saw that train wreck of a debate with Dave and Dave. I think Dave Weiss lost that debate. He had the winning position, but he lost that debate.
I'm gonna give you my opinion, and I'm sorry if nobody likes it, but the more people talk about this debate between the two Daves, the worse it looks for both sides. I think y'all drop it because it's pointless, and plus there's no debate. Just find us the curvature. Nothing else to debate. That's just my opinion. Thanks.
No problem.
And we give like NASA and Texas like two and like 2021 we had $2 billion in NASA. Like that's the reason. So yeah, it's cartoons. Space is fake. The flat Earth's flat. So yeah.
Isn't this saying that any publicity is good publicity? Glat, why would you say that any attention brought to a flat earth discussion would be detrimental to either side?
What the hell you mean? It's like
I disagree with any publicity is good publicity, so on that vibe, I agree with Glat. You know. As far as discussing it on Discord with a handful of people, that's insignificant compared to if that's the case, that debate should have been denied or declined. You know what I mean? What happened on there is going to bring a lot more heat or attention than anything we're going to discuss on here.
If I try to like to NASA headquarters to another state, and I say space is fake, I show the Bible of this, put your Bible in the moon, and I will be kicked out because like it's the operation.
You're right, but that's not what he was asking. That's not what Flat Earth was asking.
No. I was getting like fun facts. That's all. Like an example, but it's good.
You're right.
What's your question? I forgot to do it. What's your question, bro? Yeah, what's the question?
It was Flat Earth asking Glad, but I just chimed in because no one was saying anything. That's all.
Yeah, what's Flat Earth Solar is saying was question, bro. What's the question, yo? I remember in middle school, like, they talk about space trash. Like really, like, like, like space bulk. Yeah. Yeah, all my family are shut down with crap, so I believe in NASA, so yeah. And space telescope, the big space telescope is named Lucifer. So yeah, that's like a red flag for the rest of the world. So. Oh shit. Let's get. That's a perfect example of glaphobia. You point a laser, okay, the curvature is round. This could be the other planet, okay, like wake up. Very good example right there.
Hey, Flex Man. Hey, buddy. Can you wipe your mouth, please?
While okay, I'm wiping my mouth, okay?
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Maybe just like stick a couple napkins in there for a while. Keep them in there at least while you're talking here, because it's hard to understand you. And when I'm listening, it sounds a lot like a liquid problem.
I see this text.
Listen, if you're disabled, you got to tell us because we're making fun of you right now.
I'm not.
You're not disabled. Okay, got it. I really hope not.
Well,
So
real live stream, so you're breaking the rules to make fun of somebody. So yeah.
Yeah, dude, I have no idea what you just said.
You're breaking the rules right now.
Okay.
Thank you,
talk about Flat Earth, or, I don't know.
Exactly what I was getting at.
Yeah, dude, like it's not listenable.
While I'm part Australian, so.
And what's that supposed to mean?
I'm not good at like the English language, but I can read and write.
I feel like you might have more fun and get more out of this if you were just yourself.
No,
can you try that?
I think it's facts.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What'd you say?
I'm giving you fun facts in this live stream, so like I'm not being rude or nothing.
Learning something then.
Wait, let me um, wait a minute.
Okay. Well, anyway, just try to maybe if you can talk a little more clear, try to.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking clear.
You know what I mean?
Now,
but if you're learning stuff, that's great. That's the key thing here, right? We should all be learning.
I'm aware of this. I'm aware of this because like all we taught in school is like in middle school was like space might what's it called?
Galaxies, universe,
Yes,
whatever. That stuff.
Supernovas. Yes, supernovas.
Oh, supernovas. Yeah, those are fun to think about. Yeah.
Yeah, with a super CGI.
Right. Well, how did they get that? How did they observe a supernova do what it does? Right. Where's that footage?
It's all like the government fund it in Hollywood. Okay, so like.
Hold on. Do you think outer space exists for real or only in people's mind?
It depends. It depends. Like if
I'm not sure if that works. That's certainly a yes or no question.
Yes. So.
Yeah.
I believe in bizarre conspiracy theories. So.
This isn't a conspiracy theory channel. This is a
Flat
Earth channel.
I know.
Oh, okay. Just making sure that you knew that. There's a lot of other places in this world where you talk about conspiracy. Like to do that here as much as possible. People do. I have before, but we try to keep it on the flat Earth as much as possible.
Yes, I know that. So, like, yeah, I'm a little like scale, like bone scale. Okay, the Earth is flat. Okay, but like my other brain say no. I believe in various bizarre conspiracy theories. So, the flat Earth, yes, I believe the flat Earth a little bit. So because simple physics itself. So.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad that the audience got a taste for that. Does anybody else want to talk about the Earth like that? And perhaps could you mute this person? He's completely.
Oh, I would be myself.
Oh, that'd be great. Yep. Thank you.
So I watched that Disney's Aladdin movie from 2018 where they banish him to the ends of the earth, and of course it's very mountainous and icy and snowy. I thought that was a very interesting setting for the ends of the earth. I need to look into. I think it was Arabian Nights or something where that Aladdin story came from. I know in Arab culture the Earth is flat as far as Muslims and all that. I need to look into that original script.
All right, let's take a vote. What's your favorite Curious Life Angular Resolution 5-episode compilation?
Level. When the sun gets within a certain distance to your position, the light waves can finally make it into your eye at an angle that can be resolved. Before that time, the angles are just too small. The light will diffract or not be visible at all. And again, it is simply a function of perspective and angular resolution with the additional factor of diffraction or atmospheric lensing. However, the fixed physical limit is what will always determine when sunsets and sunrises occur. And so check this out. Look how the sun comes into and goes out of the angular resolution limit of our eyes. And then this is what it looks like from our perspective when we are actually viewing it in real life. Pretty cool how it works, at least in my opinion. So, hopefully this was helpful to better understand how perspective and angular resolution determine our vision. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Adios.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Up like something from outer space. Elton John, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Lord have mercy, they're all super.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We are still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, the shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet. So when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up. The curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first, due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the perspective picture for us. That famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips. But what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you will notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my No Angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level. is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker. It also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario, with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore, we can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. Understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or, if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So adios. Have a good week.
Place and time. Just sit back.
See that I didn't really look too bad, but that was only because I'm a very good actor. I think I could be nominated for an Academy Award.
How's it going? Now, regarding curvature, I don't think most people understand just how serious the problem of curvature is for the status quo. Instead of beating the dead horse of perspective to try to help people understand how and why we see what we see, I thought of a nice little way to visualize just how serious this lack of curvature is for the current spinning ball model. I did this simply by figuring out how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. The fact is, we can clearly see objects over distances that should not be visible. This is repeated over water or land. We find buildings, ships, mountains, all kinds of landmarks that we should not be able to see, but we do. The problem is that people are confusing the fact that buildings or ships get cut off due to the laws of light propagation and perspective with curvature. They are confusing this with curvature. People are confusing the vanishing point with curvature, and instead of arguing over exactly how many feet of the ship's hull are hidden or at what floor a building might be cut off, instead of looking at it from the same old vantage point, we need to put it into perspective, pardon the pun, to visualize just how much of a problem this lack of curvature is for the spinning ball. The story is that we live on a spinning ball of radius 3,959 miles. Okay, so if that's the case, then over a distance of 20 miles, there will be 266 feet of raw curvature. That's what science tells us. Now, clearly from my shots and the thousands of other tests and shots scattered all over the interweb, the curvature is just not there. You can deny this and claim that buildings and ships disappearing bottom first is due to the curvature, but that is nowhere near enough curvature for the ball Earth. And to prove this, we simply have to calculate how big the Earth would need to be in order for there to be such a lack of curvature. And if the curvature is not in these 20 miles, it will have to be made up exponentially down the line in order to complete the circle. So again, the magical curvature has never been found. I'm sorry if everyone is in denial, but it's just not enough. And I'm going to show you just how big the Earth would need to be in order to have such a lack of curvature. So let's see. Let's use the 20-mile distance to the New Smyrna hotels just to visualize this. Using the Earth curvature site, we get 266 feet of raw curvature. I'm not worrying about the height of the observer at this point. I'm just using raw numbers to give you an idea of the difference in curvature based on the size of the Earth. So we can use the 8 inches times distance squared. We also get 266 feet, but the calculator that I want to focus on uses the sagitta, or the height of the arc of a circle, to also get the same number, and you get 0.05052 miles. Multiply that by 5280 feet and you end up with 266 feet of curvature that should be there. And for the circle arc calculator, you have to double the distance in question because you are at the top of the arc. The hotel would be 20 miles one way, and to make the total arc length, you need to double that number, so you use 40 miles. This will then give you the height of the arc, or what we refer to as the drop in elevation or curvature over a given distance. So I wanted to focus on this calculator because it will allow us to change the radius of the Earth to see just how big the Earth would need to be in order to get the tiny amount of curvature that people think they are seeing, even though it is easily explained by perspective. If we do this size of Earth analogy, I think it might help everyone realize the seriousness of the lack of curvature. So let's just say that NASA is way off. Even though they have supposedly flown around the equator, let's just say that they are off big time, and that the radius of the Earth isn't 3,959 miles, but that it is double that. Let's assume the Earth is 8,000 miles in radius, a huge monster-sized planet. That is a big difference. So if it were 8,000 miles in radius, how much of a drop in curvature would there be over the same 20 miles? Well, we end up with 0.025 miles, and we multiply that by 5,280 feet, and we get 132 feet of curvature. So even if the Earth were twice as big as it supposedly is, there would still be a heck of a lot of curvature. 132 feet is significant. There's no way there's even that much curvature when I look at those hotels. I can
What happened? It's gone all quiet in here. Is there no one that wants to defend the globe Earth fantasy?
It's pretty quiet in here, isn't it?
Hey, Flatty.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. It's quiet.
Yeah, I had to get away from those trolls.
Yeah, they're crazy.
I was in here a minute ago, Banker, and they had someone just talking on a recording, so that's why I wasn't talking in here. That's why I suggested number 2, but it's stopped now. So that's why no one was
Who's talking? Or...
The music bot's gone.
Yeah, it was here a minute ago. That's why I suggested go the other one, but it's gone now.
How's everybody doing today?
I'm very well, Hank. How are you, sir?
I am fantastic. Hello there.
So, Hank, I got this video from a very obnoxious flat earther that I actually, yeah, I guess that sums it up. How I feel about him, because he's obnoxious. And I'm characterizing him as obnoxious. But that aside, because I think he's obnoxious because I went and looked at the rest of his videos and was like, oh God. But the one video that introduced or reintroduced me to him, because apparently I seen one of his shorts. There's this guy that goes by the name of Flat Earth Boxer slash Young Moses, and he speaks to a cosmologist at university, inside the university. It's an open lecture, so he gets to ask him questions in the end. And he says he really just has 2 questions for him. And it was on gravity and the second law of thermodynamics violation, that is space. And he asked him about the cosmology and stars being gas, the vacuum. And the guy really didn't have an answer. Like, one of his answers just equated to down, things falling down. And he was like, yeah, I asked you if you've ever come across an experiment that differentiated gravity from density, because we already know density is a thing, but how do you isolate gravity, basically? And the guy said something about down, and he was like, wait, what was his answer? Yeah, then he made an example because the guy was like, no, you're right. I don't know. And then he's like, well, if I have a box full of air and I pop a hole in it, then the air is going to escape. He's like, no, you're absolutely right. He's like, then what about, up there? And he's like, well, because of the earth, it like holds it here. And he's like, but it doesn't hold the air in the box. And that was when they stopped the conversation. He didn't have an answer. It was just like somebody in here. And I was like, that's exactly what people should see, that these people don't have an answer because it's bullshit.
I posted the clip in the live stream voice text.
Huh?
I posted the clip of it. It has, I think that clip shows some of that. I just posted it in the live stream voice text.
Well, let me see. I don't know. That doesn't look like the one I posted. It might be in there. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah, I definitely hear you saying that, they don't really have an answer, right? And when it comes down to it, it's like, well, what causes density, right? Is it gravity that causes density? Because if that's true, then we should be able to, like manipulate gravity,
right? And then cause things to be more dense by spinning them in a centrifugal force machine like a centrifuge, right? Cause things to be more dense. But it doesn't matter how much helium you put in a box and you spin it, it's not going to cause it to be more dense, right? So that's not the answer. So if centrifugal force can emulate gravity in a sense that it's an actual force, right, then we should be able to densify things using gravity. So what it basically boils down to is that elements are more dense because of their elemental makeup. So if you look at the difference between like mercury and helium, there's a huge difference there. Doesn't have anything to do with gravity.
Yep.
Right? It probably has to do with more of the molecular structure. I'm trying not to get into the atomic stuff so that everybody understands that a molecule is just a collection of atoms, right? So if their molecular structure can be packed more tightly because of the element, then it doesn't have anything to do with gravity. So let's take a look at like lead or gold, right? This is stuff that, has like a natural electrostatic properties to it, like especially gold. And it's like extremely dense. Like if you pick up like a handful of gold, it's really heavy, like surprisingly heavy. Like if somebody were to toss you a gold bar, right, and you didn't know what they tossed, like, and you didn't catch it like an egg, it might cause a little damage or you might drop
the block of gold you have to pull out of a container, remember, out of a small little hole. Don't you remember that? You have to put your arm in and try and grab the block of gold. You've never seen that?
I think I have.
It's so heavy that it's put. They literally put a block of gold in there for you to grab. If you can grab it and take it out of that, you get the gold.
That sounds interesting. But yeah, it's so dense, because of its molecular make, it doesn't have anything to do with gravity. So what they do is they like to hijack things. I think they hijacked specific gravity and said, this is Newtonian gravity or this is Einsteinian gravity. I think they just hijacked it, or they just slapped a label on it. They said this whole buoyancy and density thing, it's obviously buoyancy and density, but I'm just going to slap gravity on it, and nobody can debunk it.
Nobody can falsify it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Which means that it's just a label they slapped on it. I think, but what the hell do I know?
Hey now.
Check it out.
Well, nobody can.
Check it
Go
out.
ahead, Justin.
Live text right now. Check it out. Because it's so heavy, this is what they do to buy.
Wait, I'm in the live stream. Oh snap! The locker room. That's why I'm not seeing anything.
It literally states that if you can take this 20-kilogram bar out of this box, you get to take it home.
So why can't you take it out? Like, what's the deal?
It is so freaking heavy with one arm. With one arm, you can't do it. You literally can't do it.
They're just beta males. That's all. I'll take it.
I'm just saying that's what they're saying it is, and this is what they're doing. I don't know.
Yeah, here in
if
South
it's
Africa,
exactly 20 kilograms.
It's probably
you should
the
be
angle.
Able to pull it.
Oh, it's
It's
the
probably
angle,
the angle
and the
that you have
hole
to
that
pull it out.
You have to pull it out of this little hole that's like really tight.
Yeah, manipulates your, what is the word? Tensile strength? Or what?
With
Your,
your
grip strength. It manipulates it by the angle that you would have to pull it. That's very clever. I like that.
yeah,
Amazing. Yeah, watching people do it.
They do the same thing here locally, but they say that you have to use two fingers. So it has to be your thumb and your
my
index
God.
finger. And you have to try and pick up that 20-kilogram bar with your thumb and your middle finger or index. And then your fingers normally slide off. So it's very difficult to even get your hand around the bar, let alone to start picking it up.
That is just amazing.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty close to impossible.
I've never seen this before.
But now you have.
And then they'll say that is the effect of gravity working against you when you, that brings the ratio to much closer than what you would experience as a There's a mountain or something. I don't know.
That's crazy. I'd never seen that before. Just your forearm, no elbow. God damn it.
But technically, 20 kilos should be 20 kilos. Kind of like when you say 20 pounds of feathers versus 20 pounds of lead, it's still 20 pounds. And an average human, an average man should be able to pick up 20 kilograms pretty easily.
Yeah. Who knows how to play the bot? And fast forward to specific points. Anybody in here right now? Because I do want to play that little clip. It's like 3 minutes or less even. Probably about 3 minutes.
Go
Flatty,
for it.
Flatty was just in here. He can. I don't know. Where'd he go?
Go for it, Elijah.
All right, hold on. Let me find the video. I just walked in the house. Give me a second.
This is, that reminds me of the olden days. Remember how people used to just go for the baggage train, pick up all the gold and fuck off? Have nothing to do with the battle. Yep, we're on your side. Yep. And then they just like went for the baggage train, picked up all the gold and fucked off. Never seen it again.
There's Flatty.
I could do that.
I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds like Hook. The guy was like, "What about Shmi? What about Shmi?" And he starts like stuffing his pants with all the gold and silverware.
I posted the link to the video I was talking about.
Flatty's here, Elijah. Flatty can do that, I think. What you want with the bot.
What you need?
Elijah needs someone to play a clip, but like only a certain segment.
I know the commands, but I've never tried it. One sec.
So, why is BG still muted? Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk. I'm a walking man. No damn doubt. Music lovely. I've been sitting around since I was small, and it's alright. BG's. Why you muted, bro?
Mute him. I don't know.
You can look the other way. We can try to understand. Whether you're a mother away.
Maybe I did mute him.
Did you, Hank? Hank. Hey now.
All right, bro.
I've been waiting
Why
all
are
night.
you muted?
Yeah.
Why are you muted, BG?
I don't have a mic.
Did he say he was muted because he didn't have a mic?
He didn't have a mic. Why are you muted, BG? I don't have a mic. I can't talk. You can't hear me.
I guess I'll keep my eye on you.
That's the
Yeah,
reason.
I don't know why I was serving muted.
Probably open mic. But just
No, I mean, I've never come off of mute till somebody actually says my name. Yeah, I stay muted. Pretty much all
I
the time.
complain. I can't complain.
Might have been a case of mistaken identity.
Yeah.
He's all right by me. Might be a case of mistaken identity. That was smooth.
Did you find the video, Elijah?
Yeah, I'm looking right now. See, let's see. Should be right here in my history.
The clip I
Yep,
posted
here it
is
is.
actually
Boom.
the segment right before that. Like, yeah. So sorry, yeah, it didn't show that, but
Here it is. Oh yeah. So you're right. So I was looking in the wrong place. You actually did post the correct video. That's it. Yeah. The timestamp is like about 7 minutes.
Oh, I got 7 minutes to spare. Let's do it.
Somebody
Alright,
has to
Fatty.
know how to like fast forward it and whatnot, though.
Work your magic, Flatty.
Yeah, I can't find the command at the moment. Sorry, I'm looking.
I'll be right back. When Fatty gets his shit together.
You might miss it. You know, it's been a long time since I smoked so fast that I thought I was gonna die. Today was that day. I was like, this might be it.
You know, I heard that you got to smoke 22,000 joints in 1 hour to overdose on marijuana if you're not allergic to it.
That's
So
what I'm
it's like,
saying. I was wondering. I was like, I put like just keef only in this pipe, and it's an unusually huge pipe, and I fucking accidentally just smoked way too much, and I was like, I'm this might be the one to stop my heart. I don't know.
We've all been there, like.
As you can see, I'm still fine. So.
Keeping the statistics clean that no one's ever died because of this medicine.
Right.
Natural plant.
you know, I don't know if that's true according to the mainstream. They're saying now that there's a disease that you can get, and it like makes you like it makes you sick. I can't remember what it's called, bro. I'm sorry. It's in Latin. I'll speak Latin.
Latin.
So
How convenient.
Well, they've tried the schizophrenia thing for years already. If you smoke cannabis, you're going to get schizophrenia. You're going to lose your mind.
See, I think it was like if you smoke weed all the time, every day, then you could get this condition where like it makes you upset at your stomach and you get like real bad stomach issues. And then
smoke weed every day.
And then like if you take a hot shower, it like makes it feel better for a little bit, but you can't always be in a hot shower. I heard about this not that long ago. Like a year or two ago. And at first I was like, oh, bullshit. Nobody's ever died from weed. And then I was looking into it. And I was like, okay, according to the mainstream, like people have died from being allergic to weed.
Oh, being allergic is a different story then.
Yeah, it's not an overdose. It's an allergy.
Mm-hmm.
I had the sweats. I smoked it for 3 years, and when I came off it, oh my god! I wish I was dying.
I usually quit smoking weed like once a year for about a month or two. Usually about a month, just to get it out of my system, so that I can stay, a cheap smoker. If everybody's smoking a blunt, I take like 2 or 3 hits, especially when I first start. I take like 2 hits. I'm good. And yeah, when I quit, I just have like 2 or 3 days of like mild headaches, frumpy attitude. It's kind of like quitting caffeine. It's not really that hard.
Yeah, it's about a week, isn't it? It's about 3 days. 3 days, first 3 days the worst, and then
But the next time after, 30 days, after 2 months, the first time you hit that weed, your cheeks are hurting because you're smiling so much. You're like massaging your cheeks out. You're like rubbing it out, like, oh, I'm smiling too much. My cheeks hurt.
My cheeks are still wearing off from the last time. Yeah, thanks.
What the fuck?
Yo, anybody check out Glowbusters? Doing like that Professor Dave video right now. It's fucking hilarious. Can Rumpus my music box.
Grace was in harmony. Good tunes, bro. What can I say?
So check this out.
Sorry, Dean.
Dude, yeah, this shit is so funny. They're on Glowbusters. They're going over the video. So Dave says he's explaining the inverse square law to Dave. He says the gravity of the moon, the further away it is. He said, "Do you know what r squared is?" So the further away the moon is, it falls off exponentially, right? Literally, like 5 minutes later, he says that what the hell is it? 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola, right? So when you square a function, it's a parabola, no matter what. So he says that it's exponential when he describes gravity, and then 5 seconds later says it's a parabola. It's so funny. The shit he's saying is hilarious. Dude, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the shit that's coming out of this dude's mouth. It blows my mind.
Yeah.
That anybody takes him seriously.
Effed up world. It was just whatever you call him. Yeah. It was horrible to watch, man. I couldn't watch it. I watched about the first half of it, and I just switched it off. It's just him spewing insults. All right, buddy. Do you understand, buddy?
He said, I just proved the shape of the Earth by the stars. And what he meant is that he described Newton's formula for gravity, and somehow that was proof of the shape of the Earth, dude. That's how fucking Dunning-Kruger he is. He said that magnetic declination Dave made up and was just jargon. He said Jay Tolan Media's observations were a bunch of lies. Like, this guy, dude, the shit he says, man, with no accountability.
Yeah, Professor Dave?
Yeah, Professor Dave, man. Yeah.
The whole time when I was watching it, I thought, go on, you please come on 24/7 and talk to Indio or like.
Oh my God, I would
just
dude, I would disembowel him. Disembowel him, dude.
Hang, draw, and quarter him, and send the 4 parts to the different parts of the kingdom.
You ever seen that movie Valhalla Rising?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know the part where he disembowels him? That would be me. Cutting it open, taking his guts, and throwing him on the ground in front of him.
What's it called?
It was what? No, I don't. Sorry.
It's actually good. I thought it was.
Is that the show that is currently running?
Yeah, that's the one on Netflix. It's the precursor, or I don't know, the one after Vikings. I thought, this is gonna be shit. No, it's actually good.
I haven't been much into those Viking movies. Too much blood and gore. I don't know. Maybe too much.
Well, I mean, it is a smash and grab kind of job, you know.
Oh yeah, you could. Yeah. Uh huh.
Indio, you know how to work the bot. Can you play
what's
that
up?
video?
Which video?
Can you play that video from 7 minutes?
I got it, man. I got it.
last I checked, YouTube videos weren't playing on the bot, but I haven't checked in a couple days. I don't know if YouTube did something.
Wait, somebody was
So the-
just playing something today, though.
That was Helio.
Oh, okay. Maybe it started working again.
I think Flatty's got it. Flatty's got it figured out, I think.
I'm live.
One trend we can identify if you look at the human history and human.
Is this from 7 minutes?
One trend we could think of is that it never turned out the way we wanted it to be.
I don't think the bot can start at a specific time.
If you copy the timestamp from the video at that 7 minutes, you can probably play it from that link.
Yeah, I did that, but I don't know if it's working.
It's just coming in real quiet.
If you,
So I think it's kind of interesting because even though this is 20th century physics, there's still some things that
copy URL at the current time.
It turns out for black holes, CE.
Did you try the current timestamp, or did you copy this?
Yeah, from 7 minutes. Like I right-clicked on the thing and it said copy from current time.
Okay, all right.
This is an incredible fine-tuning.
Weird.
That was actually horrible, the way Dave went on. That was horrible, man. I mean...
Oh, I have a
Listen,
suggestion.
think of what I just
play the
listed.
bot
That
and
was
mute
like,
it for like... Play the bot and mute
the
it
list
for
I
like
just-
5 minutes or whatever.
Yeah, so think what I just listed. That was like in 2.5 minutes of him talking, him saying all that garbage. I just can't believe he didn't know what magnetic declination was. Accused Dave of using jargon, right?
Big words.
It just blows my mind.
And he was talking. He confused the Southern Cross with Sigma Octantis. Was another thing he did.
Yeah, the consensus of authority.
Yeah,
all the sorry.
But he doesn't even know his own bullshit. That's the thing. He doesn't even know his own nonsense.
I mean,
and then was claiming the other person was stupid and a moron.
Right.
That's what kills me.
I know. He would say...
Who's dumber? The person that doesn't know something and says they don't know, or the person that doesn't know and tries to fake it?
Well, David Weiss has a good representation of himself and the non-ball Earth, but I watched that.
Look, under the circumstances, he did like absent someone that is like okay, so absent someone that is familiar with the globe model better than him, Dave did his best that anybody could do.
Yeah, he did say
He's
stuff
actually
like a dick a few times.
And his demeanor actually, that was actually a plus, because a lot of other people wouldn't have kept their cool and would have blew up. So you'd have somebody that, doesn't know the gold model as good as Dave and blowing up, so it would look bad. So at least we got like the psychological win.
Yeah,
but nobody knows that Dave was talking out his ass and he didn't know what he was talking about. That's the thing. Like, he bluffs. He's bluffing. He's saying shit that isn't true. But the average Glover doesn't know the difference. He doesn't know that what Dave's saying isn't true. He said that you could use Newton's laws of motion, Newton's universal law of gravitation to predict the orbit of the moon. That's actually not true, because Newton's universal law of gravitation is derived from Kepler's second law, and that only works for elliptical orbits, and the moon's orbit is not elliptical. The moon's orbit is circular. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all.
See, this is what bothers me.
But the average person doesn't know that. That's the thing, and he can just lie and say it does work and get away with it.
Why don't
we're not understanding it?
The moon's orbit still has an apogee and a perigee. there is still a point where it's closer to the Earth and then further from the Earth. So strictly speaking, it is slightly.
It's like 11 miles or something. Not even 11 miles. It's some really, really tiny amount. It's like 14 kilometers or something like that. It's some really small amount. But the thing about Kepler's laws is you need two foci, right? So an ellipse has two foci, and a circular orbit doesn't, right? It just has a center. But the foci in in the lunar orbit is so close, it's effectively a circular orbit.
Have they ever answered? Have they ever answered that two foci points or two mass points for you to get a long elliptical orbit? There has to be 2 points of mass that this object moves around. I don't think they've ever answered that.
Why can't we get people like Hideo talking to people like Professor Dave? Because he just won't. Oh, by the way, it has to be spinning. It was just a story. I don't understand why I'm watching that.
It just grates me that someone can sit there and say someone's a moron when he's the actual moron, but the people listening, the audience, doesn't know the difference.
Yeah, well, that's the trick they use, right? They call you a moron but that's what they actually are. They reverse engineer the shit.
Did you know the video?
It's called projection.
Yeah, projection. That's it.
Did anyone see the video of McToon posting on yesterday about the one of the smaller contests about some guy named Bacon, the won the prize of proving the point of celestial triangulation or something, or whatever it's called. I don't know if someone saw that. He was in this Discord before as well. He has some little project he made. Remember the Bacon guy? About the celestial triangulation that works on basically any map.
I think they call it trilateration because they want to try and get away from the triangulation. Because if it's triangles, then we've got them cornered. But then they are starting to use the word triliteration. Trilateration. Sorry. Trilateration.
Yeah, sorry if I mispronounced it. Thank you for correcting. Yeah, I was wondering.
Yeah, so trilateration is that, let me explain what it is. Is that you measure the time it takes a signal to travel from one point to another. And you do that from multiple, in this case, right, satellites, towers, radio towers, doesn't matter, any beacon. So you measure the time of flight. Now you know the distance. And since you know the distance, you can make the radius of a circle. So if you have 3 beacons, right, you can draw circles around each one, and where those circles intersect is where you should be. But you actually need 4. You can do 3, but there's 2 possible solutions with 3. 4 will get you to an exact location.
The reason that they use 3 sometimes is because where it connects will be like way down in south of where they actually are, so they know they're not way down there. So sometimes they can use 3 and get away with it. But you're right. If you want to know the actual, for sure, location, you need 4.
And the thing is, they're not actually measuring time of flight. I'm not going to get into like the technical details of what the hell they're doing, but they're not doing it the way they say they're doing it. They're kind of in a way, but not exactly. It's like one of those close but no cigar things. But a solar's right. They can't do triangulation because you can't take angles off of a curved surface. So there's no possible way they could do it. And even with the trilateration, they have to assume a tangent plane to the sphere. But so they'll say something like, well, it's an ECF, Earth Center, Earth-based coordinates. and we figure out the tangent plane to a sphere. Well, guess what? Where did you get the starting point for your time of flight? That was in a spherical geometry in the first place. So yeah, they'll try and claim that they don't assume a sphere, but yes, they do. They're just full of it.
We know what circles look like on a globe after they've been drawn on a plane, right?
But he was so condescending. It was, oh my god. Hey, buddy. Do you not understand what I just proved to you that the Earth is a globe by the power of maths? What? You know, what? Hello? By the power of maths. It was cringeworthy, bro. I was actually sitting. To tell you the
Look, I
truth,
have no problem. I have little problem with people being condescending. It's rude and it's classless. Yeah, I'm guilty of doing it sometimes to Globers, but usually when they're
are you
condescending
really?
first, you shouldn't be condescending if you don't actually know what you're talking about. That's when condescension grates me, and I'll get crazy. Like then I'll be doing it.
Right, that's
But
the
I'll
pretender
actually know
clown
what
that
I'm talking
pisses.
about. My condescension will be justified.
That's what I'm
That's why
saying.
QE gets so pissed off at pretender clowns. It's just I think that he he thinks everybody's a pretender clown. Shit, I'm a pretender clown. I've been wrong about. Jenny brought up some shit.
He's not far wrong, is he?
Listen, being
he
a pretender clown
understands
isn't
when
about
someone
being
is
wrong.
technically wrong. No, it's
Being
just
a
like
pretender clown isn't about being
there's
wrong.
not a
It's
lot of
pretending
people,
to know something you don't know. That's being a pretender clown. It's pretending to
right?
know things you don't actually know.
And most people,
Anyway,
if
sorry.
you're too ignorant to know the argument at all, then you don't really know that the other person doesn't really know what they're talking about, which can be frustrating.
Fuck that guy.
No, but the Earth is not flat.
It's not.
Who said that?
I don't think so.
Man?
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go again.
So, Name, you said the Earth isn't flat. Can you provide us some evidence? You know, because I want to believe in the globe. It's just I've been looking for 7 years, so maybe you're the guy. You're the guy who's got the evidence. So please, whatever evidence that you have, your best evidence, please present it.
Isn't that strange? He's got pretender clown in his fucking title.
That's
Sorry,
why I
Name.
swiped up.
My bad. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, like gravity.
What's that?
It's when a plane when an object in a plane forces a gravitational field around it.
I do
Yeah.
know something about this.
So how does that prove the shape of the Earth? That's what I'm asking you. How does that? How does the? Where this? How does that prove?
Little bit of robot into, but you'll be grand.
I'm asking how the existence of gravity proves the Earth is a globe.
Well, a flat plane you can't bend the flat. Basically, a flat object, unless it has unless we're in the center of this object, you're not going to have a gravitational force going downward only.
What do we need a gravitational force for? It's just a reification of your ball.
What if it's in an infinitely large plane? Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. What if it's in an infinitely large plane? What direction does the gravity vector?
In center. Well, it would actually. Well, if it's ever, you can't. Infinitely large is highly theoretical. I can tell you the answer if the plane were, if the plane were infinitely expanding.
In light years. How about that?
Well, if it were infinitely
No one said
expanding.
the plate.
What are you? Okay, so then what is it? Is it
Who knows?
It's metaphorical.
Oh, so flat Earth is impossible. You don't know what we think. Great.
It's metaphorical.
Fantastic.
I'm using plate as metaphor. I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Are we on a ball or are you on a plate? A flat surface or are we on a curve?
Neither.
Well, Google uses a flat Earth, so Are you trying to say that they're trying to say we live on a plate? Or is it a misunderstanding of what flat means, do you think?
Well, flat. When you have flat Earth, it's pretty common sense that I'm guessing you mean no curvature. Unlike the globe, likewise to the globe model.
Also stationary.
Well, because the thing is that we like we take measurements, right? Elevation measurements, and typically, you know, when you're trying to get an elevation off of the horizontal, the baseline is 0. If you look at Google Earth, they use an elevation profile of flat to do that. And so when we're talking about flat, we mean like that. We don't know the shape of the Earth, but we do know that the profile is flat.
Did somebody find proof of gravity, or am I mistaken?
Yeah. You know, okay, so guess what, dude? Contrary to your belief, Newtonian gravity does not predict particles form spheres. If you think they do, please show me the mathematic that predicts that.
I don't know the specifics.
No,
but
just
I
show the
know-
mathematics. Just show,
Well-
I don't know the specifics, but I'm going to make a claim.
No,
you made a
that's not-
claim that the Earth can't be flat because of gravity.
I'm
That
making
was
a
your best
theoretical.
evidence.
I'm making a theoretical rebuttal, which just.
So it's not actually evidence; it's your imagination.
Oh yeah, well you can make it into evidence. It's the Pareto distribution where
Your imagination isn't evidence, though. Evidence is actually like experiments, measurements, tests, observations. Those things are evidence. Claims are not evidence.
Postulations.
No, I was just trying to give a theoretical explanation. Are you ready for it, or are you gonna cut me off again?
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
right, so-
listen, no, because I don't want you to get off your claim that gravity prohibits the Earth being flat, because that's actually factually wrong. That's why I'm pressing you on it, because you just made that shit up.
Well,
so I'm gonna give you 2 published papers. A published paper that shows Newtonian gravity working on a flat Earth. Not by me. It's a published peer-reviewed paper by a PhD in physics. Okay, and I'm going to give you a paper from the Astronomical Society, which models a bunch of particles in space, right, to see what shape they would form, and they don't form a sphere.
Space Force.
So, both your conjectures that it can't work on a flat Earth and that gravity actually predicts a sphere are both wrong.
Well, space is a plane, and on
So
a plane
since-
is where gravity causes center of force, which allocate particles.
That's not the
particles.
theory. That's not the universal theory of gravitation. The universal theory of gravitation is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance. The formula is Gm1m2 divided by r squared. It isn't everything gets pulled to the center. That shit they tell you in fucking elementary school. That's not physics. That's a story.
It's not a story.
It is. It is a story, because unless you have experimental evidence that that's true, that gravity pulls everything to the center of mass, it's a story. So you'd have an observation or a demonstration by experiment of this claim.
Well, you forgot the spherical align of planets, which is caused by mass going up to 80%. It's the Pareto distribution. I shouldn't explain it earlier, but you kept trying to talk over me.
The Pareto distribution, yeah, I'm well aware of what it is. Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do.
It does. It's
with
80% mass.
of planets.
80% mass goes to the top. Or
you mean the
20%
distribution of the solar system?
Yeah.
The mass distribution across the solar system. Yeah, that's a cool story, but you don't know the mass of any planets. You actually don't know the distance of planets. You can't even empirically prove any planet.
Okay, you can't empirically. Well, you can empirically prove it through intelligence, but I guess you guys lack.
Through intelligence?
Yeah, you can.
What does that mean? So if you can imagine something, that's actually empirical proof.
You can correlate these data.
Correlate what?
Well, it's not. I know
Which
correlation
data?
is not causation, but you can still correlate with a very high gain.
Which data?
But I said
Which
mass and
data?
stars, the alignment of mass and stars. You can correlate that data and apply it to basically, essentially, the sphere.
What mass? Where did you get the mass from?
What do you mean?
Where did you get your mass value from? You said you can correlate the mass of the planets with the distribution across the solar system. Where did you get your mass value from?
No, you can find the material of which the planet's made of and estimate. There's many measurements.
How do we do that?
That's why I said it's not empirical, but you can use intelligence through correlation to derive an answer, which is not a bad.
You're just trying to use word salad, dude. How
No,
did we measure the mass of a planet? And pick one. Pick any
not
planet you want.
empirical. You're gonna
How do we
say
get
that
the
it's
mass
not
of the planet?
empirical. You're gonna say it's not empirical enough. The methods used aren't empirical to your liking.
Do you even know what I mean by empirical?
Yeah, you want to feel it. You want to actually get close to it, but you can't do that because
No. Empirical means we actually made some sort of a measurement.
It's felt by everybody.
Empirical means observed. You observed it. Objective empirical measurement would be an observation in which the values that are measured are done using some empirical method, meaning the values are the same from anybody who does the measurement.
Everybody feels it.
So when I say an objective empirical measurement of mass, where did you get the mass of a planet? What was the device it was measured with? How was it measured? Those things. Because you just keep trying to jump the shark and just assume, right? You're trying to assume the thing you're trying to prove and use derivatives of that thing you're trying to prove as evidence for the thing you're trying to prove. It doesn't work that way.
He left.
You need to prove the thing you claim. That gravity forms balls. You can't even observe a planet and objectively measure, because all you see is a circle. And because there's no parallax to any celestial body, you can't measure it in 3 dimensions, right? So you can't see it from 3 dimensions. You only see it from 1. You're looking at it through a monocular. You can't get 3D information through a monocular. Right? So the idea that it's a sphere, there's no evidence for that.
Did he leave?
Yeah, he ran away with his tail between his legs.
So that's a perfect example of pretender clown that we were talking about. That is an example of the pretender clown. Okay, like a textbook example, put his picture in the fucking dictionary, pretender clown, boom, boom.
He even answers to the title Pretender Clown. He spoke up as soon as you guys started talking about it.
Maybe he thought we were summoning him.
Yeah.
But do you notice I didn't have to make any... Well, hold on, one more thing. Notice how I didn't have to make any claim. I only asked him questions, and he aborted just for questions. I'm done, Hank.
I noticed a trend lately when you start picking on Professor Dave, these guys get in their fills and they come in here. So I think we should all go watch the Professor Dave breakdown, right? And then come back and start talking about it. I guarantee this place will be full of numpties.
Numpties.
Dave claimed that doing a calculation that is inapplicable to the thing he's trying to calculate in a celestial body proves the shape of the Earth. That's not actually an exaggeration. He said calculating the orbits using Newton's laws of gravitation and using the moon. In fact, you can do that calculation, proves the shape of the Earth. This is what he said.
Yeah,
that calculation, as I said earlier, does not actually work on the moon. So,
he did say, he said that. He said looking up at the stars and calculating their movements, it proves the shape of the Earth. That's incredible. That's incredibly dumb. But it makes it sound so believable.
He also said that you can't measure curvature from the surface of the Earth. So from the Earth itself, measuring the Earth, you can't measure a sphere, and you can't measure a sphere. You can only measure a sphere by looking into the sky. I don't know how that's possible unless the sky is a gigantic mirror, right? And then you can look at the Earth through this mirror. What's the scariest thing about all this? Is that there was people that listened to that thought that that was actually a rational and good answer.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's scary.
What did George Ellis say? Can only be disproven on philosophical grounds? Something like that. Like they can construct mathematical models and the Earth into anything they want, really, like to explain what we observe in the sky, but it's not proof of anything.
Yeah, I think that quote was about a favored location that you could basically set up the mathematics with the Earth at the center, and everything would work exactly the same. The only way that they've ruled that out is on philosophical grounds, and cosmology tries to hide that.
Right. Yep.
Who said that? Is that
All of them.
Manly Hall?
George Ellis.
Well, all the stuff with the sky is chosen based upon arbitrary philosophical grounds because multiple models, quote unquote, work.
But
right?
can you imagine him? Sorry.
No, go.
I was just saying, can you imagine someone quoting that as if it was just their statement? I can picture Professor Dave going, "Oh my God, that's absurdly stupid," and then you pointing out I was citing George Ellis, and you can continue quoting various people.
But his shit is so nonsensical. He could basically say, "My dog eats food, therefore the Earth is round." It's, you know, I put food out, my dog eats it, therefore the Earth is round. That's basically the shit he comes out with.
So Elijah, here's the funniest thing about that: that if you didn't tell Professor Dave that that was an authority, he would automatically say it's some stupid thing Flat Earther says. And then as soon as you tell him it's authority, he will reverse what he's saying. He will completely do a 180 and try and defend it and claim you don't understand what he's saying. He didn't really mean it that way.
Yeah, that's a really weak argument too, right? So they're accusing you of not understanding what's going on, right? It's like, well, how do you prove that, right? If I were to prove, like in a court of law, that maybe Indio just doesn't understand the transgender movement, how would I go about proving that?
I know how you could prove it. That's actually quite simple. See, you would ask me what a woman is, and I would say adult human female. And then you would know I don't understand the transgender movement whatsoever.
Not at all.
Okay, you got me there.
Can
I'll
you
put on my
define?
dunce cap.
Can you define woman for me? No, I'm not a biologist. Oh my god.
That's the only way to figure it out. A proctologist could figure it out, right? So you can see if they have a prostate.
Ew.
Can you define
that's
woman for
true.
me?
Yeah, I
A
went there.
being without a penis. That sounds about right.
So that lady is on the Supreme Court. Is that what I
Yeah,
heard?
yeah, I think so. Yeah, she got it right. Oh my God, we're doomed.
Yeah, we're doomed. She's unelected, and she's going to be there for the rest of her life. No, I would be like clowning on her if I was the other judges. Every time a woman comes in and they're trying to like side with the one, excuse me, ma'am, you're not a scientist, right? I mean, how do you know that this is a woman? This law could be applying to everybody else, but not her.
When I committed the
Oh,
crime,
she's a woman. That's the scary part, is that she is a woman. All she had to do was open her pants and look at him.
Hello, what's that down there? Oh, it's a vagina.
And like, how is she going to enforce gender laws if she doesn't, like, there's certain laws, anti-discrimination laws, you know, that are there to protect women. How is she going to apply them if she doesn't know what a woman is?
She can't define it.
Yeah, exactly. She might apply them to a fucking canary or something.
She's gonna be hard pressed when there's some kind of gender fucking law going on thing. She's gonna lose her shit. I don't know. Can you define woman for me? The highest court in the land. No, I'm not a biologist. You got the job. You starting Monday.
But in the trans thing, even that was the wrong answer, because according to them, male and female are social constructs. So,
oh my God.
Even if a biologist says, yes, this is a woman, that person can veto that and say, no, I'm a man.
Yeah. When I committed the crime, I was a woman, but now I'm a man. So I'm somebody completely different. So it wasn't me.
Yeah, I was talking about this last night. This isn't about whether someone's a man or a woman. It has nothing to do with that. It's getting you to be afraid to speak the truth and repeat absurdities. It is control. That is the only purpose, is control.
Isn't
it has
that
nothing
strange?
to do with men and women or gender or anything like that.
They talk about free speech, but in actual fact, if you watch the progression of it over the last few years, everybody would be afraid to say what they're actually thinking. You have to like get a fucking set of lawyers before you tweet something, just in case it offends somebody. But it's all in the name of free speech.
Wait, do you think people should be able to teach a round Earth model, like, publicly to people?
Yeah, no, wait a minute.
We don't care about that.
But you think think it's perfectly okay
play-
for like round Earth to be taught in schools? Do you think that's
Yes.
fine?
Can we play that?
No, actually, yes and no. Yeah, I want to tell him. What is this, a recording?
I was going to say yes and no.
Remember, we were going to play.
I'd love to actually hear about this. This is like really interesting that you think like views can be, or views are like categorically good. It's like weird as fuck.
Okay, so let me tell you this. We're going to play something, but I'm going to answer your question real quick, and then we'll play what Elijah wants. Wants to play.
It'll
Is it already
take 7 minutes anyway. Someone just play it on the bot, and then I'll remember that in like 6 minutes and 30 seconds to unmute the bot so that we can listen at the appropriate time. I'll have a stopwatch on.
It's transgender.
Okay. So I'm going to answer him real quick. So we don't care. We don't think either globe Earth or round Earth should be taught in schools. We think that. Okay, I shouldn't say we. Me, my personal opinion is that they should teach critical thinking, and if people want to know the shape of the Earth, they should tell them how to figure that out from data, and that's it. You should not tell them one way or another what it is. They should tell them.
What about like teaching against critical
people
thinking?
how to do observations, experiments? Pardon?
Yeah, how do you stand on like people teaching against critical thinking?
No, we want people to critically think. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
I'm asking you, what about people like doing the opposite of that? Do you want them to stop?
Teaching against critical thinking. What does
Yes.
that actually look like?
Yes, God,
What would
please
that look
stop.
like? What would that look like as a
Saying if
practical
an
example?
authority says something, conform to it, and if like you believe like the authority is wrong, don't believe them, or don't believe yourself, like something like that.
So
I guess that would be
basically,
against
teach
critical
people to be irrational.
basically
is
what
you're
they're doing
telling me.
right now in school systems. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you teach people to be irrational because
Yeah, exactly.
technically, irrational means logic and reason, and the opposite of that is irrational.
Yeah, so like
Doesn't
not
mean
to
you're
reason with
crazy. It
themselves.
means you use. Yeah. So basically, teach them how to use logical fallacies as a means of proving things and evidence,
Mhm.
never having to prove claims. Basically, claims are evidence, right? And you determine the truth of the claim by who said it, not by the evidence.
Exactly.
Something like that.
So yeah, would
I'm
you be
against
against that? Yeah.
I'm
So
against that to the point of I would burn shit down if they actually started doing that.
I mean, they're kind of already doing that, but nonetheless, I guess
Not
I
to
guess the
degree.
How does that
To
help
a
you?
degree, but it's not. It's
Oh,
not
then
like
I don't think there is any confusion. I think you are against people holding certain views, right?
No, but how does that help your position when, in order to characterize proof for a globe, you have to beg the question?
Wait, I'm not holding any position.
Hold on, that's not a view.
Yeah, I
Listen,
just
that
heard
is not
somebody
a
say
view.
that.
What I'm saying is that is not a view. Teaching people to go specifically against logic and reason is social engineering. It's not a viewpoint. Nobody actually
you're
believes
spreading the view,
that's
right?
not
It's
a
free speech.
that is not a true belief. That nobody actually believes that irrational thought leads to truth. No one actually believes that.
Or
So
men can have babies.
How would you?
only we teach people that is
Wait, do you think
social
nobody
control.
actually believes that?
Yeah, nobody believes
So wait,
that.
do you think that like non-flat earthers are just flat earthers in disguise? Like, because I think a lot of people actually do think like that, like whatever the government says is like categorically true. I think a lot of people actually think that way.
It's hard to make a generalization about non-flat earthers because there's different variations, right? So there's like
Mm-hmm.
the activist atheist types, there's the NASA fanboys, there's the people that just don't care, there's the people that you're talking about that believe the Earth is a globe based upon authorities told them so. Then there's people who like they saw it on TV, and there's the people who just want to believe it. So there's no universal principle that everyone holds.
Oh, I mean, sure. I was just like applying a general, but I think a lot of people, like a lot of people, tend to just think whatever like a government says is true and don't want to hear like further. Well, not like a government, like authorities, scientists, whatever. So if like a NASA person says, "Hey,"
don't think that's the thing that they
They
don't
don't
think.
But yeah, they don't
They're
fucking
trying
think,
not to
but-
think.
but
They're
they hold
trying
a
not to
position
think.
that-
That's the point.
That is the point.
So they hold a position that this is the case, and I sincerely think like they're not lying to you. I think they genuinely believe that like whatever the government says is always true. And they genuinely believe that like some random NASA person saying like, or NASA person saying, oh yeah, Earth ball is like totally true because Earth ball. Like these people do believe that, right?
Yeah, but we don't really care about what people believe.
Or
You
think.
believe whatever you want. We don't care. It's when you start claiming it's truth that we have a problem with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain there's a certain methodology to prove things are true. Irrational thinking is not one of them.
The question that I'm asking, since you were like pro free speech in the sense of like you can perpetuate like any set of words, do you think that these people should be allowed to spread these like views around?
Of course.
If they want to.
Fucking of course. And now listen. No such thing as free speech. That is an illusion. Speech has consequences. So I'm not going to try and stop them from saying stupid things, but when they say something stupid, I'm going to make fun of them.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
They can say whatever they want. It's just fuel. It's just like fuel to be, fuel for ridicule. That's.
Jeez,
that sounds a bit.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with words, bro. It's more facts.
I guess that sounds a bit like like self-implosive, right? Because you're trying to get something to happen, but you're perfectly fine with other people. Well, not perfectly fine with, but you wouldn't like stop other people from like stopping you from like achieving the goal.
Yeah, how are you gonna do that?
Look,
Well, no, it's
people
like
need to be
not
able to
about how are you
express their
going to do it.
ideas no matter how absurd they are. Look, people need to be able to express their ideas no matter how absurd they are. And then this is how we reason together, right? We reason together socially, right? I'm talking to you, you're talking to me, we're reasoning together. And you need to be able to express your ideas to me so I can know what you think.
Mm-hmm.
But just as well, you need to listen to my ideas, and together we reason, right? And we throw our ideas against each other, and we sieve out what's the truth.
Wouldn't
right?
you?
And if you come to the table with 100% nonsense, we're going to sieve out the truth, and nothing that you said is going to come out in that process. And I have no problem with that. That's the point of the dialogue in the first place.
Yeah, but wouldn't you say, Indio, that there's like a very big difference between like a conference room or like a debate, like let's just say like a debate board or a server like this one, and a school, like me and you speaking right now, I think is entirely different than like a teacher speaking
It
to a
shouldn't
child.
be. It shouldn't be.
I think like people spreading I think people sharing their idea in like a room like this would be very different than people, let's say, sharing their idea as a teacher to a group of children, right? I don't think people should be allowed to like.
Well, because okay, a teacher to a group of children, there's a power asymmetry. Okay, that's built into the fact that there's a teacher and there's a group of children. It's just built in. There's a hierarchy there.
Yeah.
Right. So the things of like the other parts of the hierarchy, like she's in charge. She makes sure that no kids are like picking their nose and flicking it on the girls and like, you know what I mean? She's there, but that bleeds into other things. So like her authority to maintain social order in the classroom gets bled into she's an authority on everything else. So anything she says that comes out of her mouth is gospel. But there's the other thing is that teachers are required to teach the curriculum, right? And if there's kids, so this is what her job is. This is what she's getting paid to do. This is what the school is getting paid to teach because they get money from the Department of Education. So they have to, they want that money and they're required to spend that money in a certain way and teach certain things. Then they hire somebody that does that, and that's the teacher, right? So she has to teach it to the children. If there's a child in the class trying to just like free dialogue, free speech, then she can't do her job, right? Now, I don't think the school system should be structured that way in the first place. I think it's wrong. My personal belief is that all schools should be one-room schoolhouse. We should go back to that model of teaching because that model is where the older students actually teach the younger students because you can really understand something when you have to teach it to somebody else. And we actually hit the pinnacle of intelligence in the United States right when one-room schoolhouses was peaking, which was at the end of the 1800s. So we should go back to that model. I don't think that the hierarchical, the Prussian education model, I don't think that is actually a good model to use. But my point is that you have to maintain some social order in the classroom. Comparing it to this place, well, you can't compare it to this place because I'm an admin and there's mods in here and we have to maintain some social order in this chat, in which we do, but that doesn't mean what we say is right? Doesn't mean if I make a claim about fucking flat earth or gravity or whatever, it doesn't make it right. But they're being taught that the teacher is wearing multiple hats. And the children are being told that this teacher is some almighty fucking thing, dude, that they're right in all situations because they're an authority. But that authority is almost like godlike. It's universal. Not only does she control the social order, she controls like what is truth and what is knowledge and all this other stuff. But she has to teach those things. And you just can't have a free-flow dialogue in the classroom because then you can't... They have to teach to the whole class. They can't teach to one child. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
they have to teach
like
to the lowest common denominator. They have to teach to the stupidest person in the class. And no child left behind. They have to teach to the stupidest person, not the smartest person. They have to figure out who's the stupidest person in this class. I have to teach so that person understands it, because everybody else will understand it because they're the stupidest person.
Yeah.
So if I lower the bar, then everybody else will learn.
Yeah.
But the thing is, no one else will excel either. That's the consequence of that.
Mm-hmm. No, I entirely agree. But the thing I was putting forward was, I guess, like a situation where, let's say, I don't know, one of the kids, let's say, questions, right, like the shape, or like, I guess, the form of the Earth, right? They're like, well, why is it like a globe? You're just telling me this, and I look outside and I see like a flat plane. Hey, teach, like why is it this? And then the teacher says, oh, well, yeah, that's what like professionals on this say. Like, that's what authorities say. This is what, like, I don't fucking know, the United States Space Force says on the topic, right? And then the kid's like, well, do we just like trust everyone?
That's probably not what she would say. She'd say something like Christopher Columbus proved the Earth's a globe, and then she'd move on. Because you know what? I was one of those kids. I was one of those kids that I already knew what they were teaching, so I want to know more. So I want to know beyond what they're teaching. But she can't stop the class to tell me beyond the fine details of the curriculum, right? So they say the Earth's a globe. I go, hey, what's the evidence for that? And she just stops and gives me the evidence. No, because she has other things in her lesson plan that she has to teach for the day. She can't take 10 minutes to fucking explain the evidence of the shape of the Earth. It's just to keep it moving.
Maybe that's, like, I guess, different to, like,
this is an issue of practicality, not ill motives. It's just a practical. How do you teach a bunch of kids in a class practically? You got to teach, like, you have benchmarks you're trying to reach, and maybe the benchmarks are wrong, and there should be teaching the other benchmarks. But I don't think it's like an ill motive. It's just like the practical dynamics of teaching a class.
Yeah, so I guess, like, maybe this is, like, relevant to, like, where you grew up, since I've had, like, a relatively different experience. And I think it's rather unfortunate that you haven't heard in other conversations.
Relative to where I grew up, I don't understand. I think.
Oh, like, I grew up in Serbia, right? So we have a different, like,
okay.
Like, different school curriculum, and oftentimes
I
at the
went
end
to
of
like
classes
10
you would
different
have.
high schools and 20 different elementary schools. So, like, I didn't grow up in one place, so I got to see a lot of different flavors of education, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, no,
I moved
mean,
around
sure,
a lot when I was young.
I dabble in geopolitics, but only in Europe, right? Because this is where I, like, lived my entire life. But yeah, essentially, like, here at the very least, you'd have some free time at the end of classes, especially like in elementary school. Your teacher would essentially be your, like, other mom, right? So you would oftentimes ask questions about the lessons, and you'd have, like, time after class, like about an hour and a half, to also ask, like, questions about, like the material, right? But nonetheless, I got to ask questions about this, and this is, like, a very prevalent topic, right? Because I grew up in a flat Earth household. Now they didn't hold, like, scientific positions, right? They were entirely, like, religious positions.
Why is your English so good?
Oh, I'm really, like, talented in terms of linguistics. I speak Serbian. I speak obviously all the languages around here. I speak Norwegian and all, like, the Scandinavian languages. I speak English, and I'm currently learning German and Hindi.
Because I can't really detect an accent, like, at all.
I can put on an accent for you, but yeah, no.
No, can anybody
So I
else
mean,
maybe it's just me.
Nope. You can't detect any kind of accent.
Nope.
So let's get to the focus of why we're here, right?
Yeah. So essentially, like, what I'm putting forward is teachers would oftentimes actually share their own discoveries and their own views with kids, right? And this is, like, where the hypothetical came from. So, like, my teacher specifically, obviously the Christopher Columbus thing, like, that's not Christopher Columbus, like, Galileo, whatever the fuck, that guy. Like I don't know, it's like fucking said, oh, it's round, and then, like, everyone's like, hooray, but they killed him and stuff like that. Yeah, that. But nonetheless, like, my teachers told me that, like, professionals on the topic, like, said this, and we should trust the professionals no matter what. And I unironically, like, believed that to be the case. up until like I was like 13, 14, and I just started like getting into studies, and I realized just how much of the like program that was like given to us and how much of the knowledge shared to us was like wrong, right? So like I on like straight up believed a lie, and I thought like appeal to authority was entirely proper for like a good chunk of my life because of like my teacher as an influence. And I think I'm having a hard time like sort of accepting a position that people should be allowed to share that kind of view if you can like formulate an entire person's life to be like that fucked, like to where they would think appeal to authority is actually good. Like for example, parents teaching their kids like, hey, you should like appeal to authority, it's a good idea. I don't think like that should be
Okay, so-
legal, allowed, whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Well, let me address something what you said. Like this being taught a lie. You weren't like, even if you're in school and they teach you to go, you're not being taught a lie. Those people aren't lying. They're just ignorant. They believe what they're saying.
Yeah, I just don't
They have
think
no
their beliefs
knowledge
should be
about what
shared.
they're saying.
Right?
Well,
Like-
they're being taught to teach a curriculum, and they believe what they're saying, and that's what they're teaching. Okay, they're just wrong. They're not lying, right?
Yeah.
And in America, they don't really teach teachers really don't. Teachers that step outside the bounds and start giving you their personal opinions on things end up fired.
Yeah, I know. I guess like all right, that's interesting. I wasn't well aware that people just get fired for sharing like an opinion.
Usually, it leads to that. It doesn't like you shared your personal belief, you're fired, but it usually leads to
Yeah,
that.
no, I genuinely like think that if we want to like reformulate speech, we should be against like legalizing the like idea of like non-cognitive, like decentivizing.
What'd you learn today, Johnny? Oh, did you learn anything? Yeah, no. I learned my teacher is a transsexual post-op, pre-op, backup thingy. Oh, that's great, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think parents should be.
I also got what like in that like appeal to authority, like with a teacher, the appeal to authority, Earth's the globe. That person's not actually an authority. They're not an authority as to the shape of the Earth. Listen, we've had PhDs in physics and cosmology, and you name it, come in this server. They don't know any more than the average ninth grader. They heard the story when they were in ninth grade, and that is literally the extent of their knowledge. There's no advancement past that because it's just a story that everyone believes.
I wasn't sure about the globe, Daddy, but shit, you got to hear my teacher.
Q video.
Yeah, I mean, I'm entirely aware. Like they're not an actual authority. They're like appeal to authority, as in like the like logical fallacy is what it was referring to, right? Like appeal to somebody who doesn't hold like any like quality to like view on the topic. Like it's true just because they say it's true.
It's appeal to authority. It's people, men in white coats. So somebody wears a white coat, they can tell you anything, and you believe it.
Yeah, basically that.
Yeah.
So
kids are susceptible to anything.
Yeah, kids are susceptible to anything. If you tell them like if you eat a lollipop, you'll be Superman. The kid's gonna go and eat a lollipop.
Yeah,
if you tell a kid trust the government, they're always right. They're always right. They're always right. They're just gonna be like, oh yeah, sure, dude, 100%, and that's gonna stick. I think that's wrong to teach kids that.
You get it. You get it.
Yeah,
you got it.
And what I'm saying is, I think it's wrong to teach kids that. We shouldn't be allowing people to teach that to kids.
Like sexuality.
Cue the video.
No, I'm specifically talking about appeal to authority. But I think if you are like against something like being shared to children, then we should also make it illegal for people to share that to children. I think that's like
the video,
very baseline. Right?
I agree with you. I agree with the cloud.
Yeah, fuck yeah, then we entirely agree. So
100%, bro.
Receiving transmission from the ISS. What was that?
What happened, Captain Dan?
Let it play.
No,
let
that's
it play.
the music bot. He's gonna wait 7 minutes, and then we're gonna open it. We're gonna unmute it and listen to it. You can talk for 7 minutes, so you don't have to sit here in silence.
I kind of like the start of that. That sounded pretty good. Can you do that again?
Though I do enjoy the silence.
I wanted to talk to the Serbian guy. So yeah, Serbian guy. So I would say that you must be extremely talented because I can't shake my accent no matter how hard I try. So what do you think about the Prussian educational system, where it's really good if you own a factory? Like you want every school in the world doing the Prussian educational system because it teaches you how to like sit down, shut up, don't ask any questions, do what you're told, show up on time, or there's going to be trauma-based mind control.
Shut up.
Right?
Shut up.
You get what I'm saying?
Who were you talking to, Hank?
The Serbian guy.
Oh, Mimi. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, I think that's bad, right? Like, I don't think people should be taught non-cognition. I think people should be taught to think.
It's a Serbian? Fuck! I thought it was American.
Oh yeah. But yeah, no, I think people should be taught to think.
Well, can we?
Yeah,
let
I
the
do
guy
have a little
talk
bit
and,
of it.
not
Like
have these
words I would
extemporaneous
pronounce.
commenting.
I would pronounce different words in specific ways, like yacht. I would pronounce yacht for like the longest time because I didn't know like the H was silent. Same would be with
that's cool.
with whip. I pronounce
What do you
whip.
think? What do you think the best way to educate children is? Isn't it through
Just teach them to
demonstration?
think,
Like,
dude.
well,
And
wouldn't it be
so
best?
something more akin to like Scandinavian education, right, where they teach kids how to properly think and how to properly learn, and that's like the entire like emphasis of their like upbringing. Afterwards, like after that's sort of finished, they would like initiate kids into like different topics to like essentially like introduce them, right, to see which topics they like, and the kids would adapt to said topics and like learn about them in their free time. That's how they get kids to become like straight up surgeons at the age of 18 and get them to like right out of high school go and be a doctor, with like high efficiency rates, by the way. So that's like probably like the best system we have to go off of in terms of like an anecdote. But yeah, no, I'd say that's really good, right? I think we should actively like encourage children to think on their own.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. Does that system work?
Well, yeah. We have it in Norway.
Like
They're
what
currently, I
metrics
think,
are they
number one
using
in
to
terms of
measure it?
education. What?
Yeah, but what are they using as a metric to measure it?
Just like quality of skill provided by the person after like they're out of school. So in respect to themselves, they usually don't go to college. Only like 2% of people go to like further education after the age of 18. Like the rest usually just go get a job after they're done with high school, and these jobs would be like high-ranking jobs. So like they could go and be a surgeon in like the United States, for example, with like a Norwegian high school.
I doubt that, man.
Those fucking
You
Vikings.
gotta get licensed and all sort. There's so many licensing ropes you have to jump through to get.
Oh, yeah, no, entirely. Yeah, like obviously you need like a specific license, but like in terms of like education, you would have enough of an education to like apply for like a proper license. Obviously, then you would go to pursue a visa, like a worker visa, and then like a citizenship, right? But
How do we know that that's a product of their education system and not just how they structured society? Because you can't like there's technical jobs, right? It's not that even they're not going to give you a shot, even no matter how smart you are. If you don't have that degree, you're not even getting a shot. Now you could be a fucking genius, rocket scientist, freaking idiot savant, multiply 13-digit numbers in your head. You don't have a degree. They're not even looking at your freaking resume.
yeah, and like that specific degree, or like if you finish like high school with that specific specialization in Norway, you are like considered equitable to like a specific degree, which
That's
is
a bit
like
stupid.
why.
That's a bit of waste, isn't it?
So, for example, I'm like done with high school, so I'm going to be going to study in Norway. My high school is essentially seen as like nothing. Like it's invalid over there just because of like a different school system that adapts to like the child itself or themselves.
Some talent, though. If you said to somebody, what day would it be in 2025 on the 3rd of May, on a Tuesday, 3rd of May, and he goes, it'll be a Tuesday. That's kind of astounding, though.
Yeah, but it's not really. What do you do with that
Only
though?
7
days a week.
Well, you could be a walking calendar.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen.
Well, I
like
mean,
the
that would be
real Raid
okay
Man.
if you had big tits, right? So if
Big-
you have big tits, I'll take a big titty calendar any day. But like, just like some idiot savant, no thanks, dude. I'll just buy a paper one.
That's how the real guy that Raid Man was based on. He's this guy. You say, what day was May 3rd, 1947? He's like, when's
Friday.
it?
That's a Friday. I'm
And
a
he's
very
always
good,
right.
I'm a very good driver. I'm a great driver. I'm a very good driver.
I drive slow in the driveway.
I'm a good driver.
But yeah.
Have you guys spoke to Cloud about the shape of the Earth?
Funny
Yeah,
enough,
Cloud.
people haven't spoken to me yet.
Yeah,
Hello,
Cloud.
what's up?
What's up with
What's
shit?
up, Cloud?
Is
Have you-
7 minutes up yet?
Have you shaped it yet?
Must be soon.
Can like
Oh,
do we have enough time for this or?
Yeah, yeah.
Actually,
gotcha.
yes, it is. It is actually coming up right now.
Oh.
It's 3 minutes 30.
Mr. Bhattacharya or Dr.
Yes.
Bhattacharya, he's recommended. So I've come to 2 or 3 of these.
Yep,
cosmology
perfect.
clubs, and he's I've asked these 2 questions, and he's recommended that I ask a cosmologist these questions because
Okay.
the physicist prior could not answer them.
Okay.
The first question is, and this is perfect because you do cosmological, you do test of gravity.
Yeah.
What experiment have you come up with that, or have you discovered or seen that evidences the existence of a force called gravity, which as distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy in a medium?
What evidence there is for gravity?
In the experimental. As distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy in a medium.
The fact that planets move around, lots of evidence.
So I meant experimental evidence. So
That's experiment.
What's the independent variable in that experiment?
Okay, I guess you could look at different samples. I mean, you can drop things in a vacuum.
So things are more dense than zero. I mean, so a vacuum there's a zero medium, so everything's
You can
equally more dense.
drop objects.
As
You
distinct-
just take a room,
Yeah.
evacuate the air, and drop things, and then they all fall the same.
Equally more dense than nothing, right? They're both equally. So it's distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy.
Yeah.
So gravity is a force that's
Yes.
it has nothing to do with density and buoyancy, right?
Yes.
It exists there whether or not.
Yes,
right. So when things fall in a medium,
yes,
it's because they're equally more dense than nothing. In a vacuum, they're equally more dense than nothing. That's why they fall at the same rate. So the question is more as distinct from the effects of density and buoyancy.
Yeah.
If the answer, if no, that's fine too.
Nice one.
I'm not sure I can add more than I said.
Then the second question
Yeah.
is, so your cosmology depends upon, so the second law of thermodynamics stipulates that you can't have a gas pressure system in the midst of a vacuum. Like a high pressure always goes to low pressure.
Yes, that's true.
So the cosmology has it been brought up within the field of cosmology that the heliocentric cosmology depends upon a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
What
in
is
order
a
to-
heliocentric? Is it
The heliocentric
I love this, man. That's crazy.
Heliocentric means, or let's say the cosmological model assumed within the parameters of the general relativity theory, whatever you decide is the center of the universe. But normally you have gas composed stars in the middle of a vacuum. So
So yes, you're right. So if you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum. Absolutely.
So do you know of any demonstrations of gas pressure in the middle of a vacuum without a solid barrier between the two?
No.
So would it be true to say that the cosmological model that underpins the assumptions of the popular cosmology, whatever it is, depends upon a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which is not demonstrable?
Because there is no. It's not like we're putting. It's first, the universe doesn't have a center.
Well, yeah, sure, whether center or not.
And it's uniformly filled with radiation, so it's already equilibrated. So the gas has distributed itself throughout all of the volume of the universe.
Okay, so is that possible to demonstrate, let's say, gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a barrier between the two? Is that demonstrable in any way?
I'm not sure.
Let's say I have a
understand the
pressurized shoebox inside of a vacuum. I poke a hole inside that shoebox. Is there any way to demonstrate air not going into the vacuum and staying inside the box, as opposed to.
I don't think so. As you said, I think you're absolutely right. If you poke a hole, it will go out. I know. I can't think of unless you just put the shoe inside a very dense, much denser gas or something like that, or put it inside like water or something. I don't know.
So it's true to say you can't have gas pressure in the midst of a vacuum without a solid container?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it the case that we have atmosphere on Earth without a solid container?
Because it's attracted to the Earth.
Via gravity,
by
right?
the gravity.
But why doesn't gravity hold air in the shoebox?
Because the shoe doesn't have enough gravity.
The Earth presumably does.
Earth has a lot of gravity.
The Earth is inside,
and the shoe doesn't.
So why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside the box?
Because, sorry.
Why doesn't Earth's gravity hold the air inside of the shoebox, which is in the midst of a vacuum?
Because the gas has pressure. So it has pressure and it just
goes out into the vacuum.
Sorry,
I'm just saying.
I have people waiting and I need to go.
All right.
Question: do you think supermassive black?
So there you have it. Now you know what happens when you take basic flat Earth and thermodynamic and cosmological questions to top physicists and astrophysicists and cosmologists at various universities, whether they be that of Carnegie Mellon University in the case of Ira A. Rothstein, or in the case of Simon Fraser University, which is the home of Dr. Pagosian, a specialist in cosmological tests for gravity. When asked questions of the kind which should be very simple to answer, pertaining to gravity and gas pressure in a vacuum, professors of this high status either resort to snark, evasion, or are simply flabbergasted and have never been asked by anyone any of these questions. So this should give you resolve and comfort to know that there's not much to it. So I encourage you guys, if universities ever open out for you guys to just go out and visit any open lecture you can and present these exact kinds of questions to your local professor. All right, if you like that, like, share, and subscribe, and so on and so forth. Bye.
You know, I gotta say, is it possible the professor never actually entertained these ideas? He just never thought of them, right? And maybe we should go talk to all these professors and be like, look, bro, I don't want to get you in your ego, but I got a pop quiz for you. You know, this should be fun. Come on, let's play, right? You and I. And then you ask them these questions, you know, in a semi-playful manner, not in a gotcha, I got you fool, you know, just try not to trigger the ego, and just ask them these questions and, you know, ask them the leading questions first, right? Like,
Earth is not
if you
flat,
have
it's a globe.
Who said that?
Just continue what you were saying. Hank. Don't worry about it.
Right, got it. So yeah, ask them the leading questions first. Like if you have a container inside of a vacuum, right, and then you poke a hole in the container, what's going to happen? He's going to give the answer. And then when he tries to do the whole, you know, gravity is holding down the atmosphere. Well, how come gravity can't hold down the atmosphere inside the vacuum? Poke it on the hole on the top, right? Gravity is pulling down. And how come that doesn't work? And then, you know, it's kind of like you're getting him in a gotcha, right? Because he doesn't know it's coming.
Yeah.
Obviously, their
unfortunate.
answers are going to be garbage.
That right there, that right there was really interesting to listen to. Because clearly, you know, you can hear him say that it would escape into a vacuum or an area with less pressure. And so he says, well, the air has pressure, so you know it's it doesn't have enough gravity. He's like, but the Earth does, exactly, because it's the Earth is supposedly what's holding the atmosphere away from escaping into the rest of the void, right? Well, then why is this gas here close to the ground or on the ground? Why is that escaping the box then? and it's like I have to go. That's all the time I have for today. Thank you.
And the guy just ran out of the room. Listen, I gotta go. It's like what politicians do when you ask them about Building 7. They're like, I don't even know what that is. I gotta go.
So
Oh, let's go. You're a funny guy. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, Cloud, did you listen to that clip?
Yes.
You still there, Cloud? What did you think of that?
Nothing in particular. Was there like something you would like me to like specifically conclude? I think like the closing statement was like pretty conducive of how I felt about the video.
So you understand the argument about the gas pressure next to the vacuum?
Yeah, I've heard it before. I've heard it like in the server before.
Okay.
So didn't you say
What's your thoughts on that?
raise a flat earth? I'm sorry, bro. Sorry.
Oh, did he?
Cloud.
So he's already flat Earth? Is that what he's saying?
No.
That was the question I was going to ask. Is he still a flat earther?
Wait, still? What do you mean? I don't have I don't hold a position on like Earth currently.
You're
Okay,
fast.
so that's what my question was then. So what's your thoughts on that point about gas pressure requiring a container and not being able
I think it's
to
I think it's
produce an
a
extra
decent
vacuum?
point. I'm not very educated on
It's very
any of these
scientific.
topics actually, like scientifically, literally, basically.
It's a scientifically proven fact.
Yeah, chill, people.
Well, no, I think I could easily like read up on this, right, and educate myself. I don't think it would take a long time, right? I'm
Well,
just telling you that I have not read on
Can you
this. I
think
don't
of
know.
any examples? Can you think of any examples of where gas pressure
No,
doesn't
absolutely
require
not.
a
I
container?
can't.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's kind of it then, right? Because if you don't have that, then you don't have a globe. How can you have
Oh
a
yeah,
globe if
I
you
don't
don't have
think
that?
the Earth is a globe. I already said that in here.
I just
Wow.
joined. What
So
are you guys
basically,
talking
this is the
about?
opposite of a pretender clown. This guy's an empty cup. We're talking about this guy who says that he was raised a flat earther, which he'd be the third person in 7 years that I've heard say that. And he's saying that he doesn't really hold a position on the shape of the Earth as of right now, which would be, not on the fence, but more like you don't have a claim. You're claiming ignorance, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm here to learn entirely. Like the main thing that I essentially like said, but I don't want to like waste activism time, since I know a lot of people like that person from a bit earlier like to come into here, say silly things, and then you would like disprove them, right? But essentially, like the thing that I'm looking for is like a reason to read up on this, right? Because I don't know, like maps, like every single map is essentially based on like a 2D plane, right? And like I
got a
can
reason.
move from.
Yeah, they claim, Michio Kaku claims that no one he knows of in his field is actually using the scientific method, right? He also claims that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, meaning galaxies spin 10 times too fast, and there's not enough gravitation to hold them together. So they come up with this theory of dark matter, right? So gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why they have the theory of dark matter. It's like a lifesaver, like a life preservation device, like a floaty, right?
It's just some
So
other unprovable.
it's an ad hoc theory. Yeah, it's an unprovable ad hoc theory. So gravity also doesn't work at the quantum level. This is well known, right? So if you were to actually look in the science of gravity, there isn't any. But on the other hand, we can explain why things go up and down, but we don't have to. You could just use an experiment, manipulating the relative density between objects and the medium they're in, and they'll rise and fall, kind of like an egg in water. And then you add salt, and the egg begins to float. You remove the water with fresh water, and it goes down. Why did the egg go down? If you understand the law of cause and effect, you said you're scientifically illiterate. But if you understand the law of cause and effect, why did the egg go down?
Well, because the density changes, I would presume.
Right. The buoyancy that the fresh water provided was not enough to make it float. So you change the buoyancy, things go down. Now they tell you that it's the bending and warping of space-time. Now this is a concept, right? And if you know what a concept is, it's kind of like liberty. Like I'm a Texan, I have a concept of liberty, freedom. Can you bend and warp my concept of liberty and freedom? Of course
I don't think I can. No.
Right? It's not a physical thing.
Yes, I mean,
Right? So
semantically, yeah.
Well, words mean things. So think about what I'm saying. Can you manipulate, and show me a cause and effect relationship between the bending and warping of space-time and things falling down, or orbiting planets, or anything that they claim that gravity does? And I would say that you can't. Einstein didn't do it. Newton didn't do it. Nobody's provided a single hypothesis that's valid in the entire history of cosmology, astronomy, and theoretical astrophysics. It's all philosophy masquerading as science, and by definition, that would be pseudoscience. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, you can look up the cosmological constant problem, also known as the cosmological constant crisis. And if you look this up, you'll see that in cosmology, they're not off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10. According to Michio Kaku, they're off by 10 to the 120th power. So that's a number with 120 zeros behind it. So this is like a well-known fact that they don't really actually have a model, because 95% of their universe is made up of this dark matter and dark energy. So everything that you can see is only 5% of the universe. This is a well-known thing in cosmology. Many papers and books have been written about it. It's not taught to you in school, in academia.
That's interesting.
So just quickly to jump in, Vardouche is in, saying that he's gone from on the fence to flat earth. Vardouche, are you here?
Hold on, I'm on the phone.
Okay, no worries. Just give us a
Vardouche.
shout when you're back.
Vardouche, put the phone down.
So Cloud, what do you think about what Hank just told you?
I think it's interesting, but what you're essentially putting down is like a reason to believe you, right? And a big reason not to believe like what people are telling me, like in respect to like the form of the earth. But again, I already don't believe what people are telling me in respect to like the form of the earth. And I don't have any reason
Right, but
to
that's not what my
disbelieve you
argument was about, because I knew that you didn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
What kind of common sense do you have that you not believe us?
No, I said I have no reason to not believe.
No. Vardouche, are you back now?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my godparents called because they had big
Okay,
problems.
okay. So you were saying you were wanting to go for the flat earth role, so could you tell us 3 points that you would give to a new person to make them think about the shape of the earth and how it's not a globe?
Live on 24/7, no pressure.
That's actually pretty interesting. That's a good question to bring out. For me, the reason why I transition is because of my common sense of just like viewing of the earth. I do travel every now and then, and even when I'm on a plane, I mean, I hate getting into arguments with people over there. Just for me, it's more like let's go up really high and let's prove each other wrong.
Okay. But they would just say to you, "Oh, but
Sense.
it's too big. You just can't see it."
I 100% agree, and I don't know why all these. Okay, I can't cuss.
Okay,
The clovers.
What's number one? What's number two?
I didn't understand that.
Yeah, he was just saying, right, so if that was your first point, just observing the flat Earth, what would your second point be? Because they're just going to tell you, oh, it's too big.
Second point is pretty obvious. It's pretty Antarctica. Considering that no one has even ever gone there, it's pretty obvious of like, hey, it's a wall. Instead of people always say, yeah, you could go to Antarctica, blah blah blah. It's just really, really cold. I mean, we have so much technology that has advanced that I'm pretty sure we can travel to places where we think we can't, such as Antarctica. So people say we have traveled there, blah blah blah. I don't believe that because we haven't gone all the way to the center of it because it's just a wall. Come on. I mean that's
So you don't think they're just looking out for the penguins in the ice by
I
saying we
mean
can't go
more
there?
at the edge because all there is that wall way beyond there, and that's why people can't go further. I mean you can't travel from one side to the other side, like straight across. You know what I mean?
Okay, so what would your third point be?
That's
Water.
Well, water was sort of enticing to my point as number one because of
P-Mac, I'm
place.
about to mute your ass.
Uh, but I thought that was coordinating to number one because if you go really high, you could tell that it's flat. So piece of cake.
Right. So the image that you've got in your profile picture, that's the Earth.
Yeah, this was a few days ago. Well, it actually was a few days ago. I'm lying about that. It was more like a few weeks ago and month, maybe a month or two. That I've changed it just to be like, hey, people, come talk to me, and let's try
Just to
to.
show them like what you think the Earth is.
Yeah, because this way people are going to be like, considering they know what I believe, they're going to be willing to talk to me. And I do know a lot of people are crazy and cuss a lot and whatever. But
So when
I'm
they
willing to
ask
talk.
you how could Earth be a disk in space, what do you tell them?
It's flat. Yes, it may look like there's space behind that Earth that in my profile, but there's nothing.
What do you mean there's nothing?
I don't believe there's anything beyond this. I mean,
Beyond
we're
what?
on this one beautiful big land. Let's enjoy what we got and stop arguing.
So is all the water like just falling off the edge
No,
into space? Or?
no, because like I said, there is the ice wall holding everything in.
But your picture has the water coming off the edge, or the ice coming off the edge, right?
Oh, you're right. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thanks for pointing that out. We'll change it.
Yeah, so that's like
That's
mainstream media
Sorry
joke
about
depiction, right? Because we're not in space.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really listen to it because that's all bullshit. But I'm changing that.
Right. So what was the main point that made you start doubting the globe again? You just went outside and saw that it was flat and decided it's not a globe.
That's one, but I wanted to get more evidence. And so I started joining Discord servers, and this was the one that you guys are always on. So you guys helped me a lot, as
you
well
need
as
more
YouTube
evidence
channels
than that.
and Telegram. Okay, well, it's fine. I'll stay on the fence if you believe me.
No, I mean, I'm just saying you've got to look into the arguments a bit more because just saying, well, it looks flat, so it must be flat, that's not very good, is it?
For me, it's the common sense. I mean, just because I'm not as smart as you guys, that doesn't mean I don't believe it. But it's okay.
Well, no
Fine.
one's talking about your intelligence, but you know, if you're going to speak to people about this, they're going to need a bit more than just take
Yeah.
a look around because they're just going
And
to say, oh, it's too big.
and I coordinate them to the additional information. I mean, there's so much information in the server that people just have to look at to understand.
Yeah. Well, keep researching, and
That's fine.
yeah, give us your thoughts or what you would tell any new people like Cloud in the chat.
Thank you very much.
It's kind of hard to tell what side of the fence he's on, to be honest. But
I just joined,
yeah.
so I'll see what's up with Cloud.
I think he's claiming he's under the fence. He's not under any particular side. I think it would be really easy to show
I'm
them what they
looking at
claim
the
and how to
fence with
test it.
binoculars, like through my
Yeah,
window.
I look to get my evidence. That's me.
So yeah, if we could just go over some real quick, Cloud. So they claim that boats go over the horizon. They've been claiming this for like hundreds of years, as far as we could tell, right? And this is a really cool thing because this means that the Earth, according to them, their model, it's small enough that we could actually measure it with our eyes. In fact, they tell us that at 1 foot, we should be able to see the horizon at 1.22 miles, or 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, this is really interesting because, according to them, it's falsifiable or verifiable. So, what if I told you that we go out there with an Earth calculator, an object as simple as a binocular or a mirror or a spotlight or a high zoom camera or telescope, and you can make some observations yourself and decide what the truth is for yourself, and you don't need anybody in the world to tell you what the shape of the world is? Would you be interested in knowing how to do that?
That sounds interesting. Yeah, sure.
Right. So, do you got a search engine in front of you?
I do have a search engine in front of me. Yes.
Right. So you
In
can
fact,
just
I
type
wanted
in
to
what's
just
the
correct.
radius. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I wanted to just correct
Go
the
ahead.
person that spoke previously. Like it was Verdouche. Yeah, it's the North Pole Center that's like very unexplored and very like wacky bananas. Like Antarctica's very well explored. You can book a tourist like trip to the center right now. But yeah, so that's like what I was looking at. It's so pretty there, by the way. Like I really want to go there. But nonetheless, yeah, no, go on. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, bro. So, could you Google the radius of the Earth in miles?
Radius of the Earth. All right. Earth
39 miles. Right.
The equatorial radius to a minimum of 3,950 miles.
All right. Now go back and type in Earth curve calculator.
Earth curve. Okay.
Right.
See you later. Gotcha.
So if you type in 1 foot observation height, where's it going to tell you that the horizon is going to be? So type in 1 foot eye height or observation height.
All right.
So what's the horizon distance?
Do I keep the target distance at 30 miles?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Just look for the horizon distance.
Horizon. It says it's 1.22456 miles.
Right. Perfect. So, would somebody mind hitting this dude with a swan?
With the what?
It's one of our arguments, right? Where you can kind of verify with the video, and you can see where the horizon is 10 times further than it's supposed to be. I was kind of hoping can you see the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
All right. So this is a modus tollens
this
argument.
is like propositional logic. Ooh, my forte. Hold on.
Okay, cool. Then I don't have to explain
P
it to
and
you.
Q, not Q. I love how you, instead of using symbols, you fucking wrote not in all caps and bolded it and underlined it. No, that's great.
How old are you, if I may ask? Why do you have to make a joke out of that? It's pretty immature.
No, he's not making a joke out of it. No, this is his forte, and he's appreciating how simple we made it so that everyone can understand it.
I find it like pretty funny that instead of the thing, it's that. I mean, I recognize what it is. I just think it's like interesting. It's like kind of like writing math, but instead of the minus, you write minus.
Yeah, why don't you read through the text for
I'm
us,
sorry.
and then take a look at the image, and then tell us what you think.
If you think Q, not Q, therefore not P. All right. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of that's P, it's the proposition, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than is like Q in respect to like the Earth calculator thing we just pulled out?
Yeah, the globe model.
Yeah, yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is the globe model I showed you with the 2 searches that you did, and now you're looking at our evidence.
Not P.
Go ahead.
Earth is not a sphere. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. I agree. That makes sense. Like, conclusion is true.
So what are you saying
Perfect.
specifically? What is it
You go
you're
ahead and take
seeing
over,
in the
brother.
image? No, sorry, Hank. I just wanted him to finish this piece off, and I'll give it back to you.
No, I really wanted you to take over. I got to get to work.
All right.
All right. Well,
So
I'm gonna head to
the
bed soon, but
conclusion
yeah.
of this is that the globe model supposedly supposes itself untrue just on the basis of these measurements, and we should probably discard any other like thing if we like understand that logically it just doesn't follow.
So it's about the horizon distance, yeah.
Mhm.
And where do you see the horizon in the image? Is it in front of the rigs or is it behind them?
Wouldn't the horizon be just like whichever is the farthest?
Well, the horizon is the apparent line between the sea and the sky, yeah.
Yeah, so it would always be that which is the farthest, right?
So
it would have to
where
be
do you
behind.
see where do you see that line in the image? Is it in front of the oil rigs or behind?
It's behind.
Yeah. And how far is the furthest oil rig?
Well, according to the image, 9.41 miles.
So the horizon's comfortably beyond 10 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
Where the globe model says 1.22.
Yeah.
So when we observe the Earth, it doesn't match the globe model. Is basically the main contention here.
I mean, you don't
Just
even need
making sure you
eyes
understand
to
that.
come to like this conclusion. Again, like the logical argument is up there. Like, you could poke my eyes out right now. I would agree with you.
Cool. All right. Well, welcome to Flat Earth, I guess.
Okay.
If you weren't already here. Sweet. Vardouche, you still there?
Yes, what's up?
Did you see and listen to that discussion of the black swan image?
Part of it because my godparents called again for tech problems. Last weekend, I had to travel to them to fix their MacBook, as well as my godmother was given a new Chromebook, and I had to install everything. It's just a hassle when you have elder parents that keep on forgetting their passwords, and they got in trouble with iCloud basically for 30
Okay,
days.
that's okay. Yeah, that's all right. We don't
I don't
need
have to
to. We don't
sidetrack.
need
I'm
to
sorry.
get into your password problems. But yeah, so do you see the image with the oil rigs?
Yes, I've definitely seen that before, and I agree.
What do you agree with?
It's flat. Once you look at everything, once you see the 2 oil rigs, nothing overlaps anything.
What do you mean?
Earth is flat.
Right, but how does the oil rigs image demonstrate that?
Oh, during the math part, that was the time I was on the phone. But
Is it the horizon?
So basically, Vardouche, like in the image, the horizon is behind the oil rigs, right? We understand the horizon to be that which is farthest in our view. So
Yes.
anything in front of the horizon is necessarily in front of the horizon. That a flat Earth model, or at least presumably, suggests that the horizon is close to us, and as we can clearly see, the like farthest platform we can see is 9.41 miles far from us, which is like closer to us than the horizon, the line, which like crosses the water and the sky. And the argument above, so essentially, if we take what's it called? Well, first we have if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So that what that means is if there is a proposition, right? And this proposition implies another thing. So let's just say I don't know, if I have hands, I can write, right? And then not Q, therefore not P. So I'm saying if I can have hands, then I can write. If I can't write, then I can't have hands. That's basically what that says, right? That's
said
the
it wrong.
nature of the proposition being made.
Sorry.
And then
Yeah.
right below
Hold
that,
on, let
You said it
him, let him try to explain it. I want to see if the new guy can explain it to the other new guy. Go on, Cloud. Explain to Vardouche why this is a problem for the globe model.
Yeah. So again, the if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. What that basically means is if I have hands, then I can write. But I can't write, therefore I don't have hands, right? And that is elaborated more in the other thing. It says if the Earth sphere with a radius of 3.9 k miles, which is P proposition, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 to the square root of observers height in feet, essentially the thing we just googled, right? Which is Q. So if this, then that, right? If I can write, then if I have hands, then I can write. And we understand that the curve calculations we just googled are true in respect to the Earth model. Then we understand that not Q that follows, right? Because according to this image here, this isn't true. Like there are things which we can see closer to us than the horizon, which suggests the horizon is farther away, right? And we therefore understand that not P, which means that like the horizon is farther away from us than it would be like logically possible in the round Earth model. And this isn't like pseudoscience like mathematics, or at least these people just came up with, right? Like this just logically follows. It makes sense. Like we used Wikipedia for like what's called like to calculate the what's called. We used like the like Wikipedia to calculate the radius of the Earth, right? And we used the Earth calculator.
No. Hold on, let me stop you there. We didn't use Wikipedia to calculate
we
the
used
radius of the
Wikipedia
Earth.
to like
The
see
radius
what
of the Earth is an agreed value and given by the likes of
we
NASA.
used Wikipedia
and so
to see
on,
what
right?
the radius of the Earth is in the round Earth model, right?
No. You don't. You're not talking about Wikipedia. I mean, it will be on Wikipedia, but you can check. I mean, this is from NASA. It's not just like a claim on Wikipedia. This is the globe model that they teach in schools. Right. But
I
you're
mean, the
pretty
thing
much right,
that's
Cloud.
written on
That's a
Wikipedia
pretty
is
good
backed up by
explanation.
like dozens of sources, like that claim to be scientific entirely. Yeah.
So pretty much, the globe model fails in reality when observed, and the horizon is obviously optical, not physical. So this debunks the globe model's radius, and everything is based on that 3959 mile radius. The distance to the sun, the size, the speeds of every luminary, right? Every planet that they tell us about, Jupiter, Mars, all of that, their speeds, their sizes, all of that is based on a 3959 mile radius. So if that's wrong, which it observably is, then it's all wrong, the entire heliocentric model.
So,
but that was good, Cloud. Respect.
People pop.
Yeah, you got the hands and the writing thing confused though, because you can have hands and be illiterate and not know how to write, but you just got to switch the two.
Yeah, what I was just saying is like that I was explaining what the if P then Q thing means, right? So like that's the nature of the proposition. But yeah, no. Obviously.
So Vardouche, did you understand that? No, that was good, Cloud. Vardouche, did you understand that?
Yes, I do understand that.
Sweet. Can you think of any way that the horizon could be beyond the oil rigs and we still be on a ball of 3959 mile radius? Like, how would that be possible?
For me, if you look at the horizon is flat. You see the oil rigs in front of it, and you still see the horizon behind it. Considering you see the horizon behind it, you know it's flat. I mean, I go to the mountain almost every other weekend. I know it's flat.
You're dedicated, Vardouche. I'll give you that.
It's okay if you don't believe me. For me, I'm just a common sense guy. I'm not a scientist guy. I'm not a scientist by far. Don't question me about stuff like that. If you tell me
Would
to,
it make more sense to say it's flat or that the radius has been falsified?
for me, don't talk to me about math. Math is if you tell me to add numbers on a small scale, I can do that. On a big scale, no, thank you. I just trust you guys on that. That's why I'm here.
That's not really a big deal, guy. I used to be like that too, but the longer I hang out here, the more stuff I learn. I don't claim to be an expert in math, but I think I do pretty well when I debate Matthew, which Matthew is a professor at a college, a math professor. So
hats off to them
yeah.
because math was not my thing.
Well, you need the math in order to test the globe, right?
That's the flat one.
I mean, clearly we're not really. Like,
what's that?
There is no math for a globe one.
Yeah, we just
right. Well, you need to know
base.
what their claim is mathematically, right? So that you can go out and test it and see if it holds up. So you can't just throw that away if you're going to determine whether the Earth is flat or whatever, right?
Yeah, but once I saw it, I threw that shit away. I'm sorry.
Well, if they say the horizon's going to be at a certain distance, given the radius value that they've claimed, that's the whole point of this black swan thing, and talking about the horizon being beyond the rigs, right? It means that the geometric claim of the globe is impossible and falsified. So I don't know. I just, to ignore the math, it just seems like it's just not even a conversation then.
I'm just with the crew. I'm happy to be here.
Cool.
Happy to listen. What happened
So I want to make one little differentiation between. He's still here. I want to lay something out real fast. So the Modus Tollens argument, it kind of has like an evil step twin, right? That looks a lot like it, and it's very easy to confuse with the formological affirming the consequent. So let me give you an example of both. The first one is the light in the living room lamp is out again. So it has to be the bulb because I changed the bulb last week, right? Well, that's affirming the consequent. You're just affirming, you're saying that it's the bulb, right? And you're not really going to know until you go over there and, you flip the switch, right? You check the plug, you replace the bulb, right? Maybe it's the breaker box, or maybe the power's out, or maybe you didn't pay the electric bill. Right? There's lots of reasons why the electricity could be out in that bulb, right? So the other thing, which is the Modus Tollens, let me give you a good example of that. So if a woman is 9 months pregnant with triplets and she's laying on her back and the doctor says, "What color are your toenails?" She's going to go, "I don't know. You'll have to ask my husband. He's been painting them for the past few months." So why is that? Because there's a huge curve of belly, sorry. Her uterus is swollen, right? So she's pregnant, so she can't see her toenails. But if she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. So that's how the Modus Tollens originally goes. If she's 9 months pregnant with triplets, she can't see her toenails. If she can see her toenails, then she's not 9 months pregnant with triplets. Thanks.
I think a good way to word it is just like, if you are if you can breathe, then you are alive. Or if you are alive, then you can breathe, right? But you can't breathe, therefore you're not alive.
Yeah, if you just add 10-minute duration. If you can't breathe for 10 minutes, then you're not alive.
Wait, what if you're swimming underwater? Then you're alive, but you can't breathe.
Physically capable of breathing.
It's just not going to be good. You can suck the air in. It's just, you can breathe the air out and suck the water in. You might do that for your chest. Might get lucky a few times. So you might be able to get a few breaths of liquid in.
What if you're on a ventilator and it's breathing for you?
Right.
This is classic flat earther stuff.
All right, so let's go back to the Earth thing. Okay, so these arguments aren't meant to they're not designed to make you think that the Earth is flat. What they're meant to do is to make you go outside and check for yourself. So that's really the goal. We want you to be brainwashed when you leave the server. And we want you to go check for yourself. Because they told us that boats go over the horizon. Okay, let's go check that out. Give us the math. We'll go work it out ourselves. We don't need professors. We just need to make sure we calculate all the variables, right? Factor in all the things that might cause this to, be a not very good observation. We want to do the best we can at still manning their argument and then test it out, right?
Also, just to clarify, I think Hank's statement there was, we want to brainwash you into thinking for yourself. I don't know if it was just me, but you roboted just as that last piece of that was coming out. So yeah, think for yourself is what we're saying, and check it out for yourself.
Yeah, I know. When I joined the server, I already made that conclusion. So I already don't think the Earth is like necessarily, or I don't have a position on like the form of the Earth, right? And I know there are resources out there for me to like spend a couple dozen hours reading into, and I know I can invest in cameras. I can consult with people on here for the cameras and like the telescopes and all the equipment that would be necessary, or that would like aid me in discovering things for myself. So I know a lot of people here are really good with cameras and stuff like that from just hearing people having general or these common conversations. And a lot of people here are fascinated with like what's beyond where they are, what's in the sky, etc. So yeah, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of people here who can give you advice on optics, but I'm just going to post a couple of channels for you to look at in the additional information section. So are you in the Livestream voice text channel?
Yes.
Right, so you see I just posted 3 channels for you, curvature, long distance observation, laser test. So those channels can give you an idea of what you can do where you live, next to a shoreline or a body of water. And you can get an idea of how you can test this yourself. But yeah, that's the best thing you should do. Don't believe us. Go and have a look for yourself, see what Earth is telling you. And then be brave enough to accept it. So is there another new person in here? Zach? What's up, Zach? You here?
Yo, what's up?
How's it going? You been on the server long?
I have actually been in the server for a while. I've listened to multiple discussions and stuff.
Alright, sweet. What's your thoughts on the topic?
I believe that the Earth is flat due to many reasons.
Due to many reasons, huh?
Yes, and I have questioned myself a lot. Like, I've been in, like, brain blocks to where, like, where this can't be right. Like, I agree with stuff, and then I prove it wrong by doing my own research. Per se, I guess.
So what are some of those reasons that's made you think the Earth is flat?
So, I looked at it for, like, an economical standpoint. You remember that I think it was $71 trillion gone missing, right? And I did some research on that, and I believe that there is, like, something that NASA's not telling us or the government's not telling us about the Earth.
Why do you believe there's something that the government isn't telling us about the Earth?
Well, because I've seen many incidents that NASA is forging footage, and they have tons of funding, and they can only supply us with 2 camera angles of what they were trying to show. So I feel like NASA is just lying to us. I only believe that. I'm not going to say it's true, but it's just an observation I have.
What are some of the things you've seen that you think they're faking?
So I actually have resources I can send in voice text. Yeah.
All right, well, just tell us a couple off the top of your head. We've seen a lot of them. We'll probably know the ones you're talking about.
what really got me was their like how fake their footage is. Like I remember watching one video where you can see the reflection of the ship on a astronaut's helmet, and I thought that was really weird. There was one where I think they were trying to, I don't really remember. I think they were trying to prove something, and they could only give us 2 cameras, and it was not showing anything, and it wasn't showing out the rocket ship or anything. So, I mean, I still need to do more research myself, but I am coming to the conclusion that they are lying to us, but I still need to go and look for myself and do all that.
All right. So, other than NASA, you think NASA are faking things, what are some of the other reasons that's made you doubt the globe?
The point you guys brought up earlier, the black swan thing, I totally agree with that. Yeah, like how could you see a horizon if the Earth, like how could you see a horizon that far if the Earth is a globe? And that's like one of the main points that kind of got me thinking. That
Yeah, like how come the horizon's in the wrong place if the Earth is the globe they tell us?
Whoever went to the mountains, I actually looked also, and I could see so far, and it looked completely flat, and I was just like, there's no way that this is a globe. And a lot of different points that people have brought up, I totally agree with, but I haven't done research with them. So research like to those topics, so I can't really agree, but I think that's a very, very good like topic that I should research. Like I think somebody brought up like what like equipment and stuff they should use. When you get into this, I feel like you don't really need any equipment. You can just use your eyes.
Yeah, you just go mountain climbing, right? A bunch of new mountain climbing flat earthers around. That's interesting.
And
but the point about the horizon and the oil rigs, right? How can the horizon be behind the oil rigs when the globe model says it can only be in front of them? How does that work?
It just makes no sense. The data they have given us of globe Earth just doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, because the Earth is telling us that it's not what they've told us. So, would you believe the government over the physical Earth when you see the horizon behind the oil rigs?
And that like kind of follows up with the point you guys are making. Don't believe anybody, just believe it for yourself. Because you can't really...
It's not really a belief though, is it? Because you're just observing the horizon. Yeah. So observing the horizon isn't a belief, is it? Like when you go to the beach and you see the horizon.
Yeah,
you say,
that's not a
there's
belief.
my belief over there. Mm-hmm. That's just observation. So we observe the horizon behind the oil rigs, meaning it's not where the globe model says it should be. So the globe model is wrong. So given that this is pretty evident, why do you think they're going around in schools teaching kids like you that you live on a spinning ball?
I think flat earthing is like, people think it's a, what's the word? Taboo? Isn't that a right word for it? Like
sure.
not like not real, like we're just a ton of weird people believing that the Earth is flat. And we can
No, but why do you think they're teaching you that you live on a spinning ball when you can see the horizon and see that it's not that?
I actually have no clue on that.
Like, yeah, it's interesting, right?
Why would they teach us that?
Yeah, why are they teaching you something that's observably wrong when you go to the beach?
And also, why would they teach you... Sorry, bro. Why would they teach you Newtonian mechanics? They teach you Newtonian mechanics, but they know that Newtonian mechanics was debunked like over 100 years ago. What with the double slit experiment? And I can cite my source on that if anybody were to be curious. So they teach us the wrong stuff on purpose. And then once you learn Newtonian, like their education, Okay with teaching you stuff that's wrong. Do you think maybe this is
A robot in bit Hank,
do
I
was
think.
told without asking?
Might want to repeat that last bit 'cause you were roboting a bit. At least for me. We still here? Zach, you still alive?
Yeah, sorry, I was in a game.
Yeah. So, you can just come in here and be honest and be like, oh, I was just curious as to what you guys were saying about the Earth. You don't
Well,
have to pretend to be a mountain climber, dude. Pretending that kind of extreme lifestyle might get you killed with your gamer frame. No, I'm just kidding.
1 sec.
But seriously, just be chill and have a conversation, and you don't need to pretend to think one thing or the other. You can just think, right? But hey, cool, there's so many new flat earthers. Saw you back, Hank. You want to pick this up? One of the new guys, Cloud, Vardouche, Zach. Want to just throw out a question about the Earth?
Sure. Earlier when you were speaking with, I guess Zach, you asked Zach, since Zach made the proposition, right? And you were presumably at the very least checking if they're just being dishonest or not. You asked, why would they lie to us? Do you know the answer to that question? Because I am actually curious. Well, not why would they lie to us? Obviously, lying has its reasons, but why that specifically? The form of the Earth. I know
Well,
why
you're
they
already
would lie to us.
halfway
Just
there.
why that specifically? I guess.
Well, I mean, the same kind of motives that you already know people have for lying. Some kind of gain, be it monetary, with the $60-70 million a day that NASA alone get, for example. Would people lie for $70 million a day? Very possibly. Could it be that they want to limit your understanding of where you live to give them some kind of geopolitical or strategic control, right? Because they say knowledge is power, yeah?
Mm-hmm. So I guess
if you have knowledge that would make it advantageous for you over someone you're trying to control, that would be a form of power through knowledge, right?
So you would then probably say the same thing I would, right? Is that we have every reason to believe that they are lying. We don't know why exactly they are lying, right?
Well, given that we're not them and we're not mind readers, yeah, we can't tell you what's in their brains, but we
I don't
can
think
look
we
at the
need to be mind
horizon.
readers. I can tell you for other things
Well,
why
that's
the
it.
government would lie.
The question is, have they lied? And we look at the horizon and find the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And then we can speculate on why they've lied, but it doesn't change the fact that they have lied, or someone's lied, not the majority of people, not the teachers, right? The teacher's telling you that Earth's a spinning ball. They're not lying to you. They're just telling you what they're paid to tell you and telling you what they probably honestly think because they were told the same thing.
Yeah.
So that's not an active lie, but yeah, somewhere along the lines, someone's, if not directly lied about it, worked to conceal it from ordinary people. Yeah. But the why would they lie question is a big one. So there is a channel down below called Why Lie, which has a bunch of stuff in it. So you can check that out if you want. But yeah.
Oh, I want to send a resource on this. I'm super sad. Is there a way to get like link perms on here, like as a non-flat earther?
Yeah, once we kind of speak to you and get to know you, and we know that you're not going to be posting anything crazy, because obviously people don't get default link perms here because we get trolls trying to post all kinds of stuff, right?
I recognize that.
But yeah, if you've got something that's relevant to what we're discussing and you want to share it, for the meantime, you can just DM one of us, and then we'll post it for you.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So
feel free to do that.
There's this book. The book is called Capitalist Realism or you can also find it under their name Corrupted Realism by Michael Huemer. And he talks a lot about like government lying in there, like incentives for lying and how like the current system essentially incentivizes lying and dishonesty to like the public. How we would go about like combating it. You have a lot of interesting charts and statistics put into there, as well as a lot of what you've seen here, like the peanut peas, the funny wacky. I'm sorry, did I say Michael Huemer? That's my bad. Mark Fisher. Mark Fisher. I'm mixing up my philosophers. I'm so sorry. Yeah,
Okay,
Mark
that's
Fisher's
all right,
Capitalist or Corrupted Realism. So it's a wonderful book. You have a lot of propositional logic in there. So all these arguments are substantiated with logic, and it's about essentially why government would lie. It's a wonderful fucking book.
Oh, that's cool. Well, yeah, if you send me the link, I'll share it in the chat, because I mean, people here in this server, there's many who've got the equivalent to a PhD in government corruption, so we're all pretty familiar with the whys and hows of when governments have lied throughout history. I mean, understanding government corruption is something you need to understand if you're going to ever figure this out, right? Because a big barrier to people is just this incredulity. They're like, people couldn't lie about this. The government wouldn't lie about this before they even look at the evidence. So it's good that you were already aware of that. That'll save you some time, so you can just dig in to the actual evidence.
So okay, well, I DM'd you the Amazon link. So essentially, I would advise probably against like spending your money on random things like strangers send you on the internet. But there is a free audio trial you can click on, and you can cancel that within like 2 days since the book is relatively short. So you can.
Did you write this book, bro?
No. What do you mean? It's.
I'm just joking. That's
yeah.
cool.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It for you. I'll post it for you.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I'm sure some people will check
it's a great book relevant to the topic. Although Huemer has a book, as I mentioned Huemer's name, it's Intuitionism, and it has a lot of arguments as to like how we should suppose truth, like in respect to like.
Well, the way to think about it here is like maybe think of it like radical empiricism, right? So we're not going with anything unless it can be observed, tested, demonstrated, repeated in reality, measured, right? That's what we go with. Cosmology now that you're taught, that we're taught, the heliocentric cosmology is based in theoretical physics and presuppositions about it's being observed in the sky.
So,
well, we don't go with that. We go with what can be observed, measured, and tested. And this is where it gets us.
So, essentially, I just try not to make claims about things that I'm not like adequately informed on, right? Which is why I never really took a position on like the form of the Earth. And it's always been a prevalent topic in my life. I mean,
that's a smart way to be, right? You shouldn't be trying to debate people about things that you haven't researched, don't really care about, haven't thought about. I mean, that's what we see here every day. So yeah, it's better just to listen to both sides, and then form a conclusion based on the actual evidence, which is what we've tried to do here.
That's what a learned person would try to do.
So I guess like first time I spoke in here, because I guess somebody found it relatively hard to believe that I genuinely did grow up in a flat Earth household. First time I spoke in here was on Ladies, and I forgot the person's name now. But I could update you. They were also from like Serbia, like ethnically at the very least. So like they could resonate with that being like a relatively common like topic here. A lot of people hold the position, right? Like a lot of families, and again, it's mostly for religious reasons, right? Because Orthodox Christianity. But like a lot of people hold that position, and a lot of people are like always pressing like the pseudoscientific claims that other people are putting forward, and it's always been like the pattern that you've essentially ascribed to me, right? It's like, hey, this is true. Wait, why is it true? Gotta go. Yeah. So I've essentially examined that, and I've come into here because like, well, number one, it hasn't held much relevance to me in my like sort of life. I guess if somebody just like tells me you're being ridiculous, like this is that is this, I'm like, oh, okay, cool. What's the argument? But aside from that, it hasn't held much relevance to my life. I mean, the Earth is like essentially flat on like any like surface you would use is like a map, and you could just, I don't know, go from point A to point B without needing to like worry about this sort of stuff. So it hasn't changed much, but I know that.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that doesn't really change much physically or practically in your everyday life, because you only ever experience the Earth to be flat and stationary, right? It's only ever practically used as flat and stationary when pilots are flying, when they're building things. That's how they treat the Earth. So no, it's not going to change much for you in that sense. But the question of why is it important that we understand our environment as much as possible is really, it answers its own question, right? Would you want to know about where you are, right? Where you live? Would that be important to know? Since that's where all of your reality takes place.
I guess it depends. I mean, like it sounds silly that I'm telling you that, right? But I would say it depends. And the sort of reason I felt persuaded to actually like join in here and like learn about it. Well, for one, it's because I got redirected to here, as like a precaution, because I was looking into flat Earth from the sort of like wrong place, right? Wrong place is plural. So I was moved here. I was like, hey, join this place. It's like it seems like a good like place to like talk to these sorts of people. I found like the conversations in there to be interesting. So I'm like, oh, okay, sure, right. And so I did, and I'm here. And the main reason that I like want to sort of listen to this is because of the government lying bit, right? So again, like I entirely am convinced that like the government does actively like lie to all of us. I mean, we have like millions of of historical examples of like them publicly admitting to it happening, and they regularly like on private information to like general public, which is just like conveys to us that we've been like heavily lied to in like pursuit of manipulation. And obviously I would love for that to end. And a lot of people think that through flat earth activism that could end, right? Like people start thinking with their own heads and etc. And I've essentially
it would certainly
come
make
here.
a lot of people distrust their government, wouldn't it?
Mm-hmm.
If they're like, well, you told us we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum, but we don't.
I would say it's only gonna, I would say it's only going to wake up the people who are awake, who just don't know they are, because the majority of people are always going to be stupid.
I would hope that's not the case. I would sincerely hope that's not the case.
If you go back and read all the philosophers throughout all time, the majority of people are stupid. And I'm going to point to Socrates. There's bronze souls, silver souls, and gold souls. And that's just how it is. And the bronze souls are always going to outnumber. You know, the common metals are always going to outnumber the precious metals, aren't they?
Like you really need like precious metal to compute like a base logical argument. Like, I think if I took Black Swan right now, I took it to like a literal like classroom, and just took it as a debate prop, like said Earth is not round. I think like everybody would almost be convinced. Like I think it's super simple to understand, like entirely intuitive.
I think before opinions are formed fully, that may be true. But once you're dealing with anyone who's a teenager, a lot of those synapses have become hard. But I mean, that's why throughout time and history they've always used demos style government to control people, because the majority is always idiotic. Just my opinion.
Yeah, and Goldberger's beliefs isn't based upon a purely technical reason. There's more to it than that. It's the worldview that they prefer.
Well, I guess it's just like the idea of I live in a place and I'm comfy and I don't care if they're lying to me because I'm comfy. So like you go have your fun, but I'm comfy, right? Like that would be the idea that like they have. Yeah, I don't know. Since
I think for a lot that is all it is why
eerily nihilistic, like I don't know.
Well, it's not nihilism. It's that they have this illusion of stability, an illusion of meaning, and you know, they live in just this. I hate to be cliche, but they live in this matrix style reality where everything is satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
You know, why ruin a good thing? A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, right? How many people do you know that it's like this? A lot of people who wake up become miserable, horrible people. It's true. They do. A lot of them wake up and just feel free and get happy. But I would say that's the more few of them that happens to. And so when you see people who are concerned and see things that are wrong, and you see that they're stressed out and that why would you want to be involved in that? Because that's typical what happens when people wake up. They suddenly become cynical. They become hard-edged. And those things are okay, but you got to keep it all in perspective and stay happy, stay hopeful.
I don't know why that like necessitates itself. I mean, I'm sorry to what's it called, stomp on the conversation. I've actually felt like a lot happier since I've like went like in pursuit of knowledge, and I've found that to be like generally the case with a lot of people. I mean, I don't know, like these conversations are like very fulfilling for me and like people around me as well. Like it's so nice to just like come up with a new topic, discuss it, and like discover new things. Like,
I agree, but part of that is also the group that you're able to find and affiliate yourself with. And if like I got involved with like the truth community, which is a horrible place, 20 years ago, and it was always full of miserable people who were like, I'm awake and miserable. Like they wish they could go back to sleep. And there's a lot of them who are like that. No, I'm not.
It's like the dry drunk, right? The guy that he's an alcoholic but stopped drinking but really wants to be drinking. And so he's just miserable.
yeah, actually, that's a
Have you
perfect
heard
analogy.
that term before? A dry drunk?
I've been like ghost on reality, but I just want to go back to like lying to myself because ignorance is bliss. No, I entirely know what like type of people that you're referencing here. It's a great analogy, actually. Holy shit. But yeah, no.
Yeah, but what I was talking about is the Goldberg idea. So if you're a young person, that's your future, right? There's a lot of young people. They think they're going to space, and they think like all these things. Elon Musk is going to save humanity. So it's not just like the technical reasons. It's like their entire worldview, their future is invested in this idea. Listen, I've heard. So there's a guy named Lex Friedman. He does a podcast. He's interviewing some MIT PhD lady that does exobiology, right? So what she studies is like, is there life on Mars or something? But in this interview, I see even she's like lamenting that she's never going to go to space, and like her father, he's lamenting that he's never going to go to space. And she's telling a story about how her father, who's like 80 years old, thought, because of the Apollo missions, that by now everybody would be in outer space. So a lot of people have hitched their wagon to this idea that they're going to space and to some better future, right? That's why, at least in my mind, the globe Earth idea is it's a religion. It really is a religion. It has all the hallmarks of a religion.
Them going to space is their eschatology. Also,
yeah,
that's their
heaven.
times. That's their end times prediction. That's their going to heaven. It's their rapture, essentially.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
My lifetime.
I mean, I don't know how long you've been in the server, but you'll witness people come in here and they're very emotional about this topic. Like, it's not justified by like what we're talking about. Like, you'd think that we were talking about some issue personal to them, like as if the globe was their personal theory, or if we were talking about their family or something like that. They're that emotional. They literally spiral and go crazy over this topic. You have to ask yourself, why is that? Why are they so emotionally invested in something? And the fact that they're emotionally invested demonstrates that they don't believe in the globe for purely technical reasons. And purely technical reasons is never going to convince them. You can show them the black swan and that you can see the horizon 10 times too far. They will just throw that out. It does not matter to them.
I know
The
why they're so
comforting
emotionally
worldview is
invested.
what they want. Sorry,
Whenever they
go ahead.
watch those NASA movies, it makes their eyes rain.
Oh my God! Remember, if you go on the ISS, the so-called live stream, that's not actually a live stream. It doesn't even show like what the official ISS thing shows. But that's besides the point. What does everybody say? Look, it's so beautiful. It's amazing. It's like they're fawning over this blatant freaking CGI bullshit. It's crazy. They'll see an artist rendition of a planet and they don't read the caption and they think that's the actual an actual planet that they're looking at, and they'll be like, it's amazing, it's so beautiful, I can't wait to go to space and see that. Like, they're overwhelmed like emotionally by this idea. It's integrated into their personality. They base they base their life upon it subconsciously. It's not like a conscious decision, like the Earth's a globe, I'm going to live my life this way. It's the whole thing. It's the Big Bang, evolution, Earth's a ball, we're a speck in space. The whole thing creates an existential reality. And so we have this foundational existential reality, and then you have to base all your behavior on that foundation. And they do, and this is what they're doing. So what happens if you take away the foundation of someone's personality? They have cognitive dissonance, right? And we have to send them to the cog dis channel because they go bananas. I mean, you haven't been here a while, but I've Meme and me and like Hank's been in this topic longer than me, and like we've all witnessed it. We've all witnessed this irrational attachment to the idea that there's a ball, and it is completely irrational.
I think it boils down to getting people to ignore their firsthand experience. If you can get people to ignore that, right, and just go into their imagination, then you can make them believe whatever you want.
You mean like things like only biologists can tell you whether a woman is a woman?
Right. It's a total bow down to authority. Fuck my own experience. That doesn't mean anything.
Yep, consensus reality. Not only I have to believe in consensus reality, and not just that, I have to let everybody else know that I also believe in consensus reality. It's not just good enough just to believe it. You also have to broadcast it to the world. That's But the globe Earth version of virtue signaling is when they come in the lobby and the first thing they say is, "The Earth is round." Like, how many times have you know how many times I've seen that someone just come into the lobby here? I mean, we've had, I don't know how many people come through the server. 100,000, 200,000, 200,000
yes.
people have come through the server, and at least 40,000 have come in and said the first thing, "Earth is round." Like they're chanting, like they're virtue signaling. Look at me over here. See, I'm a globe earther. I'm on the right team. Look at me.
Yes, Mom. Yes, it is 2 a.m. Yes, I am waking you up. I have something very important to tell you. Yeah, the Earth is round, Mom. Yeah, totally. All right, good night, Mom. It's like, yeah, it is super silly. I don't know why people do that. But isn't it usually children that do that though? Like,
Probably, well, children to teenagers, right?
Like,
So,
and
Earth is round has been said 45,000 times. Someone has typed that.
And I guarantee you, those are 30-year-olds.
all right, let's see.
Yeah, probably.
Round. Earth is round. Someone 2 hours ago joined the server, typed Earth round, and then immediately left. I love that.
Yeah, they do that all the time. All the time.
It's actually so fucking funny. What the hell?
It's like virtue signaling.
Oh, none of them stay in the server either. Like they just join type leave.
Did anyone see the Dave versus Dave debate the other day?
Say that again?
Did anyone see the Professor Dave versus Dave Weiss debate the other day?
No, I don't watch debates like that.
It was, oh yeah, and I know why you don't, bro. Good decision.
I haven't even seen a clip from it. But I only watch debates between people who use reason.
Oh, well, I felt sick to my stomach. I feel completely sick to my stomach. Just, I don't know why I put myself through that.
Yeah.
But it was disgusting.
It's best to not even watch it, so that when they come here with their dumb questions, you don't have to defend anybody.
If you feel persuaded to listen to debates like that in the future, like by the way, Anthony, I suggest picking up a brick and slamming it against your head like repeatedly until you don't feel like watching those sorts of debates. It usually works out pretty well.
Think about it like this, Anthony. Think about it like this.
Professor Dave destroyed himself, dude. He said some of the most ridiculous things he could possibly
Is anyone have a
imagine.
recording of that? I'm actually intrigued. Like, I want to hear this.
Here's the thing. Dave did not look good. He on a technical level completely lost. Looked bad. Is what I am told on a technical level. Now you know how every single globe believer has ever felt leaving here. So even if we said that's score one to what? 1 million?
Yeah.
How much do they have to celebrate when a debate goes badly for Flat? How much do they have to celebrate?
Oh, are you saying Dave Weiss lost on a technical level? Listen, at the technical level, it was a push because Dave was saying things which aren't true. Dave didn't know his own model. Professor Dave, I'm talking about. Professor Dave didn't know his own model. He said things like, he said, you can't measure the surface of the Earth from the Earth. In that, he also said he proved the Earth is a sphere.
Wait, you can't measure the surface. Where else would you fucking?
Yeah, exactly. He also said he proved that the Earth is a sphere by saying that they can do calculation for orbits using Newton's universal law of gravitation. He also didn't know what magnetic declination is. He said magnetic declination was jargon in that he was making it up. He said the videos that Jay Tolomedio took were a flat earther lying. He just was saying this most preposterous things. So, like, on a technical level, there was no technical debate because it's like a debate between two people debating a technical topic where both people are wrong. But Dave Weiss would say things like, I don't know. Professor Dave would say, oh, because you're a stupid moron, flat earther. And then he'd go on to say what he thought the model says, but he was actually wrong. So,
Yeah,
for
what's
instance,
frustrating? Oh, sorry to interrupt, bro. What's
well, I was just
frustrating?
one thing. I'll just use an example of something he was
ducked you ad
saying.
absurdum.
He said magnetic declination doesn't exist. Like, that's technically wrong. He said that you can calculate the orbit of the moon using Newtonian inverse square law. That's technically wrong because you can't, because it's a circular orbit. So like and then he was like, oh, he's like, we could do the calculation together. And like, I could tell that dude doesn't know what calculation. He doesn't know what calculation to use. He doesn't know anything.
Here's a question.
He basically exposed himself as being like a Dunning fucking Kruger pretender clown.
Why has Professor Dave been refusing to debate Nathan Oakley or anyone else?
Because this is what happens. Basically, all he did was insult him the whole time, Dave Weiss. And
Yeah, because
anytime he opened his mouth on a technical thing, he was wrong.
That's what I was going to
go
say.
ahead.
It's frustrating is because he only debates Dave Weiss because he knows he might get a few more subs out of it. He waits till someone is, well, Dave's not the greatest debater of all time. Waits till he's popular enough so it'll, get him somewhere. He doesn't want to debate anybody that actually knows how to debate.
Listen, Dave Weiss did fine, dude. For that debate tactic, he did fine. Dave is actually the perfect person because anybody else, the only person that could have dealt with him is someone that knows the heliocentric model significantly better than him and can explain why he's wrong. Just knowing he's wrong isn't enough. You'd have to be able to explain why he's wrong. So that's like a handful of people. So everybody else, right, they could know better than him, but his attitude would make them snap, right? And then they would end up looking bad. So Dave Weiss was actually the perfect person because he kept cool. And really he exposed Dave as kind of like a douchebag that kind of really doesn't know anything. So he was in a way that he, like, even though he didn't technically beat him in a debate, in the debate sense, it was a draw. But in the I guess in the social sense, Dave Weiss won hands down because he made Professor Dave, look like just a fucking animal. How many did he call him? How many times did he call him stupid? How many times, like, listen, Dave said, I don't understand something, and he still called him a moron.
It's just, this is what they're celebrating. This is the biggest quote unquote win they ever have had, right? They think it's a win.
That's a win? Jesus Christ.
This is what they're branding it as. This is the only time I've seen them celebrate like this. To where it's spilling over
really?
on them.
What are they celebrating?
I don't know. I just test. I'm on TikTok and I see like people. There are always like 7 or 8 second clips that people are posting from it. I just scroll past them.
Wow. Why would, like, it's like, seriously, and I'm not just being a homer by saying this, like, what he did was like embarrassing, like, to Gold Earthers. I actually thought he had more to him than that. I thought like he would actually, because listen, whenever he said something, he literally presented no evidence to back anything up. He would just declare it, say the other person is stupid, and that was it. He said, like, stars are created by nuclear fusion. You think that it's just some ball that compresses in space and lights on fire because you're a moron. And that is really all he said.
Well, I guess the problem technically is that, like, everything sort of works on consensus, and the most generally the general population are all absolute fuckheads, just like Professor Dave is. So when he acts like a wanker, then everybody weirdly enjoys it because most people are wankers like him.
See, on the level he knows that. That's why he presents it that way.
That's why he does it, bro. Yep.
The majority are always going to swing that way, and that's how it is. If you go and look at the comments on the videos, like on TikTok, where, by the way, they're not posting any of David Weiss, they're only posting Professor Dave. Like his like either assertions or responses, but they'll never post the opposing one, right? And you look at the comments, and it's all stuff that's really been thrown out since like 2015. It's the most basic, dumb arguments you could ever imagine.
Dude, he even said something like this, right? He said, okay, so we all know that the inverse square law is a parabola, right? And they come in here and they say, well, 8 inches per mile squared is a parabola. So he's talking about the Newton's inverse square law. He says it's an exponential. Like literally like 3 minutes later, Dave is talking about 8 inches per mile squared, and he says, well, that's a parabola. Any function squared is a parabola. And he said it was an exponential a freaking goddamn 2 minutes before. Like, it's things like this, like, oh my God, this guy, like.
Exponential isn't even the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
I have a question for wait, is your name Indio? Is that how I can?
Yeah, why? What's up?
Was it the guy who came in here and it like was trying to tell us about like globe Earth? Are you talking about? Because I remember one like professor or some like what's it called? It's like something physicist.
Yeah, bro, it's not the guy. This guy would never come in here.
That's
Never.
Professor Bob. You're thinking of Bob, Professor Bob or Dr. Bob or something like that.
There's also another Dave, Professor Dave, that's wandering around one of the servers.
I remember he came into the YouTube chat and was like, "You guys are like wrong or something," and then.
You mean Professor Phil? You're probably
No,
talking about Professor Phil.
I think it was a D.
Professor
because...
Phil, hey, look, Professor Phil drives a nice car. Therefore, he's right.
Okay,
it
yeah,
ain't even that nice of a car.
That was his argument.
It's an old man who didn't know how to use Discord.
No.
That's
Professor. That's Professor Phil.
Oh, Danny Faulkner? It might have been Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, that Danny Faulkner. Him.
He was in here for a couple times. I mean, you know who that is? The guy that
Bundy Mongoloid.
The Christian Ministries or whatever it is. What?
He's a creationist, and he's an astronomer, physicist, and a creationist. But
Creation Ministries. That's what it's called.
I'd have mistaken him for an astrologer.
Might as well be.
Might as well be. Yeah, with his knowledge, it's like, did you get your degree from the same place Kent Hovind got his?
Miggy tore that guy to shreds.
Yeah. Well, someone said something and then just like I have to go. But I don't know.
My planet needs me. I have to go.
My globe needs me.
Got someone to abort rage quit just by asking questions earlier. I didn't even make any claims. All I did is ask him questions for like his silly evidence.
You know the Socrates meme? Ask doesn't know your argument defeats it anyway.
Exactly. That's literally it. That was literally it, man.
I have asked people questions until they contradict themselves, and that's it. They defeat their own argument. It's like, man, no wonder the devil just asked questions. This is great.
Yeah, especially when it comes to gravity, because you can get him to say the most insane things. Because the model's insane. I mean, what else is there to say?
Can I throw in my 2 cents?
Oh, yeah.
The globe, demands justification. That's why you see it in mainstream media.
Yeah, I never really thought about it that way. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's why they have to spam it at you everywhere.
Right.
To reinforce it by repetition. Because if they don't keep showing it to you, you might actually just go outside and look around and go, this ain't a ball.
Well, no, the reason why they jam it into the populace's skull is so that they don't have to ever think for themselves in the first place.
Valid.
Makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Did
embarrassing.
you guys hear that video? Hear the video with Eddie Bravo? It was like Joe Rogan, and they kind of went over the why they would lie question, and he started talking about all kings in the past wanted like a one world empire where there was one emperor, and the only way they could do that is get everybody to unite under the fake space invasion and alien invasion. And it would like drive everybody like together, and they would forget about their differences and their cultures, and they would just put it all aside, and it would create like a one world order if there was ever like Mars attacks or whatever. You guys ever heard that video?
No.
No, but that
I'm pretty sure
sounds like
Roger.
it's up the assumption that
Many
what they're
times.
doing is true.
I'm pretty sure Roger knows where it's at. He's the one that showed it to me. I should have kept it, but I didn't. Yeah, it's really good. That's the best explanation I've ever heard. Didn't mean to kill the chat. But yeah, I often like to answer the question why they would lie, because some people say it's a troll question, but what if the trolls know the normie questions and the trolls are asking the normie questions on purpose so that we think that, the people who are actually genuine are trolls because that's the same question the trolls ask, why would they lie? I think that's a normal question. Motive is like something everybody generally understands. And kind of the first thing you start going, well, this evidence is starting to make a little bit of sense. You get the pauses, right? We all know what those beautiful pauses are where it's like sinking in. And then after the pause, you get, well, why would they lie? Well, that's how you know that you're starting to make sense. So if that's what's interesting, then, if that's what they find interesting, I think we should be able to give them quick, short little answers. We don't know. We can speculate, follow the money, $62 million a day. Or maybe they want, total control of your mind.
You know what I like to do, Hank? When they ask me that, I don't usually shut them down. I usually ask them, why does anyone lie? Because the truth is, they already know the answer.
That's a section of the domino effect. That's how I see it. If you're going to propose the question, you are tipping the first domino over, right?
Yeah.
But if you're trying to talk about the middle of the dominoes following, where did all of this come from? It's asking that first question that tips dominoes, that creates conversation and all that kind of yada yada.
So I saw this listed as an intent, but it says original and it looked legit, and I got it, and it says Nintendo on the back. They legally cannot put that on a thing of a product. I was just I bought an official on AliExpress.
I'm going to give you an exact quote. Do you not understand the curvature is? Do you not understand curvature is not detectable at the surface of the Earth? The Earth is really, really big. That is a direct quote from Dave, verbatim.
So he has confirmed that that the Earth isn't a sphere, then, because it being measured at the surface is proof that it is.
So it's too big to see.
He said the proof that it is was that you could calculate the orbit of the moon using Newton's universal law of gravitation. I shit you not. That was what he said.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
No shit.
But they always
he said
go.
That,
actually,
he
the
literally said that. Dude, he said he proved the Earth is a sphere by looking at the stars. This is what he said. He didn't say evidence of. He said he proved it, and he said it multiple times.
Talk about drawing the target around your arrow.
Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
That's what that is. That is drawing the target around your arrow.
Right.
Yeah, and I think, I can't criticize, David Wise for some missed opportunities, but there were plenty of opportunities for him. Like when he would say, "Hey, the Earth is so big," then David could have said, "Hey, how big is it then? Tell us how big it is," and then you can go into like the Black Swan argument. But just a little, just a constructive criticism for David Wise if he ever gets.
No, Dave tried to listen. Right after that, Dave says you can go. Dave went into we can see too far. Jaytolan Media there's pictures of things 1,200 miles away. Dave said that's not true. He said that's what exactly? Because I don't want to misquote him. He definitely said it wasn't true. He said that never happened. And then Dave was like, you can go on Jaytolan Media's. He said, oh right, just go on another lying flat earther site. This is exactly what he said. Yeah. This are the things he said. I'm not exactly quoting him verbatim, but this is what he said. I'm not filling in blanks or straw manning him.
No, I get
it. That he said it. It's disgusting, dude.
I know. I listened to it a couple times. Even when I first heard it, you saw it in the mod chat where I was talking about it. But yeah, I've gone back and listened to it a couple times again. And Dave was really kind of put on the spot, especially when Professor Dave came out with. It was freaking disgusting. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like, what am I supposed to do with all this?
Have you ever watched a debate with a communist?
I don't know. No.
Yeah, it lasted like 6 seconds. Like we were in the helicopter, and I tried to talk to him on the way down, but I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Hear what he was saying. It is funny how the same mirror arguments exist. Where if you were to read what book am I thinking of? Rules for Radicals, and you'd see how
is that Ayn Rand?
No, that's no. It's like the opposite. It's Saul Alinsky.
Saul Alinsky. Yeah. My bad.
If you read Alinsky, you're going to find that the Globe, they employ a lot of the same arguing tactics.
But the tactics are just.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they're just tactics.
Well, they're tactics, but they're tactics you have to use if you don't have proof.
If you don't have proof, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Can we?
Which is why I always say we should use those tactics too, because I'm not I don't care. All's fair in love and war.
What are you saying, Hank?
Can we get some of those, sound bites? Maybe Christian Bear, he can get some sound bites of Dave saying that he proved, right? Because the ballers say that you can't prove things, you can't know things. I don't know if I'm a man. This is stuff that they say, right? I don't know if I was born a male child.
They also say they've measured curvature with a theodolite. Remember? So they've also said you can measure curvature at the surface of the Earth. He said you can't detect curvature. He didn't even say measure. He said you can't detect it.
That's so bold.
So if you can't detect it, how do they know?
Hey, you've got to admire that chutzpah.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's like a Twitter debate. You Twitter, so you know how that goes on there. There's no evidence for flat Earth. Well, the Earth looks flat. Well, that's because it's really a big ball. Well, so that's not evidence, right?
We wouldn't expect to see evidence. It's all unfalsifiable. All of it. Like the Earth is too big, so we wouldn't expect to see evidence. It's like, well, how do you falsify it then? You can't. You just have to trust us.
And what shows it's BS is that you can take this topic and then compare like debating any other topic, right? Debating any other physics topic. And they don't say anything like that. They don't make unfalsifiable claims. They just present evidence. But when it comes to the globe, for some reason that doesn't happen.
Nope. It's almost as if they don't have evidence.
Yeah, Occam's razor.
Their evidence is look at the sky.
Which is like when they asked George Bush about the economy. Oh, look at the kitty. Look at the kitty. What does that got to do with the economy?
If I sound like my attention's divided, I'm playing Elden Ring while I'm talking.
So in the live stream voice text, I asked to ask a question.
Yes.
Okay, so when you're using the curvature formula, it comes out to 8 inches per mile squared, right? That's based off of predisposition. The predisposition is that the mainstream science says that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles roughly, right? So you're using that value and you're challenging it, and it doesn't come to fruition, right? So what you're actually doing is you're just challenging the mainstream numbers is what you're doing.
No,
right?
we're confirming that what they say about the radius of Earth cannot be true because of observations that we see from Earth.
So
Yeah, we're testing their model. We're testing the model. That's all we're doing. They say that, like you just said, the radius. We're just testing their model. That's all we're doing.
So I didn't get to ask my question. I'm just using that as a basis for my question. Is you're gonna put to test what they say is true, right? But here's my question: is what are you able to do to derive from it besides that the Earth is this?
You can't derive anything from something that isn't true, though.
Right. So that's the whole point of challenging the 3959 is you're actually confirming that that's not true, right? So you can confirm that something is true, but what's the next question? What, other than it's a lie, right?
Hey, let me ask you this.
No, the next question is how do we know there's not how do we know there's a radius in the first place?
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, so you demonstrate that 3959 is wrong. So the next thing is okay, 3959 is wrong. Well, maybe the idea of a radius itself is wrong. So let's test that, right? So that's the next test. So you go black swan. Okay, that radius value is wrong. Oh, maybe there isn't a radius at all. Is there any curvature? Then you test that. What size ball is this? Then you go do that test. Oh, it's either an infinite ball or it's flat.
Right. So my question is, if you were are you able to make something foolproof besides we debunked you, you're wrong. It's not that it could be a number of myriad of things.
No, I'll tell you why. Because it's the belief in the globe is not based on rationality. There is no argument you can construct that will.
I'm
on.
And I'm sorry, but
Chong, let me just make this really quick for you. You're asking us, well, if the Earth isn't a globe, then what is it? Oh, we don't have an answer for that.
I'm not asking what it is.
Okay, well, then what are you asking ultimately? I mean, you're kind of like going around. Like you said, hey, you guys have disproven that the curvature of Earth exists, and it's apparently flat. So, what is Earth? I mean, you're not saying what is Earth?
It's an open-ended question. I'm not trying to bait you guys. I'm not trying to troll you guys or anything like that. So what's next?
I get that. Next is like, hey, I'll tell you what, all the people that are talking to you right now that figured out that the Earth is a level stationary plane, and it only exists in the plane of existence that is Earth. It's not anywhere, doesn't have a shape. It's Earth. So
I got you. So I want to the next logical step that I can see in all of this is let's go explore.
Well, people have done that.
Well, I would ask you to explore. I would ask
I'll shut up.
Google Earth.
Everybody go ahead.
Right?
No, I want to go to
Well, I'm sorry.
Antarctica.
And point to me where Santa Claus lives. Does he live in?
I'm telling you
Right,
straight
because there
up.
used to be two pole caps. Yeah,
I'm a
I'm
young
trying to tell you straight up, they're hiding land.
ready to go. Like I want to go, just see how far I can go. Do you like? And that's what a true breakthrough is. A physical breakthrough is see how far you can go. Away from north, away from the center. How far do you think you could make it? And what do you have to do? You have to break the law to go there in the first place. But if you're going to break the law, you may as well break the law. How far are you going to go? You know what I mean? And
I actually don't know what you mean. What break the law? Are you talking about traveling south? Beyond the 60th parallel and toward Antarctica. Is that what you're talking about?
Hell yeah.
Okay, well, why don't you just go north? You can't go there either. So I think it's
you can go
north
north.
is a lot closer. I'd rather go north than south, to be honest.
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure about what I'm going to find if I go south. I'm pretty sure I'm going to find like empty open ocean and ice. But north, there's a kind of a question what we're going to find when we go.
So I'll tell you, you can go north, and then once you hit the furthest point north, it's going to turn south.
Really?
Forward either way.
Really? So you've been there, or you know somebody that has done that, gone to the North Pole, quote unquote?
So do you think that when you go so far north, do you think that north just keeps going as well?
I can't give you an answer to that question because I don't know anybody who's ever done it. And I have some stories of people that claim to have done it, but they don't really give an accurate description, except for some ancient maps that I can look at and tell me about what's at the northern regions. And there's a mountain and 4 rivers.
Okay, so based upon basic understanding of how the world works and compasses, if you keep going north, at some point it will flip and you'll hit that.
So you're missing the entire point, bro.
So
missing the entire
do you
point.
think that definitive north is not a place either?
No, I mean you can follow north on your compass, but you can only go so far before you can't actually go any further. Whether government stop you or the land or however you can actually physically go to the North Pole, but you can't physically go to the North Pole because it's either controlled by governments, just the same way with southern latitude. They protect it, and even if you could, you still can't because you don't have the resources available to you.
There's a difference between the northern and the southern shore. The southern shore, you can sail across the 60th parallel. You can hit Antarctica, and you can keep going in, and it keeps getting colder and deadlier.
Really? All right. Well, how are you going to do that?
Well, how are you going to travel past?
There's no other way to. Just go do.
In Antarctica, you have temperatures of minus 80 degrees Celsius. That's
It's
the
a frozen
where
desert. It's a
rubber
frozen desert. You
fails.
will die. You will die.
Anything that's rubber fails. So what you
It's
gonna
non
be using?
sequitur. It's non sequitur. He's talking about north.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, north is
No,
easier for
Gabby
all.
Gat said Antarctica, and that's what he's talking about. No,
Yeah,
we're
he
talking about.
was asking.
No, we're not. Listen, he's talking about the north, not Antarctica. That's it.
So
yeah, he was talking about north, but he asked about the south.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Well, what I'm
No,
talking
he
about.
didn't.
No, he asked about the South first, and I said, hey, it'd be easier for all of us in the Northern Hemisphere to go north and find out. And what he said is like, hey, you can go over the North Pole and then you're heading south. And I was like, well, theoretically that could be true, but nobody's ever done it. Same way that nobody's ever been, to the South Pole either. So that's just a question that you're asking. You're making a theoretical.
He hasn't asked a question yet.
Yeah,
he hasn't
really
asked a specific question yet. He's been saying a lot of words, but has not asked a single specific question yet.
Yeah, John, listen, we can't answer what is at the North Pole. We can go on Google Maps and look at the North Pole, and it just looks like there's just water. But I think there's something more to it. But because of ancient maps that I've seen, there was or is still land there, but we're still not allowed to go there. Just like we can't go south.
Okay, I hear you loud and clear. I hear you loud and clear. But so what it seems like you're saying is, logistically speaking, it's easier to find out what's going on north than south.
Yeah, especially since most of us live in the north.
Because the south is a total death sentence with how cold and harsh and desert.
Yeah, depending on how you want to travel. I mean, especially across the Pacific or even South Atlantic is pretty. There's not much there. You're the only place you can access the Antarctica is from Chile, South Africa, or some parts of Australia or Tasmania, New Zealand. And other than that, you're just like in Never Land, and you're gonna die.
Right. So, how far do you think that you could make it? I'm not talking. I'm talking about straight up a shipload of just a whole,
dude.
Yeah, freight.
Wait, do you have this much of a death sentence? Are you freaking
Do you
serious?
have a yacht? Wait, do you have a yacht which can travel?
You just want to fly as
faster
far
than a
south
battle
as you
cruiser?
can from southern Chile. You just want to fly as far south as you can and just wait for your fuel to run out and just crash and be like, I found the South Pole.
No, there is no pole, obviously, I don't think.
Okay, then what?
How far
I don't
do you think
understand your question. I don't understand your question. How far? Who knows? Who knows?
How many hundreds of miles do you think that you could go?
Who fucking?
How do you plan to make yourself invisible
That's a dumb
against
question,
airship
bro.
carriers, against battle
That's a
cruisers,
hold
and
on. That's a
submarines?
question. That's a useful question. What relevance does it have to finding something out if it's true or not?
Because there would be, if you were to fucking fly or travel so far south, you would see one last sunset and it would never rise again.
All right,
because
then you could tell your friends about it after you die, right?
But my point is pushing the point of man and trying to escape.
That's so retarded, bro.
Escape? You can't escape.
Stop
We're all
it.
gonna die here, man.
Exactly. Right. So, like, how far do you think you could go? I think I'd go a few hundred miles.
And then you would die, and nobody would know anything what you saw.
Let me ask you this: what does it matter?
It's individual effort into how far you could.
So you think your friends would be like, "Well, he tried. He tried. I
Look,
never got
I
any
don't mind
I
it.
feel like this is a part of the programming that we haven't even gotten to as a collective because nobody's seriously able to even explore. Like, I feel like even if we were in that position, then it's like, well, you would die. We don't know. It's probably a mechanism to stop us from escaping that's probably built in by the creator. I don't know.
I don't think that. I think that you could just keep going. Realistically.
So you can keep going.
How would you suggest
when
we
your
answer your
airplane
question, Chong?
when your airplane runs out of gas, you can keep going, I guess.
How would you suggest we answer that question?
So, how far do you think are the outer limits that we cannot reach?
Yeah, how would you suggest that we go about figuring this out?
Think of it like kind of logistics. Logistics is the first thing that comes to my mind. Is how far can you go?
Lay out a practical plan for what you would do to figure out how far it goes.
Do I have limited resources? Yes or no?
Well, okay.
You're gonna have to lay out the plan and find it out for yourself. Go ahead.
You've got NASA's budget. Tell me what you'd do.
Well, so you would have to have a forward being however far they're capable of building a forward refueling point, and
Okay,
you would
now
have.
let me stop you there. How have you solved the problem of all the fuel freezing?
Well, that's not that hard. That's not difficult. In my mind,
this isn't the line. This isn't the line of questioning I was meant to go down, because you were asking us this question as in we would somehow know a definite answer already. I mean, I thought that's how you were asking that question, like how far can you go out there? So when I was asking that question, I meant how would you know for sure from where you're sitting right here, or without going there yourself? How would you suggest anyone answer your question with any definity?
Yeah, it seems like he was asking it as if someone's done this before.
No. Brainstorm this. How far do you think that we could really go?
How far do you think that you could go with unlimited resources?
I think that you could keep on traveling with aerial refueling. You could just keep going. I'm not sure how far you could go. That's why I'm asking.
Then why the fuck are you asking us that question? Because we don't know either. And to be honest, if you go to Antarctica and you think you can travel in a plane over Antarctica for 1,000, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles once you hit Antarctica, who fucking knows, bro? There's no. It's really kind of an inane question. It doesn't mean anything. Nobody knows.
What if it's some sort of quantum locking and you wouldn't be able to penetrate through that?
Can I ask a question? Can we get back on topic?
Realistically, I think we could make it 1,000 miles.
I thought we were talking about the North Pole.
Oh God, he's like, I think I could make it 1,000 miles, and then you hit the dome or whatever. What the fuck are you still? You're still on it. I'm telling you, bro.
How are you going to know which direction you're going?
What the fuck are you talking about, Chong? Man, this is stupid.
You will be going purely blind. You will not know where you're going.
I'm going, and you wouldn't even have a compass at that point. You wouldn't even know if you're heading south, east, north, or west.
You guys are going.
A compass wouldn't even work at a certain point.
That's the outer extremity that man can actually travel laterally. How is that?
You guys are going on what they say. Like, what if you get all your bags packed and you get there, and it's a fucking Elysium paradise, right? And they preserved it all for themselves. I mean, who are we going by? What it is? The whole thing of Antarctica is like nothing but ice. But we believe what they say about, the northern cap was what they say. It's ice, but they show us water. What is it exactly? Is it a place where the Pope can visit? And
where is
Realistically,
the Pope can visit.
And hypothetically speaking, you will fly so far away that you would fly away from the sun system. And imagine
Oh my God.
the final sunset behind you,
James'
and
dad.
then keep traveling, and
Bong, are
you
you
see
James' dad?
new sunset or sunrise. But
He wants to touch the container.
you just imagine how crazy that would be.
Hey, let's keep imagining, and then you could just imagine anything. This kind of
You can
reminds
imagine
me
what's
of
good.
something about was it Charlie and Chocolate Factories? Use your pure imagination.
Well, actually, since light can only go through the air, the medium of air, so far, he's technically correct if that were the case. But again, it just boils down to we can't validate any thoughts or claims on these subjects because of the Antarctic Treaty. So, just keep in mind for the audience, this is just speculation. But to be fair, light can only
This is
travel
for
so
Jenny.
far through air.
Wish to be for Jenny. You just wish it to be. It's pure imagination, Chong, man. What I don't know why you're arguing with us about these speculations that nobody can prove. You've been doing this for 30 minutes now. It's really there's nothing that we can gain from it. We've told you the answers to what you might possibly experience if you went toward the south or toward the north in an airplane, a boat, or on land. You're going to experience this, and that. We've been explaining that to you, and now you still want to speculate and just pretend. How much pretending do you want to do? Are you in a dream state right now? Come on,
No.
man.
Okay. So I'm kind of done with this.
Okay, well, be done with it and actually use functional reality. And if you're gonna ask questions about how you might traverse the Earth and find out what it is, use real logic and common sense. Don't frickin' ask us about some hyperbole and frickin' nonsense about what might happen if I tried to do this and what would happen if I tried to do that. We don't have time for that shit, bro.
That's fine, but I had
All right, that's fine. So you're agreeing that you're not going to do that anymore.
It's okay to ask questions. Just real fans. If you were to ask some of us, like, "Hey, would you mind speculating?" We got a room for that. We don't like to speculate a whole lot on the live stream, especially during these hours. So it's okay, bro. Just you'll learn. You'll learn to kind of people.
It doesn't matter what hours it is. It really doesn't matter what hours it is. We're here to teach and understand, learn together. We're all learning as we teach. We're partners in this effort. But when we have this guy coming in here for 30, 45 minutes with people entertaining his bullshit speculations, I really get frustrated with that nonsense, to be honest.
All right, I apologize. Wrong time, wrong place.
Okay, yeah. I'm not always here, but
accepted. Moving on.
All right, cool. But yeah.
Moving on.
Hey, I have a passion. If I could go to the North Pole, I'd rather go to the North than the South, because I know the South is cold as shit, and I don't.
Where's that?
I don't. The South, away from.
You're trying to. Does that imply that the North isn't cold?
Who knows what's happening? See, we have these. Some people call them flat Earth maps, like the Gleasons and the AE map. They're very similar, but we also have some other maps that are related to it. The compass points north.
Points north. Do you know where the North Pole is?
How could I? I've never been there. I don't know where it is.
Yeah. Well, how's anybody going to get there if they don't know where it is?
Right. So
what are we
that's
looking
kind
for?
of the question
You're
that
gonna
I
have to
was
follow
asking.
the compass. You're gonna have to follow the magnetic compass north. If there is a North Pole, you're gonna have to follow it.
Couldn't you just follow the North Star? Wait until it's right above
No,
you.
no, you can't do that. No. Yeah, well, no, you can't. Because you know, with the North Star, that's what that's in the a Little Dipper, right?
Can I ask another?
Ursa Minor, and then you have Ursa Major on the outside, which is the swastika, northeast southwest. Ooh, is that controversial? It probably is, but anyway, that's where the swastika came from. But it's not the swastika. It's the
tail of the Big Dipper.
Yeah, it's the northeast southwest of the Big
Ursa
Dipper.
Major. It's a larger constellation. Ursa.
Yeah, it's been part of history for way before stupid World War II bullshit.
Right.
So
people probably that have been looking at the sky. They've been looking at the sky for thousands of years. It's part of the larger constellation Ursa Major.
dude, I think in American in human understanding, we've all sought the the understanding of what is at the north. I don't know, and I think in modernity, would you call it that? The way that they have everything working now, it could be whatever freaking governments you want to call it. The way that they program everyone, they're actually trying to keep us from what's actually happening at the north.
So what you were saying is how that constellation actually rotates through the sky.
No.
And how it
No, it actually it has something to do with what's happening at the center, because dude, here's what they tell us about the constellations and all that kind of stuff. They say we're the third rock from the sun, and we're spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, right? You guys are familiar with this, correct?
there's a black hole in the with that.
Yeah, and the Milky Way galaxy is it's not a black hole, but it's next to a black hole. Anyway, so all that kind of stuff. But anyway, as far as our function of reality, and which is not reality, in their minds, it's like we exist as a third rock from this little sun, which is a star that's part of the Milky Way galaxy. All of that stuff is a story, right? But that's a story, right? But Earth itself, everything that you can understand about Earth, you can learn from human history. Now, you can derive any idea that you want to. You can believe anybody you want to. This Earth is not the third rock from some star that's in the Milky Way galaxy. Earth has always been Earth.
Where is the center of that Milky Way galaxy?
Yeah. I
In
mean,
the sky.
Yeah, but they can't prove it. They can believe it if they want to, though. But that's fine. You guys can believe all that bullshit. It's not even it's not even really close to what we actually experience here on this Earth. That exists in someone else's freaking fictional mind. That should exist in their mind, and you believe them. And you believe them because they're doctors in philosophy and astrophysics.
Are you talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson and how he?
All of them. I'm talking about all of them.
Carl Sagan.
Yep,
the
Carl Sagan.
proliferation, the small
They're all
movement of
bullshit
Polaris.
artists. Now, whether or not they probably believe it, and I kind of feel bad for them because they actually believe it, but they can't prove it. And that's what we're here for, is to show you that even the simplest, which I think the simplest human actually experiences Earth, you don't have to believe doctors about this nonsense.
Let me remind you of how Neil deGrasse Tyson explains how Polaris does move. It doesn't, but he'll tell you that it takes 10,000 years for it to move in a way that we can measure. So in other words, in your lifetime, you're never going to see this move, but they're going to make you believe that it does, when in fact, thousands of years people have used this because it doesn't. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So that's why it
That was my
shouldn't
first debate with
make
ISIS.
sense. Go ahead, Hank.
Just real quick. That was my first debate with ISIS on 3chan, and he's claiming to know that it does move, and the Polaris is not always going to be the pole star. There was a different one in the past. There's a different one now, and there's going to be a different one in the future. So it's like, how does he know that? Like, how can he
Because you're never
demonstrate to
going
me?
to witness it yourself.
Right.
It's
So
called
that's how you know it's a story.
It's called stellar parallax, right? Where the like Polaris would make a half circle over 26,000 years, right? Stellar
Hey,
parallax, right?
hey, everybody.
Hey, Jenny.
Hey, Jenny.
I want to hear more about what Hank just said just a very moment ago. Who was making that claim that we used to have a different pole star?
Yeah. So this is 2015. 3chan. This guy named Zysis. He was the globe earther that kind of held down on 3chan. He was always there, like Jim Panda was at the time.
Ooh.
So so it was like there was globe earthers who would occupy 3chan just like we would occupy 3chan.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that in the past there was a different star in the constellation of Draco, and that was the actual pole star in the past, right? And
Okay.
it's like,
You think about in
go ahead.
speculation. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was pretty much the gist of it. Go ahead.
Well, in speculation land, what do you think about that, Hank?
I think it's unfalsifiable,
Well, of course.
unverifiable that in the past, right? And then
Well,
in the
okay.
future we'll have another one.
The only reason why I ask is because of Vibes of the Cosmos. He claims that there's 4 quarters, like sections, and the magnetic field changes within those areas. So that's why I asked you that question.
Okay.
Does that make
Well, if that's
sense?
true, well, it does make sense. There's 4 quarters,
Is
Yeah.
that
right?
based
You
on?
can divide things into 4.
Hi, everybody. Is that based on that the moon is a reflection or radio?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
That's Sturgio's from Vibes of the Cosmos channel. It's incredible. But but he's very thorough. And he does have publications for anyone. But yeah, Hank, I think it's kind of interesting that person said that, even though it's not verifiable or falsifiable or anything. But, in speculation land, it kind of fits in, and I wonder where he got his information from. Do you happen to recall, Hank?
It's probably on Wikipedia. That's how these people debate. They just pull up something on
Ooh.
Wikipedia. I don't know exactly where he got it from, to tell you the truth. But
There is
it's something that I've looked at and saw in other places. So.
I'd be curious to see if there's any geological evidence of, I understand that from certain rock formations that there's different magnetized rocks that suggest the magnetic north has moved. I'm wondering how that coincides with his model.
I loves that. Yeah, it's kind of like, the way I see it in speculation land, it's kind of like putting puzzle pieces together and then when you talk about it, somebody else says, "Oh," and then they add to it. So everybody knows I speculate, so hopefully nobody gets confused. I mean, I'll speculate on every last living thing, but of course, but the Draco constellation, huh, Hank?
Yeah, it was a star in the Draco constellation before, and it's
Okay.
Polaris now. And I can't remember the name of the star or what. I think it's still all in the Draco constellation because that's what's
Well, if
all
I
up there.
fall down that rabbit hole, I'll have to get back to you. You'll have to join me.
Yeah, for sure. I'm all about it. But I think that this is just one of those things to where they say the precession of the equinox is the long count, like calendar that's natural in our universe. That's what they say. And that what's happening is that the Earth is wobbling like a top, and it's causing this. It's like, okay, if the Earth is wobbling like a top, how come Polaris has always been the pole star? And that's when they do the ad hoc thing where they pull a floaty out of their, back pocket and blow it up and strap it on their arms, and they say, well, what if, this Polaris hasn't
Oh,
always been the pole star? So you're sitting there
yeah.
trying to have a debate with them, and they're going blowing up their
Well,
floaty.
that certainly doesn't help their cause to bring up that, but aside from that, I find it interesting. I mean, it's nothing to support anything they're trying to say. I mean, that's just ridiculous. But glad you went into the background with that.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that because I said it wrong. I was talking about something else. But yeah, precession of the equinox is, with Polaris. And like I said, it was 26,000 years. I'm going to post a link here. I found it now. Yeah, sorry about that if I confused anyone. Because, hey, there's been a lot of shit going on tonight. But
Hey,
yeah.
if you post that, dude, that'd be great. And I'm reading the voice text, and I don't know if you guys been talking to this guy earlier, but Chong says he has a question.
Yeah, we heard his question for about 30 minutes. We talked
Okay,
about it
cool.
pretty thoroughly.
Like
Yeah,
it's about an
he's
hour.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
he
with
likes
you
to.
guys. It's
Hey,
all
you know
good.
what's really interesting? Look, I just posted that in the live stream voice text. Look,
Mhm.
it has a church with the steeple.
So funny, a little bit ironic.
That's freaking
So I
awesome.
have a question about the different texts and areas. Like I'm looking here on Discord, and there's got the there's flat Earth speculation, and I'm just wondering what are the other, and then there's FE Academy, of course. So are all of these? But I'm not seeing anything active. Do I have to join to be able to partake in any of that?
No, some of those areas get used periodically, and
Uh-huh.
so I mean, if you want to utilize those areas, feel free. I mean, it's for everybody.
Okay. I was interested in starting one myself, and if anybody was interested in collaborating on actual, like, well, first a virtual, but then a hands-on museum, because I think there's enough things that could be demonstrated, where people have questions. Well, on
Sounds
a
incredible.
flat Earth model, wouldn't the sun be seen from, and a lot of the things that, like testing the globe, Rob Skiba, his inventions. And I love the idea how like Florida is like the flattest state, and there's Cape Canaveral there. So I was like looking, wouldn't it be great to get a retail space that was close to Cape Canaveral and have, you know, um, you know, a flat Earth museum right there. And
That would be amazing.
yeah. Yeah. So anyway, I've been writing down notes on kind of like a logical progression, like where you could go in and the museum is actually round, and as you go around, it's like going through the logical progress, like, well, that the main thing is that we can see too far, and then go into some of the testing models. And it could be, you know, um, different kinds of medium with different, videos and experiential. And all that kind of stuff. So I don't think it's appropriate for this live stream, obviously, but I think it would be a great collaborative project, and we could do it virtually, and then look at
Yeah.
actually getting some space and doing something, get some sort of a attraction that would, you
It
know,
definitely the idea
yeah.
definitely sounds worthy of a proposal for sure. I mean,
So do I just create a stream myself and then just like
well, you
how
can
do,
always hang out in there's different um voice chats.
okay.
You can
Yeah,
go
just start
into
by just messaging people that you think are that might be
that
interested in
too.
this, and then you could have a collaborative chat in the other voice channels that are available here in the server, or your own personal like voice chat. I mean, it's not a big deal to set that up. Yeah,
Okay, so I
I
don't
like.
have to have any special like mob privileges or anything to start something.
Well, the roles that you already have, it should let you do whatever you want to do already in
Oh,
the server.
awesome.
Well, you might want to grab a moderator to go down there with you, just in case somebody comes in and starts trolling you. You know, you might come up here and say, "Hey, there's a guy. We're trying to have a thing going on down there. Could you come help me moderate this guy?"
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you might
I
need
mean, if you make
to
friends
try and
with
do that.
us, with the mods, make friends with the mods. Make sure that, but for the most part, you sound. I've heard you many times, and so yeah, you
You know,
can make use of the server the way it is. And so
under
yeah, if you want to
under
build something like that, that sounds cool. Go ahead.
under the flat earth speculations category, you have learning curve text and learning curve voice text, and I don't think anybody goes in there really much lately. So maybe you could use that area. And a
Mm-hmm.
lot of people go into chill chat. So I haven't seen the learning curve be used that much under flat earth speculation. So you should be good.
All
Yeah, I
right,
mean,
that's already about yeah,
just
that's
start
already built.
contacting other people that want to get involved in what you're talking about. There, just pick up one of these voices. Most of the time, most of these voice rooms are empty. So,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you, if it starts to fill up, some people will jump in there and just listen for a little bit. And if you ever have any problems,
I
just
guess I could
let us
just talk
know.
things out myself. People
Yeah.
could come in and just listen to me talk to myself.
No,
So,
cool. Yeah, grab somebody, jump in it. It's like, hey, I'm in 24/7, this channel. Boom, jump in there, talk, and yeah, do what you're going to do. Hey, and you can do what I do, and do a live stream or record it and then put it out there. Everybody that's in this channel, in this Discord, can record anything anytime they want it. It'd be nice if you let somebody know they're being recorded, for
yeah.
intentions of putting it out publicly, but you don't have to. But, it'd be nice if you would, and nobody's going to have a problem with that. So
Okay. Well, thanks for all the input, and once I get things underway, I'll touch back with everybody and let people know what's going on, and maybe people want to jump in and help
yeah,
out, or
cool.
at least take a look at
For
what I'm
sure.
proposing to make sure that I'm
Yeah,
Yeah, let me know.
on point.
Let me know when you're doing it. I'd love to. I'd love. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, let me know when you're doing it, and maybe I'll come down there and join you and moderate for you. Kind of check on you from time to time. But yeah,
Oh,
we
awesome.
do encourage expansion of the server for sure.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
I'm
and
kind of
yeah, if you
excited
do
to
go,
do it.
if you do invite a talk and you want it recorded, I can record it. If you just let me know ahead of time, I can record it and
Oh, thank
send you
you.
the recording, and it's
That's
this
awesome.
pretty much what this all. I have two computers here, so the one is dedicated to the flat Earth, the main live stream which we're on now, but the other one I have, if you invite people in for a discussion, I can actually just record it for you,
Mm-hmm.
and then send the audio and video to you, and you can chop it up any way you want. And by the way, anybody that is listening to this 24/7 live stream, you can chop up anything we say anytime you want to, record it, put it up on your channel. Just
we're an open book.
Just run this shit back to us. Just give us a backlink 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Discord.gg/Flat Earth. I mean, that's all you have to do. You can freaking take the piss out of us. You can make fun of us. You can honor us, and it doesn't matter. We're here 24 hours a day to have this discussion. This is our job, even though we don't get paid for it.
That's great. Yep. So that's my dream. Have a spot near Cape Canaveral, sort of like the anti-NASA attraction down there.
Oh wait, you go to Cape Canaveral. You're gonna take some footage of some rocket launches.
I'm thinking. Well, this is off topic, but I'll just say this, and then that'll be my piece. So my envision is to do something virtual, but then to actually build an actual flat Earth museum that is in the proximity of Cape Canaveral.
That would be badass because Ken Hovind has his place in Pensacola, right? You know who he is.
What? No, I don't know this. Who is it?
Dr. Dinosaur, Ken Hovind. Anyway.
Not familiar with him.
Okay, well, we're not going to talk about it right now.
He's the evolution guy.
I mean, he's debated evolutionist for a long, but he doesn't want to talk to any flat earthers because.
Oh yeah, you don't want to get in trouble again.
No, but anyway, Ken Hovind's in Pensacola. Yeah, it'd be great to have a flat earther establish a thing right next
Florida
to Cape
is
Canaveral.
the flattest state.
That would be the
all
fucking
comes together.
I got an idea for those launches. So what if you took a telescope and set it up with a target far away near one of the launch places where people congregate to watch the rockets go up and away off of the side, and you falsify the rays. You invite people to walk up to the telescope and be like, "Hey, do you think you should be able to see this target from that far away?" Falsify the radius right in front of them.
Experiential people can go and test it themselves. And, we could have a fun ride that's centrifugal force and, and all that kind of stuff, and show how the Coriolis effect can be just the direction the water's going in. Make it a hands-on, but audio-visual. And
you already have some land kind of picked out where you're like, I'm ready.
Well,
hey, True Seeker.
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. I mean, we don't have to talk more about it, but yeah, that's really cool if you're near Cape Canaveral.
So hey,
that would be so badass.
True Seeker, it would probably be advantageous for you to network at the Flat Earth Conference, the next one, or Karen B.
When is it?
I don't know. Karen B does it, I think.
Oh, I like Karen B. Yes, all right.
Well, they do one in North Carolina, which is really close to Florida.
I could go to North Carolina.
Yeah, it's Flattoberfest. They do it in October.
I'm
not sure if they have one going this year. She hasn't actually.
Well, with the magnitude of what you're talking about, you might want to expand your networking and such to beyond Discord, because the ones that go to the Flattoberfest, and I don't know if there's going to be another Flat Earth conference. I would imagine there would be, but that's where you need to be.
Well, even though I'm dumb about using Discord because I'm new to it, I'm actually a web developer. So I was thinking of doing a virtual museum online and building that, and people could collaborate on it, and that would really basically be the virtual proposal that people could look at, and if it could translate into a physical reality, that'd be excellent, but not necessary, I think. But it'd be a good experiential place, and have a timeline too with the history. I think that's has some proofs in it itself about how the pseudoscience is being perpetuated.
I think you should hook up with Karen B. To be honest, if you're going to be in Florida, she's in North Carolina. You definitely need to hook up with her. If they're going to do another Flattoberfest in October, you definitely should talk to her.
Okay, great. Yeah, she's been really helpful sending me stuff, so I will definitely reach out to her. Thanks for that tip.
Truth, I was going to say that, you're talking about doing a museum, and I was going to bring up timeline, and then you said it. And I was thinking about how great would it be, to show all the stuff on a timeline so people can see how progressively people thought, that the earth was a sphere because of all the things that happened with the schools being taken over. First, like, when you look at the timeline, it's like, okay, there was a Protestant Reformation and then a Counter Reformation. And they couldn't defeat them, in like a fair debate, right? They would obviously have been crushed because the Bible doesn't say anything about indulgences. Right, so what they do? They started attacking, like, Genesis, and they started this whole deal about, and if they, can try to, using hijacking science to debunk, the Bible, then they don't have to debate the Bible, and then everything that happened after that, like, the Bible being taken out of the schools, and this is from my perspective, so you can do your own timeline, but the Bible gets taken out of the school in like the early 60s, and then by the time, 1969 happens, all the kids are watching the moon landing on TV, and it's like, that's how it was
Oh
done. It was
yeah, I
like
mean the whole
progressively
timing.
chipped away.
Yeah, the whole timing of Admiral Byrd and then his TV appearance. Then all of a sudden it's like, let's go to the moon and look here, not there, and Antarctic Treaty. It all coincides. And then of course, absent in the history is like the actual textbooks that have, things were being taught, and there was challenges all the way through the 1900s. So yeah, a timeline is definitely key. I think I would like to start something that's sort of like our our
Um,
text here. That's kind of a
have you
wiki.
have you watched the EWAR documentaries, Lost History of Flat Earth and What
I
on Earth
have.
Happened?
Yeah. Very interesting. That's very rich and very detailed, and there's so much information. That's why I really need to collaborate
I mean,
because, yeah,
yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you build upon his information, giving credit where it's due or what have you, but I mean, he's just collaborated information that we've come across. So, it's like kind of like not recreating the wheel and just starting where he left off or something, I mean, it's
yeah.
truth. It's truth. It doesn't belong to anybody.
Well, I was kind of putting my notes together in like a logical progression
Yeah.
of and then there'd be like a yeah, well, anyway, I don't want to get into too much detail, but I'm very excited about it, and it's helping me formulate my own arguments in my mind at the same time, and I'd love to like then pick out the really compelling nuggets of each of these different aspects to really make it concise and pithy and persuasive, and put it online and have it crowdsourced that make it really really rich and deep and kind of like you know um and then I've done websites for museums, so kind of like I've got a couple people who can help me do sort of a virtual museum, and
Wow.
yeah, so it'd be
Great.
really cool. Yeah. So I guess it's
Well, you can definitely use us as a source of information to point you somewhere. I mean,
yeah, it's been great. Everybody's texting me supportive things in the what do you call it? The what do we call it? The live text, or I'm not sure, the
Yeah.
live chat or whatever. Yeah, that's great. Live stream voice text. Awesome.
I like Discord way more than like fucking Facebook and shit. I mean, I'm so over Facebook. I know a lot of people still use that, but
Oh,
not
I like
me.
this so much better. Yeah. Well, first of all, it's not like, look at me, look what I'm doing. It's more sharing
Oh,
information, you know?
right. You're too right. Exactly.
I do like Imager. If anybody uses Imager, that's a lot of fun.
Mm.
What is everyone's talking about? Different models of, uh, I don't know if it's okay to speculate that, but there was a group that I came across that was saying, oh, the flat Earth model is wrong and it's really just virtual. And as you keep going further east, then land is more
Well,
created. And I'm like, what?
have you heard of Martin Kenny?
No.
He created a cosmic egg type model, actually with his own hands. And then he collaborated with Norb's World, and then he made a digital rendition of that model. And it's pretty incredible.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find you a link. But yeah, any true flat earther is going to tell you that we don't have a model. You probably know this already. But, we all agree that it can't be a ball.
Yeah, I guess that's the one sticking point, that because I think people are going to want to see something visual. And
Well, we identify them as conceptual ideas, visual representations of
okay.
an idea. Yeah.
I guess that could
Okay.
be its own topic. Like, why isn't there one accepted model? And
Well, we can't have one because we can't
right,
freely explore. You know that
exactly.
part too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the video that I was talking about. Somebody else is posting stuff. Oh,
I'm
Meadowlark.
just putting a conceptual visual aid if you're trying to see one of the flat Earth conceptions.
Okay, and then above what Meadowlark posted, I posted the Norb's World. But I think if you search Martin Kenny, let me find his video. I should be able to find it good.
Oh yeah, I like his channel. Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm. But he calls it the Pineal Foundation. He's off the grid now.
Have all of you been to one of the conventions or conferences?
Nope.
The Flattoberfest?
Unfortunately, I'm tied to my slave job.
Ah.
Okay, I posted that one too. There's a part 2.
Thank you.
But it's like his first video.
Oh, Cosmic Egg. All right.
I mean, it's like really far-flung speculation, but I don't know. A lot of people talk about it.
I'm laughing at Get Beget. That's cool. I like that. I love those
wow.
fountains. I love those fountains. Oh, that takes me back to my childhood. I love those.
What do you think about the whatever the barrier or container is that we have, Truth Seeker? What do you think about that?
Well, I think that after I saw that oceanographer who was in the ocean and then came across a hypersalinated section where the submarine could not descend.
Right.
And I was like, oh wow, well that a biblical, there's a physical barrier that separates water from water is possible. It's been observed, and there's video of it. So I'm not sure. I think there is a type of firmament, but what, and that the what's above it could be water, and we could be seeing things through. So I don't really know, obviously, what
But
physically it's
okay,
made of.
so
Yeah.
would you ascribe to the idea that it could be a solid dome?
It could be, sure. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
certainly it could be, because imagine this, that we do know that temperatures, well, it gets colder. I know the thermosphere is supposedly hotter, at least, but that's what they're telling us. So, I mean, it
Well,
could
with
be
the
that everything gets cold, and it could be, yeah.
the observation that you mentioned about the super salinated water, I don't think they got a sample of that water, do you? But I mean that's not solid, or I don't know. I mean, I just saw a very small segment of that investigation. I don't know about you.
Well, it was it basically became a very dense barrier that
Yeah, but they didn't have they didn't have a probe, or they didn't go for a sample, or they were
how
just
they
speculating
determined it
about it.
was hypersalinated, I don't know. So
Yeah,
I don't
that's a
know. Yeah,
problem.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that's a huge problem, in my opinion. I mean, the whole thing is interesting AF, but my belief, or my thoughts on what the barrier would be something semi-permeable in nature.
well, yeah, I don't know if you are thinking it purely from a like a physical standpoint, or also from a biblical standpoint, because I don't know if there's anything in the Bible that discusses what it actually is.
Well, the
Correct.
Bible says that we can't really explore it all. Essentially, it says something like God will cast off Israel if we're ever able to explore it fully. The heaven for height, the oceans for depth, or something to that effect. So,
Wow.
looks like he's pretty confident that we're never going to explore the entirety of it.
That's really good to know. Thank you for sharing that, because I mean, so basically our creator is saying mind your business.
Pretty much. I mean, when you go out past Antarctica, it gets really cold and you're going to die. If you go up really high, it gets really unbreathable and you're going to die. And if you go down past the oceans as much as possible, it gets really thick and it just bounces you back up like a trampoline. So it looks like we're kind of confined to a certain area.
Well,
Oh,
there's some intriguing, like one, maybe two intriguing videos where I guess someone went down to Antarctica, and there's this kind of really, it's called, I don't know if it's called sky ice, but it's a very unique kind of ice that when it melts, just evaporates. It doesn't leave your your gloves wet, and you can't take it above a certain
I
parallel.
think
Has
I
anyone
heard of
come across
that.
that?
Maybe it was
Yeah.
you that mentioned it before. Is this something you just came across, or something you've known for a while?
No, it's something I came across recently. I've been listening to the Glowbusters 24/7. I kind of fall asleep to it, actually.
Oh
Um,
wow, yeah.
and then they play like Pink Floyd or some song, and I'm like, ah, Although I
Mhm.
love Pink Floyd, but when you're trying to sleep, it's kind of jarring. But anyway, so I kind of half hear things, then I wake up, and then I go back and I watch it, but I'm not like in the mood to like bookmark anything, so I have to, kind of find it again. But that was definitely intriguing, and that was most recent. Yeah.
But describe that again.
It is called Sky Ice. It was a video, and again, it's I think there was pictures of it where it's this really, it looks like a sky blue ice. It doesn't look like that kind of deep icy blue that you see in glaciers. It looks almost like a rock that's just very light blue. But then I there isn't any video of it actually melting, but supposedly it does melt, but it doesn't melt into a liquid. It just like evaporates, and it
From a
can't
solid.
go from a solid, and you can't, or maybe it goes into a
Well,
mist.
I think there are substances we have that do that. I mean, we have, dry ice. I don't know much about dry ice, but
That's frozen carbon dioxide, right?
Someone else would have to jump in on this one.
I think so because if you put it in there was some deaths that someone threw dry ice in a pool and then it gives off so much carbon dioxide that it actually suffocated people who were in the pool because it just created this cloud of carbon dioxide. So, yeah. I'm doing a little research to see if I can't pull that up. What's everybody using as a search engine now? Are people off the DuckDuckGo? Are you using Yandex or what?
I don't do anything that serious, so F it. I just use Google because my phone knows everything about me anyway, so I'm not going to freak out about it.
Oh, I've got it. I got it. I got it.
Somebody
Using
else
Yandex.
may have a better opinion.
I'm very excited. I found it. All right. So I'll put that in chat.
Cool.
Okay, it's on BitChute 938.
The sky ice of Antarctica, the wall, and the firmament. Pirate Pete, WTF, who is that dude?
I don't know, but this was in a whole compilation with the Globebusters. I don't know how they curated it, but I kind of follow some of the information on there. So take it as it is, but that's what I saw.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to test the spidey senses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not on BitChute, so thanks for sharing that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. So I'm getting great results in Yandex. To find stuff that's on any of the flat earth stuff. You still get the bullshit, but it's also on YouTube. I think there's I'm not exactly sure.
I might have to take a saunter over to Glowbusters. I haven't been over there in forever. Is that a recent show they did?
I don't know how recent any of it is because it's just kind of their playlist all in one live stream 24/7. So I don't know, and I think it's from all different times, but I've heard them talk about 2018, and so I think it's just kind of maybe the ones that they've curated that they like.
Well, the one that you shared, I thought that was recent. No, October 6, 2021. My bad, I wasn't looking at it right. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, I think it's okay for us to speculate a tiny tad. I mean, I think it could be towards a point of progress, connecting, dots and stuff. I don't know. So, if you listen to Glowbusters, what have they been talking about recently?
I haven't really been listening to the most recent ones, because it's sort of been just a crash course, and I found this live stream has all different kinds of stuff. And so when I'm working or I'm just relaxing, I just put it on the background, and if something really catches my attention, then I tune in and I rewind a little bit and kind of watch it and educate myself on some of the what kind of instruments are being used and what are the different kinds of physics things. So it's been really a great, interesting learning curve that I like. But it's not in any kind of logical order. That's why I've kind of been putting together my notes, where I would start off when people walk in,
Oh, that's
or
awesome.
yeah. So kind of organize it to a longer argument that's also supported by facts, history, and hands-on experimentation that people could do themselves. Like have the the second law of thermodynamics, and have like the Stretch Armstrong. Have you seen that one in the vacuum? So that if you
I may have, but if I have, it's been quite a number of years.
Yeah,
Is it?
so I feel like it's so crammed in my head in such a jumble because it's like all these different points that are like
Sure.
just I'm bombarded by, and it's all like pulling me in different directions. I just want to get it all like organized in my head. So I was like, you know what, I'll do this and then put it on a website, a timeline, and then seek assistance from the community to polish it, double check
Yeah.
it, make sure that I'm not going off on a
Yeah.
on a
Go,
weird
go
tangent or
you.
something. Yeah.
Five.
Anyway, it's exciting and it's getting my thoughts together, so I think I'll be a better um debater on the subjects. Like a lot of people are very good at all the different facts that, like how fast we're supposed to be spit, what the globe model is. Everyone is so well versed on what the actual globe model is, and I'm not there yet. So it'd be great to be able to refute different things. So anyway, this has turned into, I guess, a passion because I feel it is like the truth. So, well, it is the truth. So, what's more invigorating than the truth than wanting to get the truth out? Not only just because the truth is important, but because of the implications of why people are lying. And my ulterior motive for having something that's physical, a physical museum of some kind, because I'm sure there'd be pushback. I'm sure there'd be controversy, which would be great. Um, and if there were any actions or libel or things that would actually hurt the business, then there would be legal action that could be taken to to force the issue into a court of law, which would be cool. I'd like to see that come to pass. Oh, that old dude, that's great. Thank you. I haven't seen that one. What happened when they drilled into an ice wall near the firmament? And I think there's some declassified Russian stuff that talk about the firmament too. Although now that people are down on Russia, I don't know that any of that would be considered valid. The prejudice against them right now. Yeah, I'm always reloaded. Gun enthusiast? Yep, that blew my mind too. The Psalm 91. So did Glapflobe. So did of course Armstrong. It was his speech about truth's protective layer. If you saw that, if you got that speech, it must have really killed him. He seemed like he was the one who was most bothered by having to lie to the public. Exactly. Exactly. Why would truth need a protective layer? Yeah, I'm always reloaded when I brought that up to friends of the family. I was kind of like, oh, I'm just like killing time exploring, these arguments the flat earthers have. And, I find it interesting, kind of just bring it casual, but they're from a Christian background. And when I brought that up to them, they're like, that was really jarring to them. That's very persuasive to a lot of people. I think people just don't want to really believe that, number one, they could be fooled and that there would be such a massive lie. It just seems preposterous. Um, I don't know who Colin O'Brady is. Colin O'Brady. No.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah.
So Colin O'Brady had a Instagram following because he was in Antarctica, apparently, right? And he was social media broadcasting his crossing of Antarctica.
Oh. Oh, okay. Is that the guy who actually used the compass when compasses don't work there?
No, he used social media.
But when he was traversing, did he use a compass? He didn't rely on GPS, but he used a compass?
Did he traverse anything?
Well,
How
that's
do
the
you go
question. I
across
don't
the?
know.
So he documented on social media his crossing of the continent of Antarctica, across the South Pole from
Did
one coast.
he go on Joe Rogan? Is that the guy?
I don't watch Joe Rogan. I'm just talking about his Instagram follow.
Okay.
So like it was literally like day 28. I walked 100 miles or whatever, you know what I mean? And he apparently documented. He is a self-proclaimed. I have 10 world records. All this type of fucking total bullshit. So the point, what I'm saying is, in bringing him up, is he claims to have walked from one end of Antarctica to the other side.
Yeah, I did see that is the same guy who was on Joe Rogan. Karen B did a YouTube video about that and kind of like guesstimated the actual longitude, latitude, and where that actually his trek would be, and how that would look on the AE map, which is just a small portion of a little piece of so it's not really eh, yeah. So anyway, it could be like from a bay to a bay, and he kind of like did a triangle formation, so it wasn't like a straight across traverse.
Like a big
Anyway,
heart.
yeah, and even if he did it, but then it, basically there was another video that I saw of a guy who was actually at the South Pole. He had a compass. The compass didn't work. He said that you don't really can use a compass, and then he said on Joe Rogan that he exclusively uses compass. He didn't use GPS. So that basically, pushes the bullshit meter,
It
to 10.
invalidates whatever he said, right?
Yeah. Yeah, supposedly he was
Well,
carrying like a 400-pound sled, 100 miles a day.
yeah, like yeah, it was something ridiculous. I think he walked like 30 miles a day, 20 something. He did like a marathon a day. He pulled his sled. He was literally like, he had a sled with all of his like food and everything like that. and technically in Antarctica, you can't just go wherever you want. You have to poop in a bag. You have to tow it out. It's just absolutely redundant. Makes no sense. And so my whole question was, logistically speaking, if you're going to validate anything that they claim the poles to be, right? Logistically speaking, do you think it's easier to travel to Antarctica or just travel north to past a certain parallel and explore that?
I've no idea. I'm very curious about I think there was talk about looking into chartering a boat or some boats of where people could go to like the 59th parallel so they wouldn't like trigger any kind of military
You
action.
will be
And
violation of international law.
yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about what it would take to explore the North Pole. I do know that I looked into all the red tape and how much it would cost to actually try to make the argument to get permission to go to the South Pole. And obviously it's extremely cost prohibitive and, a lot of red tape seem near impossible unless you've got connections that would even happen. So who this Colin O'Brady is, I don't know like more of his background. Like how did he get clearance and all that?
Well, he got permission, and he apparently went through the red tape and everything. But if you look at the prohibitions for traveling and free travel in Antarctica, you're not allowed to have turbo combustion engine. So snowmobiles are
Sorry,
immediately out.
your audio is a little muffled. I couldn't hear that. You the provisions or prohibitions?
So the prohibitions with
Uh-huh.
traveling in Antarctica, you're not allowed to have an engine that creates smog. So there's no such thing as snowmobiles. You're not allowed to have sled dogs because there's too much control over animal and human waste. If you're there, find your way to get a pass. Just go explore freely. You can't poop on the ground because there's no toilets there. You have to poop in a bag and take it with you wherever you go. It's just everything that it's literally designed to where you cannot freely explore. You cannot do it. It's illegal. So everything that you do, you're going to be heavily watched and fined for every infraction. And all of the infractions that you're violating literally means so that you literally have to just hike your ass out. So therefore, you can't explore the place. Why do they not want you to explore this place? How far could you possibly go? Right? How
Mm-hmm.
far could you possibly go? Whether or not you're abiding by the law.
Right.
How far could you possibly go?
I don't know. I really want to find out, but I don't think I have the money, and I could probably find the connections and the money. I know of a couple ways to do that, but I don't even think I could get there if I had the right amount of money and tools. Such, I don't think either one, Antarctica or the North Pole. Which
right.
I don't really even want to go to Antarctica. I just want to go to the North Pole. I just want to go where we're from.
The resources required to expand your horizons as a human person. I'm talking to another human person right now. Right? So we have the Mariana Trench. We have the deep diving submarines where they get like crazy pictures of underwater sea life that exists that we could never go to, right? In the ground, the Russian borehole, they were only able to go was like 7.9 something miles.
Right.
and then we have the capabilities going down in water, which is like what 30,000 vertically. For what we can confirm is 120 or 130,000 feet in balloons, right? So we have a vertical limit, but have you ever thought about how far? What is your lateral limit? That's why I asked you, how many fucking miles are on your car? How far can you traverse laterally? How far can you go up? How far can you go down? Well, we definitely have vertical limits, but what are our horizontal limits?
Oh, I
And
see.
why are we restricted from personally arranging, a way to traverse these lateral limits? Do you understand what I'm
Right.
saying?
I understand what you're saying. So I've heard different people say, well, it's unknown, but if we can conceive of an infinite, outer space, that we could be on an infinite plane. But if there is a firmament, then who knows how far you could go until you reach the firmament. There's, like I mentioned, the Russian declassified documentation that specifically mentions testing the brightness of the firmament. And there was, Operation Dominic Fishbowl was testing the upper limits of a firmament. So who knows what that actually is in miles, but
But, and I don't mean to cut you off, as you said, but who knows? But is there anyone here who would like to know? Because you're talking to one person right now that wants to know, how far can we travel? Well, we have definitive vertical limits, but what's wrong with wanting to push the horizontal travel? The land that you're able to traverse. Is there anything wrong with wanting to put that to a test and want to kind of, just for the sake of doing it, traverse this area that we're in right now to the furthest limits possible, regardless if there's a law out there prohibiting you from doing it or not? If you have unlimited resources, do you have limited resources? If you had unlimited resources and unlimited manpower, how far could you go? And that does matter. Tell me it doesn't.
well, there's nothing wrong with wanting to do it, and if you had the resources to do it. Personally, what I'd like to see is a repeat of following the truck that Admiral Byrd did, because there's, records of that. There's, testimony, his live TV testimony to that, and that would, if they are hiding land and resources, that's, supportive of why they're suppressing, um, the idea of a flat Earth. So no, you're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with wanting to do it and to travel as far as you can go. I guess the only thing is you've got to, with an unknown, you got to figure out how much you can bring with you, and like, so even if you did get permission, like, what, it seems like they're
But that's
making it
one of
really
the things I
yeah.
wanted to talk about, the logistics. You know what I mean? Because the way the law is actually written for exploration in Antarctica, they're independent explorations. You have to like sign a freaking contract to do. They tell you, okay, no snowmobiles, no sled dogs. You literally have to be on your feet hiking, and you have to tow in everything, and you have to tow out everything, including your own waste, pee and poop.
Yeah. At those temperatures, I don't know if there's any way, like, you could go on one of those cruises and then, like, secretly, you know, let loose a solar powered drone to see how far that could go, because I'd imagine that's such a small target, it'd be really hard to bring down, and that would be really cool. And see if there's a camera, see how far it could go. But with wind conditions and limited sun, it'd be really hard to pull off. That's one thing I'd like to see if that could be done. That would be really cool. It'd be worth the fines or whatever to, I guess there'd be
Well,
jail time too. But
I think
it,
that if you're going to push the human limits of how far you could go in a lateral fashion on the earth that we live on, you would need a fleet of ships in order to get as far as possible. Why do you think the Navy and the Air Force combines their fucking efforts to do this? Admiral Byrd, he was a Navy admiral. Like, people just say, Admiral Byrd, you know, there's a reason why they brought the Navy to the edge, got as far as they could. But they're never going to tell you how far they got. You're never going to experience that for yourself. You're never going to, they clearly, maybe they did or not. Maybe they broke on to the other side.
I don't know. The
Maybe
treaty,
there was something.
the treaty might get dissolved though. Russia has a claim on Antarctica, and they recently said that they were there first, and it want they're so it'd be very interesting. And I thought that was kind of interesting, like kind of shot across the bow to the other nation states. Like, I know the secret, and we can unveil Antarctica. So I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but they did make that statement that with all these sanctions, said, "Hey, if you're going to play hardball with us, we can play hardball about Antarctica and claim it." So it's interesting.
If there's any if there's any places that we can go, it's been done already. Like these limitations that they have put in place, the Antarctic Treaty, so people cannot reach certain places, it's because it's been done already. So people trying to do it again, sure, but the capabilities of our militaries and the the aircrafts and the vessels that they have in place, they already can reach many of these places that let's say we are trying to go or whatever. So it's been done already. It's just that now we live inside the perimeter that people are allowed to be in, and not leave
Well,
from there.
it's one thing that we've done it already, and that there's, but I guess my curiosity wouldn't be satisfied until there was actual a live stream video, of these expeditions, the same, to see what was reported as being down there.
I'm pretty much disagreeing with you in saying that, well, we've already done it. That means we don't have to research it any further. It's because we've also been to the moon. And so why would everyone do that or have support in someone else doing it, or putting a rover on Mars, or sending a satellite out into the Kuiper Belt, or anything like that? That makes no sense to me.
Well,
Just
you're
because
already in
somebody
camp, though.
claims they did it,
I'm
just
thinking
because
about.
somebody claims that they did it means that we don't have to do it anymore.
No,
You're
that doesn't mean that. It means that it's already, the capabilities are there already, but to go and get it done, then the politics will have to change. These laws, the Antarctic Treaty, and all that kind of stuff. Because if the military is in place, the international militaries do not allow people to explore. You're not gonna get the necessary resources and the necessary technology that you need to reach these places. Only if anybody wants to go, you will need the private sector and the militaries on board to be able to do this. If you're not allowed, you're not gonna go, and
Well, let
you're
me
not
ask
gonna
you,
make it.
what's stopping the people who have the power and the technology that are capable of doing it? What's stopping them from violating some law to do it?
Death,
They
because
have they are
they'll
protected.
shoot them down. They'll put you in jail. Fine you
Right,
out of
but what if
existence.
the whole system is in that they're just doing it anyway? They're like, oh, we're violating the law. Like, we're going to do it anyway. We have the power and the capability to do it, so we're going to
And
do it anyway,
well,
regardless.
they got the law in place and they follow those rules. But what I'm saying is that to do what you're talking about, you will definitely need the let's say the private sector and these icebreakers and these
Well, couldn't
aircraft
you?
capable of
Could,
going there.
but couldn't you? See, I don't know enough about drones, but would it be possible in the summer months when it's the warmest to get a
It
solar powered drone just to do one flight that has a
would
camera?
freeze.
How far would
And
it go?
realistically, it would freeze because you would leave this sun moon system
Hmm.
and you would move far away enough to where you would see one last sunset and you wouldn't see the sun ever again. So at that point, you're in permanent, it's called permafrost. You're in permanent fucking no heat whatsoever. It's permafrost.
Yeah.
So, like, there is a way to traverse laterally infinitely up until you hit a barrier on this point, whether it be human physical barrier, like you're going to go freeze to death, or there's something in the way of you going any further. And the chances are you're going to freeze yourself first before you can ever confirm that.
Yeah. We need a supersonic rocket with a camera that you can launch from the shore
Laterally.
laterally. Exactly.
I'm sure they've done it. I'm sure they've done it.
I'm sure
And they
too.
aren't abiding by the laws that are set in place that are keeping the individual person from doing it. Okay, there's special programs that the military has that
Mhm.
they violate every law in the land. Doesn't mean anything to them. They have a job to accomplish, and they're going to accomplish it.
Now, if I could switch the direction and we think vertical for a second, there was that private rocket that went straight up that had a camera that was pointing down and pointing to the side, and it kind of went like clunk, and it stopped spinning and it stopped moving vertically.
That was the highest amateur rocket launch. It went 72 or 74 miles up. The Go Fast rocket.
Yeah, go fast. Now, I heard someone say that, and it was like verified by the Go Fast people, like years after their launch, that they had this like yo-yo mechanism to stop it from spinning, and that was the noise that you heard, but that didn't explain why the vertical um, trajectory had stopped. I guess a yo-yo mechanism would
So
explain it
I've
from stop
seen
from
that
spinning.
video, and I don't believe that it hit any sort of firmament. I don't think that it hit any sort of barrier other than it reached its upper velocity and then it peaked. It's like when you throw a ball in the air and it stops momentarily
Yeah.
before it begins to fall. Well,
Well, is there any footage of it falling?
no, there isn't.
Well, that's it. That's the curious thing. I mean, you would think that if they were able to retrieve the video of it going all the way up, why wouldn't they have it on the descent?
But here's the thing is when you travel 70 miles up, is there anything next to you to compare any sort of upper or lower drop? Like if you were to throw a ball in the air in your hand right now, you would see it reach its upper part and it would immediately start to fall. But
Well,
you're
they had a lateral camera where you could see the flat horizon of the earth, and there was a moon. And apparently the moon on that date was over
Australia.
Australia, even though they were launching from some place that where you would normally not be able to see, if you were on the globe, it would be impossible to see. the moon at that time.
I'm with you on it. Totally raises a lot of questions, but they either did not release a lot of the information or they failed to prepare for a lot of information, like to have comparison to, like I'm saying, you throw a ball in the air. Let's say we just throw a ball in the air 72 miles up. And you're filming this ball 72 miles up. Once it starts to drop, do you have anything to reference off of that it is dropping and at what velocity?
Well, I don't know that you need to see the velocity, but I think it would be if it were complete of it coming back to Earth, that it would be obvious that it was, decreasing and that it wasn't just at that height and that moment and that second where it stopped. So that's the question. That's the unanswered thing. It went up vertically. It seemed the vertical motion stopped. There was a horizontal camera cut shot to the moon and a horizontal plane of the Earth. And then nothing. But if they retrieved the rocket, if they retrieved the footage, where is the footage of the descent?
So I agree with you totally. That's fine. But when you launch a rocket in the air, once the engine stops, it doesn't stop accelerating. That acceleration travels over and it keeps traveling up. And then at some point, it stops moving and then it begins to travel down. Right? So
I'm with you
like I
there.
said,
There's no
it's
video.
like a ball
Yeah.
moving. When you could throw a ball in your hand 2
Oh, I
feet in the air.
totally get the concept. I'm just saying that there's no video evidence of it coming down, which is why I'm not saying that it got stuck on the firmament. I'm just saying that it, you know, it'd just be complete. It does leave a question. Maybe it did get stuck. It didn't.
It's
Maybe it's
totally
still.
open-ended.
I
It's
mean, it would
open-ended.
also support. It would support a globe. Kind of. There's no trajectory where it would be in orbit around a globe Earth because it was going straight up, unless if they're saying that the atmosphere travels with a rotating Earth, that would be a proof if there was a camera that it was just still hanging there for a certain amount of time. So anyway, I was just incomplete. It's an incomplete question in my mind, and I totally get it that it could be up in that air where it's just kind of suspended before it is descending. But I would have liked to see the confirmation of it coming down.
Yeah,
Now,
where did it come
Trace,
down?
here's the main question I have about that. That was 2014, right? Why has nobody done that since? Nobody's
You're
done that
coming
again. I'm not working. I'll shut up.
Is there any is there any statistics or data from Operation Fishbowl of how high they were launching the nuclear rockets, warheads?
You'd have to, because all of those are released to the public. You'd have to look at them yourselves. And yet you also have to think that when you're reading those things, were certain portions redacted that they're not available to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Operation High Jump, Operation Fishbowl, all that stuff from the 50s.
Right.
They're gonna, I think, in my mind, I'm biased, but they're gonna release the information that they want you to know.
Yeah.
And
But
they'll call it
supposedly, so we know they've got the helium balloon satellites. What do we happen to know, like the highest altitude or how many miles up those types of satellites go?
I'm not sure. I believe the highest individual, private party citizen launch for a helium balloon with a camera attached to it. I believe it was like 130,000 feet.
And how many
With,
miles is that?
well, just do the math. Hold on, I'll do it. It's like what, 552.60? Is that the miles per feet? It's 24 miles.
Okay, I'm just wondering, do we have any other evidence from the private sector of any height higher than the 74 miles? You know, because everything else higher is what we're taking NASA's word for it, right?
Like the ISS being like 300 miles.
Exactly. Like, what about any of the, like the quote unquote near space jump? How high was that in mileage?
Oh, you're talking about the Red Bull one?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's any, what are the claims of
120,000.
Okay.
20 miles. And they had a fisheye lens. I remember
Yeah.
seeing that in the break room. I was at work and I
Yeah,
was
I
like,
saw that.
huh.
I love how Neil deGrasse Tyson, he debunked that one. That stuff is flat.
Right. So somewhere between 75 miles on the 72 or 74 miles on the Go Fast rocket, it's flat.
Mhm.
You get up to 300 miles or so or 300 or 400 miles that the ISS is at, and there's visible curvature. So somewhere in between that couple hundred miles is where you're able to actually just look at it. And there's no way to verify it yourself, which is why I think that you're actually not capable of traveling that high. I believe that there is a vertical limit that they've
I believe so
discovered.
too, and they're even saying that the atmosphere, there's the thermosphere layer, and by it sounds like what the ISS is supposedly made out of, there would be a lot of melting. There'd be, it'd be basically cooking the people inside. So, that is and that the comparison of the ISS against the moon compared to an airplane against the moon, it can't actually be whatever they have up there pretending to be the ISS could not be as high as they make it out to be.
I
Right,
found
and
an
that's
article. I found an article that says there's no aircraft of any description has been higher than spy planes and certain types of balloons.
And how high
No
do the spy
aircraft.
planes go?
They go
I
above
can't
60,000 feet.
offhand.
I think 60 to 80,000 feet is their range.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't check that out.
Well, that's all good data. I'm gonna source that because it's also very
I'll link
curious
the.
that there's never any visible satellites, in any of the so-called footage that you get from the
I'll link the
ISS.
article. It specifically says that no aircraft of any description has been higher than spy planes and balloons. So what they're counting as actual aircraft, I don't know why they're excluding like the shuttles and all that. I don't know. But
So the U-2 can cruise for many hours above 70,000 feet. Most commercial aircraft, maximum of 42,000 feet.
Yeah, you're never going to have airliners travel that high. The only reason why you're going to travel that high is for specific operations. If you ever look into the 7110, which is like the air traffic control manual, they'll tell you that military aircraft have to have specific clearances above flight level 60, which is 60,000 feet. So if you're ever going to travel that high, you need to have a clearance to do so, and I don't believe they can go very much higher than that they have to ask for.
Okay. Let's see. According to the physics fact book, a zero pressure balloon is capable of reaching an altitude of 140,000 feet. But I don't really know what that means. But the highest manned one supposedly was 39,000 feet. Oh, no, no. Wait. May 4th, 1961, M.D. Ross and V.C. Prather rose at the world record of 113,740 feet.
And at that point, you can't like breathe the oxygen up there. It's super cold up there. There's no oxygen for you to breathe. So you need to be on oxygen. You have to, that's what they have the suits for. They're insulated and stuff like that. You can't just go up there by yourself.
Right.
So there is a vertical limit.
Do you remember the Darwin Awards? Just as a side note, it was hilarious where the guy was up in the lawn chair with the weather balloons, and he was in like the Boston airspace, and he sat on a lawn chair. He brought up a BB gun, and he thought, "Oh, I'll just fill these weather balloons up with helium, and then I'll have a nice float. And then when I want to come down, I'll just poke a hole in one of the balloons." But he shot up so high that he got scared and didn't want to shoot down the he didn't want to shoot down the balloons, and then the helicopter tried to rescue him, but the wind from the blades like kept pushing him, and it's just very funny.
Hitting power lines or some shit.
So apparently they're saying that the spy balloons go to the quote edge of space, but I'm not getting 136,000 feet. Supposedly.
All right, so that's 25 miles.
25 miles. So the go fast really surpasses all of that.
Way 3 times.
3 times as fast as that. And there's nothing on record right now between that and the purported ISS.
Nothing. It's all dead space. Place that you can't go. Realistically, you couldn't go. If you had unlimited resources, like I'm talking about, you could speculate where you could land, where you could observe from that point. But there's no data.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think the excuse for the go fast rocket stopping was that they had some sort of mechanism built into the top which ejected and gave it an opposing force.
The stabilizers.
Yeah, some sort of like parachute thing or something. I don't know how it works, but that's what I've heard as an excuse.
Oh, well, that would make sense if they had a parachute that would. Yeah, but would a parachute work at that altitude? I wonder.
Okay, so
wouldn't the air be too thin?
there was no parachute that got deployed because the camera was facing down, so the parachute would have to come out from the bottom. There's no such thing as a parachute. What there is there's a hydraulic effect once it's reached a certain altitude that deployed the fins, because when a rocket fucking goes in the air, it's spinning. So there was an opposing force with weight and the fins deployed apparently that offset the spin. It still traveled upward.
Yeah, that's what I heard. It was the yo-yo. They call it a yo-yo something. Yeah.
It just exactly. It
So
did not.
From that vantage point, it didn't actually, because it stopped spinning. You couldn't tell from that vantage point whether it was actually still moving or not. So it appeared to just stop dead in the air. but it was still traveling up. Is that what you're saying?
There's no way, there's no point of reference to tell that it stopped in midair. And physically speaking, that's impossible. It
Well,
stops.
Right.
That's all.
Well,
it was continuing traveling upwards.
Well, also the clip that I saw, like as soon as the yo-yos were deployed, and you hear the audio of that, and then it just kind of
It's kind of like water.
it ends, or there's a cut to the horizontal camera where you see the moon, but you don't see anything, anything, and like you said, there's no frame of reference, so there's no way to tell, about direction after that point.
Yeah. So to me, that video, it tells tales of some things and other things that people say it means. There's no frame of reference for it all. So
It's inconclusive, but it's interesting in the fact that it's like in comparison to all the rocket launches in Cape Canaveral, this one went straight vertical and it had a camera attached pointing down rather than all the other ones that are.
yeah, there's nothing like it out there, and I mean they claim it went like I think it's 72 or 74 miles, but there's really no proof. Like there's no altimeter on camera. Like I said, there's a million different ways that thing could have been done and confirmed, via the actual video evidence that it's not providing. It could have provided a lot of things that people speculate on. So the altitude isn't even confirmed.
There is claimed NASA footage of rockets going straight up with the camera pointing down. I suspect that they've used like a wide-angle lens to give a curved appearance to the horizon once the horizon is in view of the camera. But yeah, there is a couple, I think, that NASA have done like that. No cuts, just going straight up. I think one of the shuttles did that. So it's clean.
I don't watch it.
Like, and they're literally saying that they've gone higher than the Go Fast rocket in those clips. I don't know if I could find it.
Well, this is I'm going to copy this text. This is I don't know who is this is from an adjunct professor of physics at Dixie State University, who has the answer apparently to the why it stopped and whatnot. So let me put that in chat. See what people think of that. I don't have the link to it. It's from Quora. So went 73.1 miles, Mach 5.4, took 13 seconds. There's engine burnout at 35,000 feet, and so it coasted upward. And it coasted to an apogee, and then it descended with parachute deployment to slow descent, so the onboard recorder would land intact. I wonder how much that thing costs. It'd be cool to do
There
it.
you go. They, like in one breath they'll say, "Oh, our balloon reached the edge of space," and then in another breath they'll say, "Outer space is above 100 kilometers by international convention."
Right.
So where does this space start?
Well, there can't be space without violating the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, exactly. Entropy.
I mean,
like it's just not how we see gas behave. Like,
yeah. What I'd like
well, we
them to
don't.
do is I'd like them to put a. It's because it's not gruesome, but I wouldn't want to use a live human being for the experiment. I would want NASA to put a fresh donated cadaver in one of their spacesuits that's supposedly on the moon and film it as they go to that whatever that huge vacuum they have, with the concrete walls with the steel in the middle, and then they get to a like a really really they can't match the quote unquote outer space vacuum, but they get a really really you know um powerful vacuum going. I can't remember the name of the place, but they should film that. See if the spacesuit really holds. I think they did one experiment where they put an astronaut in a suit and they did start the vacuum. This is like in the 60s. And he started to feel the saliva on his tongue start to bubble before he passed out. And the other video that I've seen of people using a vacuum where they put like just a droplet of water, the water starts to bubble. So, it just starts to fill the space. It starts to hide the molecules. There's no cohesiveness in that under the stress of the vacuum.
Yeah, what I'd like to see is a pressurized container inside another container which is a vacuum, but inside the pressurized container is a glass of water, and see what happens to the water, because that's essentially what that guy would have been, a glass of water inside a pressurized suit inside a vacuum. So unless there was a leak like in his suit, how did that happen? There's after that I think that they did more footage of Neil Armstrong using a suit inside a vacuum chamber. So yeah, it's claimed, right? So there's footage where they're claiming he is in a pressurized suit inside a vacuum, and that didn't happen. So I don't know like what the story is there, but I would like to see that experiment done.
Well, I actually it actually looks like it boiled. So take a look at 1035. There's a YouTube where they do that. They have water inside a vacuum, and the water looks like it's going to boil.
But is the water inside? Is it in a pressurized environment inside a vacuum?
Oh, interesting. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
No,
because their suits are supposedly pressurized, and then they're going into a vacuum. So inside the pressurized suit is the moisture in their body, and then they're in a vacuum as well. So I know that liquid inside just directly in a vacuum, like exposed to a vacuum, will boil and evaporate. But
They did those types of tests I watched, I mean, it's just a YouTube video. It was a long time ago. It's been deleted, but it talked about how the early space program, like in its infancy stage in like the 1950s and stuff, they did human experiments with people in enormous vacuum chambers. I don't know if their suits were pressurized or not, but there's a reason why they stopped doing those tests. Is they were trying to hypothetically create an environment that they were going to potentially put these people in. And it just did not end well for these people, these astronauts.
right.
Yep, I am putting that video up.
Yeah, that's another good point too. Is just pressurized, air. Just a pressurized gas, a system gas inside a vacuum is going to want to expand, right? Like, so that's some pretty good suits, material they've got in those suits. They should be puffing up and look like the freaking the marshmallow guy. Whatever.
Your cells existing in their natural state in a not a liquid form, but in a malleable form, not a solid, not a gas, kind of is a big giveaway to how your body would interact with a absolute zero vacuum, which, by the way, they can't even create a perfect vacuum of space. There's actually multiple levels of vacuums that they create here on Earth and test individually in science experiments, and cannot replicate a perfect zero vacuum here on Earth. Do you know that?
Right. Yeah, and as you were saying about that, the facility with the, meters and meters of reinforced concrete and steel just to simulate an environment not even close, really, to what they're claiming is in the sky, and yet they can stick someone in a suit in one of them, inside a vacuum that's greater than that. Like, what's the suit made out of? That's what I'm saying. Like, how does that work?
It doesn't. You literally have to be encased in concrete, reinforced concrete and steel. And at that point, you're not moving. You don't have fingers. You don't have gloves.
Well, that's when
the whole thing is fucking ridiculous.
well, that's when they started doing it underwater. They explicitly said it was because of that one astronaut who collapsed and felt the saliva on his tongue starting to bubble. That after that they moved to the underwater training.
I wouldn't be surprised if the people doing underwater training to simulate space or whatever, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't even know that they're going to be used in film.
Well, one of my theories is about the NASA program is that they are planning to go to quote unquote space, but space is really the water above the firmament, and they're trying to figure out how to get past the firmament, and then they will explore it underwater. Because if it's water from the water, then water training makes sense in a way.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense what you're saying, but if there was a divider between the two, I don't think that man could break it.
I just don't think that. I mean, when you look at that Mythbusters video of them collapsing those empty oil tankers, with just a vacuum that doesn't even come close to what supposedly space is, that there's any fabric of a spacesuit that's going to withstand that kind of vacuum pressure.
Yeah, and the whole tanker just collapses instantaneously.
Yeah, and they're they've got 15 layers of mylar and whatever special fabrics they have, and even if it is a pressurized suit, I mean,
yeah, they're all telling you that no, we're advancing physics at the same time we're defying physics.
They'd have to regulate the pressure to the point where it's not going to want to expand to the point where it's going to press the suit, and they'd have to control the temperature of inside as well. Like, I don't know.
And wouldn't have to be progressive, in terms of how, the altitude. I mean, because there's, at some point, Tyson is saying, oh, and just suddenly then gravity is just like the atmosphere doesn't want to go anywhere after that. It just gravity keeps the atmosphere to the earth, and all of a sudden then it doesn't want to go anywhere and you're in outer space magically. And then there's the vacuum. So there's got to be a transition period where if you're in a pressurized suit, is it pressurized on Earth, and does that then, wouldn't it be too much pressure on Earth to have it pressurized? Doesn't it have to? So that's, I don't know the physics of that, but it would seem to me that if you have to match the pressure against a vacuum, that wouldn't be too much pressure when you're on Earth. It would have to start at some point to match the vacuum.
So you telling me that the vacuum of space is more than 13 psi? Like here is and sea level on Earth.
I don't know psi or whatever. I'm
13
very
psi.
sketchy on all that.
I don't know, maybe Matthew could help us out.
13.7. Mythbusters is actually a hilarious example because what they demonstrated in that train car is the pressure of the atmosphere, which makes it extremely difficult, next to impossible, absolutely to send people into extreme environments. And then there's footage of Adam Savage in a plane, in a regular old private jet saying, "Oh, look, it's the curvature of the Earth." Motherfuckers are just lying. You know what I mean? So they come out, they prove this, prove so many more things wrong. Just outright lie about seeing curvature from an airplane. Absolutely.
Right,
But
so
the average
like
one question.
gas wants to find equilibrium on the surface, but not at altitude, right? It won't. It doesn't want to do that up there. It only on the ground. Entropy works, right?
It does work, but it doesn't work backwards.
So what you'd have to do is you'd have to get like a positive pressure suit that they use in those in the the level 4 biolabs, and then put it in to the test inside that heavy duty vacuum chamber.
I don't know. Maybe Matthew can help us. Matthew.
Yeah, what's up?
So we know that there's no such thing as people flying around in tin cans high above us, like at extreme altitudes, and or exiting those tin cans and floating around in a pressurized suit. But let's say theoretically they could do that. What's stopping the spacesuit from blowing up like the Michelin Man?
Engineering design. It's only about 15 psi or less that's inside the ISS versus the outside, so it doesn't have to be that strong.
But we were talking about on MythBusters, when they collapsed those oil tankers, those train tanks.
Yeah, I posted a picture.
Right. So why doesn't that happen? What's the difference? Why doesn't the opposite of that happen in space?
Well, it would if it weren't strong enough. I mean, you need to design for the engineering, constraints of the system, I guess.
So we were talking about the facility that NASA built, the vacuum, which has meters and meters of reinforced concrete and steel, so that it can
It approximates. It doesn't get near true vacuum of space. It approximates it.
Right, so
Right,
it's
if
like
you're
10 to the -6 torr or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
well, so your car's tires are about 30 psi, which is twice as much as what the ISS would have to hold in. So if your car's tires can do it, I don't see why a ISS couldn't.
So you're talking about a ratio of pressure inside and outside. So is that
Not ratios, the differences. It's the difference that matters, not the ratio.
so the difference? There's a difference of pressure on the outside than on the inside.
Yeah, the difference between the inside of a car tire is 30 psi more than the outside of a car tire. Whereas with the ISS, it's less than 15. 15 on the inside, 0 on the outside.
Well, what about a tire? The SpaceX car, the car that was put
right. So
into
a tire in the vacuum of space, right? What's going on there? What would that survive? Would you have to reduce
probably. I wouldn't drive on it though. So yes, the tire on Earth had a psi difference of 30, but if it gets up to space, it'd go up to 45. Now, it'd be dangerous to drive your car if you overinflate your tire up to 45 psi. I don't think it would explode right away, though. How much pressure do you think a tire could take? I mean, they're designed to run at 30, but I don't think they'd explode at 45. Maybe at 60 or 100. I don't know.
So they're designed for optimal use at double normal air pressure.
Yeah. Well, so I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, what do you think? When do you think a tire should explode? Like, at what pressure difference?
I don't know. I don't know about a 0 psi. A tire with 35 psi in it. I don't know what would happen at 0 psi if it was in a 0 psi environment. I don't know.
Well, I can tell you. Well, yeah, I know what would happen if you pump up a tire to 30 psi on Earth. Then, if you were to put it into a vacuum chamber, then the pressure would increase from 30 psi to 45 psi. And the question is, can tires survive 45 psi? I don't know the answer, but I think probably the answer is yes, although I wouldn't recommend driving around on tires that are overinflated that much.
So what stops it from expanding anymore and stopping at 45?
Oh, that's just the difference between sea level and the vacuum of space is 15 psi. So if it's inflated at 30, then you change the outside pressure by 15, then the inside differential pressure goes from 30 up to 45.
Apparently, the space shuttle's tires were inflated to over 400 pounds psi.
Right, I get you. So then it's just a matter of whether the material that it's within the container is strong enough to withstand that pressure.
Right. Yeah, the rubber, if it's strong enough.
Yeah. So Matthew, what if you had a pressurized container with a cup of water in it, and then you stuck that inside a vacuum chamber? So it was a sealed pressurized container with a cup of water in it, and then you put that whole container inside a vacuum chamber. Would it affect the pressurized container in any manner?
Well, if it
was
you mean if it doesn't leak or anything, you have the pressurized container, but the container itself is in a vacuum. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. So a sealed, it can't leak, sealed pressurized container, like with gas in it, oxygen, and it's got a cup of water in it, and then you put that whole container inside a vacuum chamber and empty and take all the air out of it.
Well, if it's sealed, the inside of the container wouldn't change, I don't think.
It wouldn't change.
That's right. The differential pressure would change from the inside to the outside, but the inside pressure wouldn't change.
So what happened with the guy at 37 after the hour that True Seeker posted? NASA guy, NASA astronaut in the vacuum that said it felt like his tongue was boiling and bubbling, and he passed out when they were doing early tests for astronauts in vacuum chambers.
I'm not familiar with that specific incident, but if his suit leaked, then it wouldn't be a sealed container, and it could be that the pressure inside the suit went way lower than it was supposed to. That's just guessing based on, hearing about this for the first time right now. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool video. You should watch it. I've seen footage where they claim that they stuck Neil Armstrong in a spacesuit and put him in a vacuum chamber for training. I don't know how authentic that is. It's
well, there's nothing about that specific thing that would violate anything that either of us believe, right? I mean, vacuum chambers exist.
Yeah, right. This one contradicts the other. I don't know. Like you said, did the one posted, did that guy have a leak in his suit or something? Like that's probably going to be the story that they give. I don't know. But
what do you mean by the story that they give? You assume they're lying about something?
Well, that's the excuse they'd give as to why he nearly passed out while he was in a supposed pressurized suit inside a vacuum chamber. That's probably the reason that they'd give for what happened. There must have been a leak in his suit.
Would you think something different happened? I mean, that sounds like a reasonable explanation. Again, not knowing anything about the actual situation, just curious why you think it's a story.
Historically, apparently there was that one incident, and then they moved to underwater testing. They didn't go back to testing the suits in vacuum chambers after that, as far as I can tell. Also, kind of proves that there wasn't a moon landing because there was stains on the outside of the spacesuits where orange juice from their that they were drinking from the inside of their suits was leaking to the outside. So obviously the suits failed. That wasn't pressurized properly. So there's no way they would have been able to survive that if it were leaking to that degree.
Well, yeah, you're right about that. If the suits leak, they wouldn't survive in a vacuum. As far as like training in a vacuum versus training underwater, my impression is that they would train some in the vacuum so that they could test out the suits, but that the underwater training was more the mechanics of like weightlessness. They could get the buoyancy, neutral buoyancy. So they have these big, heavy objects that don't have weight to them, but still have mass. So they train for that kind of stuff.
Apparently there is NASA does report that they're testing suits in a vacuum.
Yeah, I would assume they would have to test all their vacuum suits in a vacuum to determine if they actually work.
Well, they do it in the military for high altitude flights. I know that. I've seen docos on that. They say it feels uncomfortable because of the suit starts, once it's like you said, the differential. Yeah, they feel that pressure on them, I guess, within the suit. they feel a change, I guess, wouldn't they? I don't know. You would think you'd feel it if we can feel pressure. So
yeah,
if there's a pressure change, we would feel it. We'd experience it, wouldn't we?
Okay, so my guess is that the pressure inside the suit, the pressure on your skin doesn't change, but if the suit is sort of puffing up, it probably becomes harder and harder to move because you're kind of like in a big pressurized marshmallow man type thing. So it's harder to move, but the point of a pressure suit would be to keep the same pressure inside.
To keep the same pressure inside, but the pressure would change, with altitude, right?
So another good example would be in airplanes, like the 787 Dreamliner is much more comfortable flying because they let the pressure go down until it equalizes to about the pressure at 8,000 feet. And then after that, the higher the plane goes, the pressure inside the plane stays the same, but the differential pressure between the inside of the plane and the outside of the plane, that difference increases the higher you go. So same thing with the pressure suits. In other words, when the plane is flying at 8,000 feet, there's no pressure difference between the inside of the plane and the outside. But then they keep that same pressure inside, and as it goes up to 40,000 feet, there's quite a bit of difference.
What's the mechanism by which you create a positive pressure from within a suit or a container to withstand a vacuum?
Well, suits, they have like a airtight container of Kevlar and whatever else the suit is made out of. But with airplanes, it's just like a aluminum tube. I mean, a big metal tube that can be pressurized.
When you say pressurized, I mean, is there is just basically more sealed so that air isn't escaping to maintain a certain atmospheric pressure, or is there something done to create more of a positive pressure within the container?
With airplanes, I think they have these little pumps that can pump air in and out, at least in. And then I don't know how it works with pressure suits. I'd just be guessing, so I don't know.
So theoretically, if you need air to be pumped in to create a positive pressure at a certain altitude on a plane, you would actually need air then in space somehow to create a positive pressure.
And on airplanes, they use the bleed air from the engines sometimes. So that's highly pressurized, compressed air from the engines. If they were doing the ISS, I don't know how they would do it.
Well, what about a spacesuit, though?
A spacesuit, once it's sealed up, you can't really add pressure to it.
And what would happen? I mean, can you have a positive pressure suit, and then by the time you go into the vacuum of space, does it need to be, can it maintain the same pressure that you had when you were in the Earth's atmosphere?
I mean, that would be the idea of a pressure suit, would be to have the same pressure inside and outside the suit when you're putting it on. Then you seal it up, And even when it's sealed, you have the same pressure inside and outside. Then you go into a vacuum, and the pressure inside stays the same, but the pressure outside is different. I'm sorry. This is me speculating and guessing. If anybody knows for sure, this is.
Yeah, we're all just thinking things through.
I like these questions, though. They're interesting to think about.
All right, it's getting past my bedtime, so I'm going to ring off. But great talk, everybody. Thanks for all the contributions in chat. I appreciate it.
I hope you have a nice, fully pressurized evening, so you can sleep and breathe all night.
Looking forward to it. Thanks. Bye.
So, outer space does like in my, and this is just my opinion. I don't think that it exists. Like, what makes you guys outer space exists? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah. So if you go higher in a building, you'll notice that the pressure is a little bit lower. If you drive in mountains, the higher you go, the pressure gets less and less. And so you just sort of take that to the logical conclusion. The higher you go, 40,000 feet is high, as high as planes fly. Now you're down to 2.7 psi, 80,000 feet, 100,000 feet, 10 miles, 100 miles. Eventually, you'd get down to a really low pressure, which you might as well consider a vacuum. That's the reason. It just sort of makes sense, kind of like the natural progression of altitude.
Well, yeah, I get altitude and pressure, but what's the reasoning that outer space exists, like outside of the atmosphere?
Yeah,
that's what I want to know.
Yeah, outer space would just be, once you get down to a low enough pressure, you just say, okay, that's so low that we just call it outer space. It's just a name for when the pressure gets low enough.
Okay, so just okay. I get that.
Oh, so here's the definition. I don't know if you've heard of the Kármán line. It's about 100 kilometers, and some people like to use that as a definition for outer space because it's the point at which the amount of air is so thin that the aerodynamic forces, you can't fly a plane up there. You'd have to fly a plane so fast that it would be orbital speed. So it's the sort of arbitrary line, which is about where orbital dynamics take over aerodynamic forces. That's a complicated way to say it, but that's why they say 100 kilometers.
Right. So, I'm just take it off. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. You're like cutting in and out a bit.
Well, what I was going to do. Is that me making that noise, or what was it? Because I'm on cutting in and out.
We're catching about half of it.
You good now. Okay, so what I was saying is and I'm a flat earther, so on and so forth. Why do okay, so why does, I don't know, I like the whole question of outer space. Yeah, it's oh yeah, there's these pictures, there's that and the other thing, and so on and so forth. But like, I've just gotten to the point okay, so I really think that anyone's ever really been to space. I think that the astronauts or whatever, like, yeah, you fly up a high enough altitude, so on and so forth. But I don't really think that, this whole kind of vacuum or huge kind of, I mean, like Hollywood will paint like, yeah, there's, I've seen the movies, I've but that's something that, I don't get why
conversations about space, like actually, like are even like relevant to like the flat Earth like discussion. And the reason I say that is because, you know, I mean, you get off into these crazy kind of like calculations of like, this is this light, how many light years away, or this, and like, you know, this star is like, we were only seeing like this because this is you know, we're seeing this was a supernova that like exploded star, that so on and so forth. But I mean, you know, I've seen like a map of space and it says the Milky Way galaxy, and this little dot, it says you are here. And I'm like, nobody, how can anyone like even fathom of making a map of something like that, or even calculate, like, I mean, yeah, you can numbers, say whatever you want, you know, but honest to goodness, like, you know, nowhere been to a point outside of quote unquote Milky Way galaxy to show like this like map of the galaxies, or map of this and that and the other thing. I mean, it's I think it's good with like, you know, science and like kind of like these calculations, but it's all kind of like, you know, it gets off into like speculation and like, oh, because this equals that. It's almost kind of like it's wizardry, or like some kind of like, you know, you could get like, you know, like I've taken calculus, like, and you get imaginary numbers and this, that, and you can have all kinds of things, but what are the practical applications? Like, how can someone map a freaking galaxy and like, you know, go off of that? And like it just, I mean, I just, and this may just be me saying, hey, you know what, it's it's bullshit. I feel like I think that like anyone who even takes that, yeah, we accept that there's space. You're opening up all these kind of like other things. It's like almost kind of like, yeah, you could say, yeah, this is this many light years away, or that, you know, and I mean, like the calculations are like astronomical, like billions and billions and billions of years ago, blah blah blah. This, you know, galaxy did that, or like so on and so forth. It's so like kind of I'm sorry if I'm sounding ignorant, but I mean, it really is like a freaking, yeah, you can get like crazy with math, but like I don't really even think gravity and that exists. I mean, I think it's something. It's a theoretical like thing. You know, they base all this science and stuff off of. But I mean, it's theory, and my like, I'm just trying to like wrap my head around like the practical, like, why would these discussions even be relevant for this room? But then again, you know, that's me being ignorant, like, you know, because, you know, there's a lot of people that aren't like flat earthers, that aren't, you know, so on and so forth. But I think like so much more could be like gained from like, you know, what is and what isn't. I mean, and I'm sorry it sounds like mean, or like, you know, and that could be just being, that could be being mean, you know, so on and so forth. But I just really don't see the point of discussing space when I mean, I believe the sun is within our firmament. I mean, you know, I don't know who else believes it, like, or, you know, has seen, like, you know, I believe the moon is within our firmament, but I don't see the actual like the like, where do we go from this? Like, I mean, where are you getting at? Like, I mean, I don't know. That's just me. Like, and I'm sorry if I'm being mean, or like, you know, like someone it like, you know, they don't look like, think that like the way I think, and I'm very sorry if it came across that way, but yeah, I just think there's tons and tons and tons and tons of really more interesting like things that are on Earth that like, you know, have like way more application than, I mean, like to say that, and this is just me like spouting off. I'm sorry if it's, but to say like, yeah, the space, or it's almost kind of like agreeing that the Earth is round and like it's drifting in space and so on and so forth. And that's just kind of how I feel. So I'll be quiet now. Sorry.
You made a good point, like about the relevance of it, because what they base it off is the radius, you know. So yeah, is it relevant if if they don't have a measured radius?
Right. That's okay. I'm not muted.
So
yeah,
they can have all them speculations about billions of light years and giant galaxies and black hole, and this is how gravity is making it all work and everything. But without that radius, without that curvature,
it's almost as kind of like the whole like in order to believe that one is the other, all that, it's like you got to believe that the Earth is drifting in space, or and that space exists, and this is it's all kind of like opening up like huge like questions. They're like things that we don't. It's like, I mean, if you are a flat earther, and I'm sorry if it's me being like ignorant, because some people aren't flat earthers, and some people think space is so on and so forth. But it's almost kind of like in order to argue those points, or like it's like you have to first and foremost agree that we're drifting in space. It's like kind of like, okay, well, yeah, I could use this math or so on and so forth, but that's almost kind of like agreeing to like, yeah, it's like gravity exists and this exists, and there's it's almost kind of like, to me it's kind of like it's pointless. And yeah, you're like the radius thing, like, yeah, it is, it really, like it's almost kind of like this whole like added on like kind of like math and everything, just to like prove something doesn't exist, or it does exist, or so on and so forth. But in order for like a flat earther to even like state those claims, it's almost kind of like you have to like agree to like, oh yeah, radius, gravity, so on and so much. And it's almost kind of like, it seems pointless, because like this is so much stuff that you're digging into that is irrelevant because it doesn't exist, and it's almost kind of like you gotta, you're almost like, to argue about it is like agreeing to things that you don't necessarily agree to. And I honestly, that's the reason why, like, and sorry if I'm ranting or so on and so forth. People that are on this channel could probably put my words better into better ways of thinking. But yeah, I agree with like what you're saying about like the whole like radius and this. It's, you have to, you're basically agreeing to that are like not necessarily like true about Earth, about, I don't even want to call it a planet, just because to even say planet, you gotta, it's wandering in space, that's yeah.
Because even if you do believe it exists, what what you're saying is basically, even if you do believe it exists, and that is reality, even though it's not experienced, it may not as well exist, right?
Right. So I think I could answer what you said a little bit. So yeah, first of all, I think those are interesting questions to think about and ask ourselves the value of different endeavors. So for example, if you're a agricultural scientist trying to feed the world and find ways of ending hunger, then what good is somebody who studies volcanoes, right? But in general, I think the human race is sort of insatiably curious about everything. And so why build telescopes? It's not going to affect anything we do on Earth if we build telescopes, but we like to look through telescopes and see interesting things. So I think the broad answer to your question, why do all this, is just, hey, we're curious people.
Well, yeah, I totally I do agree. I do agree with what you're saying, and I was just, yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and but like, how do you like come to the conclusion that, and this is just to the flat earthers, how do you come to the conclusion that space exists, outer space exists? And that's the question, and that's for flat earthers.
Well, most of the time you'd use a common experience that we all share to say something must be existing. Like when people go up to higher mountains, they say that you can't breathe up there like as normal. So that makes them theorize that as you go higher and higher and higher, there will be less breathable air in a zone of quote unquote evacuated space. Now, whether there's anything beyond the, container wall, the firmament dome, or whatever, that's the main question. But the closest thing to space that I found in the flat Earth discussions that I've been part of is some zone of generalized evacuated air up there under, I guess, the covering the container, the firmament, or the dome, or whatever.
So, but how does anyone who's a flat earther like believe that there's another space? And I understand what the whole thing is. The higher you go, the less air. I don't even know less air the higher you go. I just believe it just because that's what people say. But outer space, like, it's
With
almost
like
kind of
planets
like,
and stuff like that? You're talking about like
well, yeah,
planets we can land on? Gotcha.
no, yeah, like just anything in outer space, meaning like a vacuum. Like, is there a vacuum out there? Is it that, like, that's my question, like, to flat earthers or myself too. Like,
Well, based
I
off of
just
the
I
moon landings appearing to have been faked, based off of Bart Sabrell's funny thing happened on the way to the moon and other videos that talk about the anomalies with the moon landing, it looks like we
yeah,
can't
and
get
you
up
have the
past a
Stanley
certain height.
who or whoever that guy was, like, admitted to, like, yeah, they were all filmed, they were all staged. So I mean, it's almost kind of like, I mean, like, literally, like, he says it, like, and I have it, like, on video, like, and you can believe it, you cannot believe it, like, but it was totally like, yeah, I mean, so like, are you a flat earther?
I am, yes. I would have to go with the Earth
Okay,
being flat and covered by some sort of firmament, yeah.
okay, so why do you feel that there's an outer space?
I don't. I think that we can't get past the firmament based off of Project Dominic and Project Fishbowl. So I think beyond the dome, we really don't know what's out there myself.
Gotcha. That's how I feel too. And I'm probably like asking just in general, like, kind of, because I know I've heard some like really smart people on here, like, spout off tons of stuff, but that's my 8 or so. I just my question is just in general, like, flat earther, like, what makes you think outer space exists?
Well, I guess we're asking sort of like a cosmology question. What's the overall layout? Do planets exist, and or in what form do they exist in? Does space exist, in what form does it exist? If you're asking me, I'd say that it's flat, covered by a firmament, sky dome. There's a general zone of evacuation, going up towards said dome, but beyond that, who knows what's happening? The sun, moon, and stars would be within the firmament, because I myself would go with the biblical cosmology for the general layout of the sun, moon, and stars and all this other stuff with an A.E. Gleason map plastered on top of that. So the closest thing to planets you would get with me is lights within the firmament.
Cool. Good answer. And yeah, I'm sorry for spouting. You know, it's almost like, I guess it's frustrating just to, like, you know, come in and hear all this stuff about space and this and that. It's like almost kind of like, but why are we even discussing that? Because I mean, I understand, like, you know, it's not everyone in here is a flat earther and so on and so forth, but yeah. So
Well, people try to talk about how the model has been falsified and is impossible. Therefore, it is untenable and can't be held logically because we don't know of a way to have a pressurized system like that of the Earth being next to a depressurized system like the vacuum of space without the pressurized system emptying into it. And so they try to talk about the impossibility of the heliocentric model, making it untenable. The only thing that we know of and have experience with is a container containing solid gas, like, you know, a flat earth that's firmamentally contained or something to that effect.
you know what's
to even begin to attempt a similar, to recreate it, you know, what they're saying is happening, they would require a container.
And you know, it's also what I find, like, it's funny, but it's actually, like, I mean, the stuff that's quote unquote, like, you know, spacesuits and this, it's all like in water, you know, and it's almost kind of like, you know, it's the most relevant, like, in my opinion, you know, because, you know, I believe in you know, water being above and you know, so on and so forth, but it's almost kind of like it's appropriate that they train in, like, water, pressure with water, and I guess, like, it's kind of funny, but like yeah, I don't
Well,
because
the water's above our
yeah,
part of scripture.
and
Yeah.
right. So like, and the other thing is, if you pull out a telescope and really look at a star, like, I mean, they look like they're underwater, like they fade in and twinkle, and it's almost kind of like it,
It's a very similar
and
effect.
you know, yeah, and so it's like,
And a
you
lot
know, it's really kind of,
yeah, a lot of science is about modeling similar effects and saying we're getting this similar effect over here. Therefore, we're pretty comfortable inferring and assuming that this is what's going on.
yeah. I just yeah, I get so frustrated just with, I guess I'm being ignorant right now because I guess I'm personally frustrated with people not thinking the way I think, I guess, you know, and so it's almost kind of like, yeah, just me, like, spouting off. So
Well,
I
it
do
can be a
apologize
little
if that.
frustrating. It's understandable. That's why we have to simmer down and be like, okay, how are you thinking about this whole shape of the earth thing? How am I thinking about it? And why aren't we seeing, you know, the same way?
That is a very, very, very good answer, and I appreciate everyone and yourself for adhere, like listening to me spout off, and you know, so it's, I do feel like things that, you know, I are very, like, for, I think, like, I really think that, like, there are no mountains, you know, that, like, they're fossilized trees, you know, but that's a whole other kind of thing, you know, so on and so forth. But
Sounds like you're talking
yeah, there's
about the
just,
mud fossil university thing.
Say that again.
Well, there's a YouTube channel that does talk about the mountains being, biological in some sense, giants, fossilized tree stumps. I think the general banner for that is like Mud Fossil University, talking about these huge petrified mud fossils. Having a living thing be flooded in water that's rich in minerals, and the thing eventually turns to stone. We see this happen in graveyards, buried bodies that turn to petrified stone if they are flooded. The mineral rich water comes in and washes away the volatile compounds, the stuff that would normally make the organism explode with these decaying, rotting gases, and leave minerals in their place to eventually petrify the thing and turn it into like a fossil, a mud fossil, or a stone. They speculate that there's thousands of them all over the earth, especially after the flood. And so people talk about finding like a thumb, a body part, a heart, or something that looks very biological, even trees in some cases. So it just depends on, who you ask
You
about.
said that's on another channel. Like
Mud Fossil University
you
is the
said, YouTube or
biological.
something.
Yeah. I'll put it in the chat. That's the channel that goes over them being like giants and something biological. Yeah.
I love that little.
Yeah, I would really appreciate to have that channel. Thank you.
There's that little park is it France? The little rock area in a forest somewhere in France, I think it is. There's all these rocks, and by golly, they've got to be petrified creatures from the past, gigantic snakeheads and things like that. And they've got the skin that looks like skin, snake skin on them, or little elephants, elephant rocks. It looks just like a baby elephant or something. It's incredible. Like too many, unless it was sculpted. There's just too many in the one area for it to be a coincidence. That's a bit of an argument from incredulity, but come on.
Thank you for that link. I really appreciate that. Meadowlark, if that's yeah, I really appreciate that. And there's also other stuff that like there's I don't know how many people have seen this. It's a YouTube video. There are no more forests on Earth. There are no forests on. Have you seen it?
I may have seen that one. I put one by Jay Dreamers. He goes over it too with the petrified titans that we see, whose remains we see in the landscape and stuff like that. And I think he goes into like the trees being like, or the mountains being petrified trees and stuff like that too. Yeah.
Good vibes.
Thank you for
Shout out to Jay.
It is fascinating stuff. Is somebody else trying to speak? It sounds like somebody's coming in and out.
Sorry, I was just saying, shout out to Jay. Good vibes.
Yeah. Shout out to Jay Dreams and all of the truth seekers out there. In Mud Fossil University, he talks about DNA tests being done on these rocks, and they're testing positive for like blood and stuff like that. It's interesting stuff. I guess I kind of take it with a grain of salt. Like, what could it be? But I think it could be possible.
Thank you guys for all the YouTube links and stuff that you've posted. Like, thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I mean that's so freaking like more interesting than outer space, in my opinion. But I don't want to. Yeah,
it sure does put an interesting spin on history. That's for sure.
Absolutely, it does. Absolutely.
They need everything to fit the narrative, right, of the spinning ball. They need everything to fit, so that includes history, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what they've done. They've controlled our world view from birth. It's just it's crazy. I'm so glad that I can step away from it and say no. I want my worldview to be my own, based on direct personal experience, or if I have speculation based on my own thoughts about what's presented to me, not just take it on faith and investigate it myself, and not just take it on faith.
I agree with what you just said. Same.
So what you guys think about?
Well, I asked initially for flat earthers, what makes you think that outer space exists?
You broke up there a little bit, or you were kind of choppy. You said, what makes flat earthers think that outer space doesn't exist? Is that what you said?
No, does exist. No, I said what makes them think it does exist.
I don't know too many flat earthers that think that it does exist.
And I am a flat. I posed a question, and I got really. Yeah, well, that's. I guess I came in on a kind of like a kind of like space kind of like conversation. It was, and we were talking about pressurized suits, and my question was just in general for flat earthers, does anyone like what make and if so, like why would because all these things I see, like calculations of this or that, and it's like what even to like have these like debates is almost kind of like agreeing that yes, outer space exists, or like the earth is round. It's almost kind of like, but I've gotten some really good feedback from everyone who's chimed in, but that's what we were talking about.
Well, I don't know too many flat earthers. Sorry, go ahead, bro.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying he makes a good point, because we did go off into the weeds a little.
Maybe it's me.
Like you say from the start.
No, he's kind of like, he's breaking up a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
Mic check.
Cool.
I can hear you, Hank. If my mic's working, probably not though.
Yeah, I hear you just loud and clear. So, yeah, most flat earthers that I know of, they don't really entertain the idea of deep space or anything like that. We see the lights in the sky, but we don't really think that it's a place that you can go. As far as I know, there isn't too many flat earthers that will even step into their paradigm and entertain the idea of deep space just to debunk it. Now, me, I'm an old school flat earther, so I tend to debunk the deep space stuff. That's kind of my niche, if you were to say. I like debunking gravity at the galactic level. I like showing how dark matter is just a life preservation device for gravity at the galactic level, because gravity doesn't work. And that's why they need the whole theory of dark matter. Now, I'm not stepping into their paradigm because I believe in it. I'm stepping into their paradigm to destroy it. And then once I've destroyed it, I gladly step out of the whole deep space mode of thinking, and I go back to, what you see is what is. It's kind of like when you go to a convenience store and you say, do you got this rare item? And they say, if it isn't on the shelf, we don't have it. That's how I feel about it. Like, if you can't see it, how do we know it exists? Thanks.
I guess, and I agree with like everything you say, but like the one thing that kind of is kind of like, well, why do you even like get into the like the whole function of like, yeah, you gotta debunk it, and then it's almost kind of like it's getting, I don't know, it's getting to like to the point like, what does it even matter, these like calculations and so on and so forth, just because like, and it seems like any kind of because science is going to have science, or like all kinds of things that oh, now they have like this, that, or the other thing, like that says, well, yeah, this is billions and billions of light years away, and so on and so forth. It seems like before you you have to agree first and foremost to their thing, because you got to follow the model of, yeah, it's a globe Earth,
I disagree with you.
And you disagree?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because you're not going to go up to an atheist and say, look, right here in the Bible, man, it's right here in the Bible. No, that's not their foundational truth, right? So what is an atheist's foundational truth? The scientist, right? So I use the scientists and their quotes to destroy their foundation. Why would I, go to a Muslim and say, oh, it's right here in the Bible, bro? No, I'm going to show a Muslim the Quran, right? And say, look, it says right here, the earth is like a carpet, right? So Spur Schemo asked me this very same question in 2015. He was like, Hank, if you're a flat earther, why do you always go into their bullshit? And I'm like, look, man, you got to step into their room in order to blow it up. So in order for me to debunk gravity at the galactic level, I have to step into their little, fairy tale. And I know a lot of flat earthers don't like it, but that's just how I roll.
That's a good answer. I wish there were more of people like you.
Yeah, you may think so, maybe. So Matthew Learns, how you doing, bud? You in here?
Hey, yeah, I was participating in talking about the pressure spacesuits and stuff like that, and also some of the other stuff. How's it going?
Right. So Matthew, he's an interesting guy because his foundation is Christianity and academia, right? So when I talk to Matthew, I often bring up a lot of math stuff, don't I, Matthew?
Yeah, that's right.
Even though I'm not proficient in the maths.
Oh,
Wouldn't you
no,
agree,
you're
Matthew?
pretty good. You're pretty good. You got a basic common sense idea about you.
I appreciate that. But yeah, when I talk to Matthew, sometimes I'll be talking about the maths, and every once in a while we'll get into a little semi-religious discussion, but we don't really go too deep in that kind of stuff because I don't like to, I don't like to mess with people's religious beliefs too much. But I have challenged them in the past, but I've kind of steered away from that. But yeah, it depends on who I'm talking to. So what I'm doing is an old trick. It's something I learned from Neil deGrasse Tyson, because you can learn from people you disagree with. And what I'm doing is I'm employing a tactic called tailor your rhetoric toward your audience. So this means you have to know your audience, know their comprehension level, know what makes sense to them. And I'll give you a good example. There was these Christians. They went to Africa, and they were trying to convert this tribe to Christianity. And they'd been there with them for many, many years and tried to convert them, and they couldn't do it. And finally, one day, they witnessed this ceremony, and they were like, well, "What's going on with the ceremony?" And the Africans explained it to them, and they said, "Well, this is the ceremony where one tribe gets together with the other tribe, and they trade children once a year, and the other tribe raises the other tribe's children. And this is a pact that goes back many years, and this is so we don't go to war with each other." And the guy was like, "Interesting. Well, that's what Jesus Christ is. He's the peace child and instantly converted both tribes.
If you're interested in reading the source material for that story, it's called Eternity in Their Hearts. It's a book by Don Richardson.
Thank you. I will.
I posted the Amazon link.
Check it out.
Oh, you know what? I take it back. That was one of his later books. The specific story is actually called Peace Child.
Forgive me if I didn't get all the dates and all that stuff correct. It was a story I heard like 10 years ago. So don't hold me to that. But I think I got the gist of it, didn't I, Matthew?
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, it's in the book Peace Child.
Yeah, so you kind of have to step into someone's belief system in order to even have a conversation with them. That's why we have so much trouble with these subjective moralists, right? Where everything's subjective. So we can't really have a conversation with them because I can't step into that lunacy where, there's no such thing as a fact. There's nothing that you can prove. I don't know if I'm a man. I don't know if pain is real. I could be a brain in a vat. I can't have a conversation with those people. Like if those people come up to me and think that they can have a decent conversation with me, I just, I can't. I can't step into the lunacy. And I think that's the reprobate mind that the Bible was talking about, but I could be wrong. But I actually get along really well with Matthew because he doesn't have a reprobate mind. Some people might disagree, but as far as I could tell, he's not a reprobate.
I appreciate that. Likewise, I enjoyed talking to you, Hank.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, that's why I do it. I know people don't like the way that I debate sometimes, and that's fine. I don't like the way other people debate sometimes either. But I just try to keep it to myself and, keep on keeping on. I try not to spread too much discord. Although in the beginning, I may have, because I didn't like what certain big flat earthers were saying. But yeah, I try not to do that so much anymore because, we're all trying to get to the same goal, which is to wake people up from the counterfeit reality that's been placed over their eyes with relentless indoctrination without demonstration. And, it's at a point to where if you use the word truther, you're talking about a 9/11 investigator, right? And this truther is, it's short for truth seeker, right? So a truth seeker has become a derogatory term in the past 20 years. And if that doesn't let you know a lot about our society, right? Because what is a truth seeker? Well, someone who's seeking truth, justice, right? For the dead, right? And maybe it's not just for the people who died on 9/11. What about the subsequent years of wars after? What about the people in Iraq? Wasn't it 1 million dead people? So a truth seeker, someone who's seeking the truth about 9/11 and these wars afterward, that's a bad thing? How could that possibly be a derogatory term? And I assure you it is. I assure you it's not a term of endearment. When they call us truthers, 9/11 truthers, they're not, holding us to a high standard of respect and admiration.
It's the
Not
modern
all
day
of them.
version
It's
of
like
conspiracy theory.
conspiracy theorist thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's the
So
thing, Hank, you were
500,000 dead.
saying,
Go ahead.
knowing
Go
your
ahead. I'm
audience,
sorry.
right? Oh no, I was just gonna say, like you were just saying about how you got to know your audience and you can instantly convert them. Convert whatever word you use. But the point is that the people who are now perpetuating this version of reality, not only do they know what page you're on, they're writing the book that they're forcing everyone to read. Like they know, like they're setting up your belief system, so they know where you're at.
I think I understood what you meant. So because the mainstream is setting up the narrative, they already know what you believe, and it's even easier for them.
Exactly.
Hey guys.
Jimmy, what better way to know your audience than to train them since childhood?
Somebody said hello. Hey guys, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
Grand brother, hope you're well. What can I do for you?
I have a question about our model of flat Earth.
About what?
About our model of flat Earth.
Okay, so we don't have a model as flat earthers. We did in the beginning, and then we realized that when you have a model, instead of trying to find the facts, you try to fit the facts into the model, and that's not what we should be doing. So go ahead and ask your question, but I'm pretty sure that I'm just going to say that we don't have a model. Question dismissed.
Or the model that you're trying to probably refer to is literally just a kind of a placeholder concept as an idea visually for people to help them.
No, I understand. That's what I'm talking about. I understand that this may not be the perfect model which we have as of now. Probably in the future we would find out some different areas of this plane. So my question was that,
what was that?
yeah, so I wanted to ask you a question that if we are on a plane on a flat Earth, why do we observe the stars rotate, counterclockwise at the North Pole and clockwise at the South Pole? If we are on a plane, how would you explain that to me? That how would you justify this phenomena?
Well, you turned around and looked in the other directions. The stars are going in the same direction, north and south poles. You're just looking in a different direction. So if you had eyes in the back of your head, right, you could see both moving at the same time. And because you would have the proper wiring, right, for that hardware, you would see that they're all moving in the same direction. But because you think you're looking north and then you look south, they're moving in different directions. No, they're all rising in the east and setting in the west, except for that little tiny group of stars below the polar region who are actually going from west to east if you're looking north, which we're not counting those, okay? So excluding those, right, all the stars below the North Star.
Okay, but he's not talking about left and right, east and west. He's talking about clockwise versus counterclockwise. He's talking about
right, which is it's kind of like saying take a left on Main Street. Okay, well, what if I'm going south? I take a left, right? What if I'm going north and I take a left? So let's stick with the North Pole as the reference frame so far. Okay, all stars rise in the east and set in the west. Right. The only thing that changes is your perspective because you turn around 180 degrees at the equator and you're looking in a different direction, and now the stars appear to be going in a different direction, but it's only an appearance. They're still rising in the east and setting in the west, the sun, the moon, and the stars.
No, that's true. What you're saying, that those stars rise in the east and set in the west. But why do we have to observe them differently from the different poles, from the different areas of the world? If you are on a plane, if you are on a circle-like structure, like I am a flat earther, by the way. I must tell you first. I'm a flat earther. I'm not a globe earth believer. Okay, but I just that heard in one of the, you must have watched that David Wise and Professor Dave debate on YouTube. Okay.
I saw it. In the video in the chat, there appears to be an attempt to demonstrate the effect by holding a hemispheric glass dome over the star trails. So basically, it would be refraction or some sort of bending and warping of the trail through some sort of refractive medium, be it dome or atmosphere. You see it curving to the left and curving to the right differently, basically, right by where he's holding that dome. So basically, if you have concentric star trails going overhead, they can be warped or distorted based off of refraction through atmosphere or glass, leading to a clockwise, counterclockwise whirl.
Okay. So have you shared something on the live chat?
Yes, live stream one text. It's under Dome Earth, Personal Dome Atmosphere, Stars Explained.
Okay. All right. So that was my question. I would look into it and try to see if it stands with logic. And thank you very much, guys. Thank you for your time and for your effort. Thank you. Have a great day.
You're welcome, bro. Peace. Come back to see us anytime. You don't have to leave. But yeah, if you have any more questions, don't be afraid to ask.
The stars could be doing zigzags and somersaults, and it's still no way to try and figure out what the shape is of what you live on.
Well, that's the problem with, people who need to have a model because they're trying to put all this stuff together in a coherent whole. And they would appreciate some sort of model or some sort of explanation that goes with the quote unquote visualization or the concept to help bring everything together. And models do help do that for some people. For other people, it's irrelevant. But a way to pull all these different things together is what they're looking for when they say model or conception or whatever.
Well, because it is hard to wrap your head around at first. This huge, completely changing your entire view of perception of reality. It's helpful to have some sort of model or some sort of something you can point to be like, okay, this is where we're getting this something to help you.
Yeah, people aren't always visual. So when you give them a lot of facts, they're like, this is nice, but I can't pull all of this together to a nice, coherent package. If you give me a visual conception, I may be able to have a better time with that, sometimes not. And that's why people say, okay, what's the quote unquote model? How do I bring all this together into a whole that comes together instead of falling apart?
It's like we all know that falsification is independent of replacement, but people would like it to be replaced if that's possible. So, it's nice to ask. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so they're going to be like, okay, it's false, but now what do I wrap my mind around? I had something that at least pulled it together before, and now it's all just in a mess. And it's like,
now the puzzle pieces are all just strewn about on the floor, and you're supposed to just wrap your head around whatever, what is it supposed to be a picture of? I don't know.
Oh yeah. And it's like, I guess you could say leaving an old girlfriend or an old boyfriend. Most of the time, you're not going to jump ship unless you have a life raft. They might be
Tarzan. You got to hang on to the next
ready to take
vine
the
before you let go of the other one. Oh, sorry, you were breaking up. I stepped on you. Yeah, you got to let go.
Yes.
Like a monkey swinging on the branch. You got to hold on to one branch before you let go of the other. And it's tough because you want to replace it with some model, but yeah.
They want to rebound, do they?
You guys talking about stepping stone boyfriends?
Yeah.
In this case, it's just stepping stone models.
Right. So anybody who doesn't know what a stepping... Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're saying...
Yeah, for anybody who doesn't know what a stepping stone boyfriend is, you ever see that girl and you're like, why is she with him? Well, that's just until she finds, a better model, right? Maybe a little older model with a little more money, or a younger model with a little better, engine.
I would say that there are some times where falsification is not independent of replacement, and that's if you have a binary choice, like does God exist or not exist? If you try to argue that God doesn't if you try to argue against God, then the only other option is God doesn't exist.
And you wouldn't call that a false dichotomy?
No, either God exists or he doesn't exist.
But what if it's a collection of gods?
They're all working
together. So, I'm just saying,
you're right. You'd have to define it well. So you could say a monotheistic, all-powerful God either exists or doesn't exist.
But I mean,
well, the best dichotomies
yeah. Oh,
are
sorry.
fine clearly with, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, but yeah, you'd have to define what all powerful means, because what all powerful
Right.
means to one person means completely something different to someone else.
No, so here let me give an example. If somebody says, "Oh, here's why God can't exist," and they give a bunch of definitions, and then you say, "Well, wait a minute. Then how did the universe get here?" This type of stuff, and they say, "Oh, uh, uh, falsification is independent of replacement." And I'd say, well, not in your case, because it's a binary yes or no. Does this God exist? And if you're arguing against God existing, then you have to explain where the world comes from. You have to come up with an alternative. You do have to replace it.
Wouldn't that be a burden of proof reversal
Well,
fallacy?
yeah, I was to say you don't just because God doesn't exist doesn't mean that you now can have a model that explains the Big Bang or whatever else. You don't have to know what caused something possibly 2 billion years ago, right?
You don't have to know what it is, but you do
either.
have to say that something caused it. That there, I mean, if God didn't create the universe,
something. That's what we're saying is that it's not a globe. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's not a globe. It's something, sure.
Yeah, exactly. So it depends on how you define it. I'm just saying we need to be careful about when falsification doesn't require.
Well, but yeah, okay, but so far you haven't given a full-on articulate reason or example.
Okay, let me try the example again. If I say,
but you can't use God because then you'd have to define God, and good luck with that.
A monotheistic creator of the universe. What if just a generic definition? And if I say,
but you're defining what the universe is, you're defining, I don't know. There's a lot of specifically broad terms.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, if you try to sort of keep it simple and common sense, you might be able to do it though. Maybe.
I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you. But in this situation, you can't use God as the example. That's just too. I mean, come on,
Exactly, it'd be a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You're just saying you're saying that I think God exists in what your definition of God is, and then expecting someone to disprove that or offer an alternative which is just as valid, him not existing.
You have to replace
no evidence for either.
Yeah, I see. Let's see. What if I made it even simpler? What if I said, I believe in an intelligent cause for the beginning of the universe? So the beginning of the universe was either intelligent or not intelligent. There's a binary dichotomy.
What's the universe?
Everything in existence, basically. Everything material, all of nature, maybe.
You say creation.
Sure, creation.
So if it was created by someone.
Yeah, so here's what I mean. If I say I think the universe was created by an intelligence, and here's some reasons, and then somebody comes along and says, "Oh, I'm going to argue against that. Here's reasons why," and then I say, "Well, then what do you think created the universe, or why is the universe here?" And if they complain, "Oh, falsification is independent of replacement," I would say, "Well, in this case, we're talking about a binary yes or no. Either there's an intelligent cause for the beginning of the universe, or there's not." And if you're going to tell me there's not an intelligent cause, then you're going to have to come up with another. I mean, because the universe is here, where did it come from?
Sure, but how? Yeah, so exactly, where did it come from? What happened on the Tuesday before the Big Bang? And how would you go about proving it?
Right. Yeah.
So again, it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy the other way.
Well, I was going to say, how would you go about falsifying God?
The problem with evil is the most common way people try.
I mean, if it's just tough because the example you're using is so undefinably I don't even know what the word is. But
intelligent cause for the beginning of the universe. Those are fairly. I mean, just talking about common sense definitions, I suppose.
But okay, but you have to know what the physics
Theories analogous to the globe model being falsified.
Dave, we couldn't really hear you so much. Sorry.
I was going to say,
I'll shut up.
How does someone explain a motionless enclosed plane without intelligent design?
I think that's true. You have to have intelligent design if flat Earth is true.
But you don't need one for a Big Bang, godless universe where gravity creates space holes. That could come about, hypothetically, by a natural moon. Right, Matthew?
Some people say that. I disagree with them because of the creation of information in life and also the fine-tuning of the constants of the universe. I think those still point to an intelligent design. But I'm in a minority.
Well, but I agree with you. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just when you say the universe, right? You're talking about Jupiter and Saturn, right?
The natural world, everything that's in the natural material world. Yes.
Right. So, but whatever explanation you are going to come up with for what Saturn and Jupiter are is not something you can prove. And so your idea of what the universe is from the very step one is, I don't want to say flawed, but muddied with a concept a predetermined concept you're bringing into it, if that makes sense.
Okay, so sure, there's lots we don't know about the universe. I'm saying we know enough about the universe to know that it was designed by an intelligence.
Sure. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Right. Again, if you don't even know what Jupiter is, how can you come up with what caused it to be wherever you think it,
Dave, you want to try again? Love to hear what you wanted to say.
Oh, are you talking to me? Did I break up?
No, the other.
Oh,
other
okay.
Dave.
I think he split.
That's probably good. Anyway, continue. So I'll continue with my line of question with Matthew. So, Matthew, you said that you got some arguments for those people who think that the globe Earth or the heliocentric model of cosmology with the Big Bang, black holes and dark matter and all that stuff. You can explain, that there's reasons why we should still believe God. And I agree with that. Yeah,
right.
I agree with that. But to most of the atheists, which cosmology do they choose?
Atheists are forced to choose a cosmology that has natural explanations for everything because they don't believe in a God. And so they pick the heliocentric Big Bang model generally.
Well, I don't know if they pick it. Someone picks it for them, right?
Right.
Unless
they
they
actually
go
don't
through-
have a choice. That's the only one available to them. Whereas believers in God have several choices available to us.
If they read the book. They're going to read the book and they don't know what's a firmament. Well, Zechariah Sitchin said the firmament is the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter. That's what the firmament is. Do you agree with Zechariah Sitchin?
I hadn't heard that. It doesn't sound right to me. I think the firmament is just the sky.
Okay. Well, wouldn't the sky contain the asteroids in your worldview?
Wouldn't the sky contain what?
The asteroid belt, the asteroids. in your worldview?
I mean, I guess you could define it such that the sky is everything we see above the ground. So everything fits
Right.
into it. Yeah, sure.
Where does the sky end? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So this, this worldview that people have, this debates cosmology, I'll call it, or cosmology for the debates. Let's just say that, it could cause people to change the way that they think, the way that they act. Like, for example, no cop, no stop. You guys heard that before? Surely you have. So, if you don't think anybody's watching, you're not trying to see what you can get away with. So, it's my belief that if everybody thought there was a cop watching them, kind of like the Edward Snowden psyop, people would act differently. Go ahead.
No, all I was going to say is there's a slight difference because most people coming up to a stop sign, coming to a rolling stop and then blazing through it at 35 miles an hour. I hardly anyone does that. Most people just do a rolling stop, and what's a pain in the ass is a no cop, no stop is because they are petty and will ticket you for the most useless nonsense. Nothing about what you did was unsafe. They're just doing it on a technicality. Doesn't people are acting normally. Cops have made that abnormal. That makes sense.
Right. A cop is the type of person to be like, "Hey, bud, your light's out. Go ahead and pull on over." Right? And they're like, "Oh, I'm just doing my job." And it's like, well, I work outside with the public, and I'll be like, "Hey, bud, roll down your window. Your light's out. That's what you should know." Right? And I'm doing my job. Like, my, job to society is to let them know, like, "Hey, you got a light out. Hope you get that fixed before the cop finds you." Right? Because the cop isn't going to be, as lenient as I was. Yeah, back to that worldview thing. Matthew, do you think people's worldview changes their behavior?
I should hope so. I mean, people in general, it's a good idea to live what you believe.
Right. So a lot of times Christians might say, "Who cares what people say? Watch what they do." Right. That's like
Right.
That's like an old proverb, right? Forget about what people say. Watch what they do, and then you can tell what they actually believe. So, for example, you might say that, "Oh, you've done this in the past and you've done that in the past," and I would say, "Yeah, I'm guilty of that, and I've done this and I've done that." Right? It's like, so was I really being, a good person at the time? Like, no, I wasn't. It's like, I think we can all relate to that. So I've never killed anybody. I've never beat somebody while they're on the ground. I have hit people though. And most of them had it coming. I didn't know when I was in the 8th grade that you weren't supposed to hit people for stealing from you. I thought that was acceptable. But I know now that that's not acceptable.
I think it would have been acceptable if instead of stealing from you, they actually made a crack about your girlfriend's hair. Then it would have been acceptable then, I think.
No, that would be staged. No way that, people would get emotional and react, based on emotion. That doesn't happen. These are actors. Come on. By the way, Will Smith did get removed from the Academy for 10 years. But he can still be nominated and still win. He just can't accept it. So that's some harsh punishments.
Yeah, but apparently now people who he can't even make a movie now because no producers want to work with him, and his movies are getting canceled. So, yeah.
How's that for him? Yeah, it's a sad day when actors get punished for things that they say. But yeah, I'm all about free speech and the non-aggression principle. So that obviously means that I think that Will did something wrong. And I don't think Chris did anything wrong. He handled it perfectly, like a gentleman. If Will would have stood there, though, he would have to cut him back, in my opinion, because self-defense is key. But because he walked away like a little bitch, I think he handled it perfectly. I'm not really the anti-violence type. I'm the de-escalation. Violence is the last resort. Try to work it out. But if you can't, violence is the answer sometimes. But that's just my personal opinion. Could be wrong. But if at all possible, work it out.
Yeah, I think it was his attitude after, which is what cemented the whole thing. Because if he just gone up there and kind of did a little funny slap, like, I challenge you to a duel, you don't disrespect my wife, and everyone was joking and had a good time, and he just sort of, and then just went back to his seat, and it was a funny kind of like a how dare you joke, right? Barely slap, I mean, whatever, it's a slap, it's an open hand, whatever, whatever. But then all that anger after the fact, that was weird. That was like, bro, like just until that happened, I thought it was a joke. He was just like getting up there as a, something, I don't know, satire or being sarcastic, like, I challenge you to a duel for disrespecting my wife. But then when he took it seriously by yelling and cursing, that's when it's like, oh, he's serious. If he had just let that go and everyone kind of laughed, and I think that's what Chris Rock was doing. He was like, oh, okay, well, that was just okay. Well, and then it got serious, and that's when he was like, I don't think he knew it as a joke. Yeah.
When he started yelling, that's when you can tell it was all BS.
Yeah, we're going to
I don't know. Will Smith
because I
got to
don't
be.
think we're going to agree.
I don't know if it was staged or not, but I can't imagine Will Smith not being smart enough to think that like going up and sort of doing a jokey kind of slap as a joke and then keeping it lighthearted and fun is one thing, but then to get all serious and yell, staged or otherwise,
that's when the BS kicked in, right?
How can you be that thick? How can you're on live television and you know that the F-bomb is not going to be appropriate for the Academy Awards? I can't imagine what I don't know.
Yeah, these people, we definitely have to take them seriously. Whatever they do on a stage, some serious business.
We know how you feel, bro.
We know how you feel, Hank. We know how you feel. You believe whatever they do. We know how you feel.
Whatever they do, that's right.
Yeah, if they cry in a movie, you cry with them.
That's how it works. That's why I don't watch movies. You figured it out. You figured it out, bro. That's why I don't like Hollywood. I can't handle the emotional stress. You figured it out.
Same here, bro. Every time Will Smith cries, I'm certain it's true that he's crying for real. That's why I cry.
Well, technically, a good drama or a good comedy, anything that's going to make it's not because of a specific actor doing a crying scene. Hopefully, it's all the lead up and the build up dramatically and emotionally to a certain moment. The whole idea is to hook the audience. But
No, man. This is global news that happened, so take it seriously. You know, in the Spanish news, they were talking about this for a week, every single day.
well, yeah, then we need a distraction off of COVID and this
No,
Ukraine situation.
no,
Oh, distract? You don't think? Yeah, they love distractions.
bro. This is about talking shit about his wife, and he protected her. And he's such a gentleman, because he stand
Right.
up for her, and and it was real, 100%.
He is a role model after all.
Yeah, everybody should follow his steps, because he stand up for his wife. The guy was talking
Okay,
shit about her.
let me make sure. Let me make sure that I got you right. So you're saying that he stood up and defended her honor after she just announced that she's been sleeping with her children's friend. What honor
Why
did
are we
she have?
talking about this?
I don't know.
Because you
I didn't
love
bring
it.
it up.
That's why we're talking about it. Because
Please
you love
stop. Please stop it. You're giving it attention. It's the one thing you shouldn't be doing. So, can we talk about the Earth, please?
Yeah,
Yeah, this happened on the
what was
Earth.
I talking about before?
Anything but Will Smith. Anything at all.
No.
How about this prom guy? This get posted?
Hi, my name's Jacob. Prom was difficult for me, but I made it through.
How's that? Is that funny? Funnier? Better?
Almost funny. Almost.
Almost, okay.
When I was at prom, I was huffing helium. It sounded like you got a hold of some duster, bro.
No, this is just what I sound like when I've been doing whippets. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, so we've got some laughter. Neat. We got Glober. We got Matthew concerns.
This is some serious business, guys.
Serious stuff. Yep. Matthew. Hi. Hello.
You know what? My wife was blaming me earlier for ruining her birthday, but that's ridiculous. I didn't even know it was her birthday.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. How can she come down on you for that one? That's rude. On her part.
Good joke.
That's a good one.
All right, I got another good joke. You know why divorces are so expensive? Because they're worth it.
Worth it.
No, I knew my girlfriend was getting a bit too chubby when she started fitting into my wife's clothes.
Oh.
That's a little bit edgy. I'm sorry.
Got him. Matthew, that's not edgy. Maybe for you.
Don't apologize. Don't apologize.
Apologize right now.
I don't tell my edgy jokes in here.
I feel offended.
Jemsy. Sorry.
I feel
Be
like
glad that your cheeks are way over there.
Salt.
He thought I was going to be mean, but I apologized.
Keep my wife and girlfriend's name out of your mouth, Matthew.
Well, super duper. So, Earth is still not a globe. It's not spinning. It's flat as could be.
But all of the atheists disagree.
Atheists. Well, God or not,
Matthew's
Earth
over there with
measures
the
flat.
atheists.
Right? Can we agree,
Matthew's
God
over
or
there with
not,
the
Earth
atheists,
measures
that's right.
flat?
Many people who believe in God think the Earth is a globe too. So
correct. Yep.
They're a bunch of morons.
Come on. That's rude. You don't have to talk like that. That's rude. Okay, so we really need to start a conversation about the Earth, though.
Yeah,
gotta get back to topic here, especially with the upcoming censorship. Really gotta stay on point, folks.
What censorship?
Oh, you probably won't be able to even say the words black or white in the next 6 months to a year on Discord. That's just my opinion.
Good.
We'll see. Good.
Right, Matthew?
Good.
Censorship is good.
Okay, all right.
no, censorship is bad.
I mean, we have to censor all the flat earthers spreading misinformation, right?
Yeah.
Then, Matthew, then do you disagree with the CEO of YouTube?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And with the YouTube policies.
Well, here's the problem, though, guys. It's legal. them to do all that. So it sucks, but it's not an infringement of rights technically. We choose
That's
to
right.
use their services. We choose to use their
Right.
platforms.
The First Amendment applies to the U.S. government limiting speech, not to private corporations.
Yep.
Right. But so what about news organizations that are actually entertainment, listed as entertainment? This is where CNN is supposed to be all this integrity and such, right?
It's all entertainment.
So yeah, right. So when National Geographic does something about curvature, it's entertainment.
Right.
Here's
Oh no,
the
people
thing.
believe it. They'll take it to science class the next day, and the teacher will be
Oh, I
like,
know.
"Hell yeah, I'm glad they're
Yeah.
covering this."
Yeah, Bill Nye the Science Guy was on TV all the time. People watched it and believed it. You didn't have to watch it. The opening credits, just the opening sequence, has everything. The trifecta of everything. It's got power. It's got history. It's got pseudoscience, and in every single episode, doesn't matter what topic they talk about. The opening sequence has got the dinosaurs. It's got everything.
It got the globe.
Yeah.
I mean, what else do you need? You got the globe.
And that's what the kids see. And that's and Bill Nye, an actor, is on TV, and that's what kids get indoctrinated with.
Man, as long as you got the globe, that's all you need.
Okay, so which globes do we like? Do we like the one where Africa's big,
All
or
of
where
them.
Africa's
All
not
of
big?
them. All of
them?
the globes. As long as it's a globe, we like it.
Okay, cool. I dig. I'm down. Get it?
Globe.
Be nice. Share a slice of the flat Earth pancake. Urgh. So, guys, what's the dumbest flat Earth thing that you've heard that they think we believe? Is it pancake Earth, pizza Earth, donut Earth?
That the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah.
That's really dumb.
Yeah, that's pretty up there.
So, wait, hold on.
Yeah, but the Coriolis toilets are good.
Oh yeah, the fucking well, that's one of their globe proofs. Yeah, is they're like, hey, let's take this tub, right? We'll get a tub and we'll tell everybody that we're at the equator, right? And then we'll take the tub to one end where there's a drain, and you don't know if there's elevation change on the ground or not, but it doesn't matter because this means that there's two poles on the Earth. One north, one south pole, two celestial poles even, if you want to go that far. Because the tub, when you pour water in 10 feet across from the middle line, right, the equator line of the Earth, well, it goes down one way. It goes down left, flows to the left, and then you go 20 feet to the right, cross that line that was in the middle at 10 feet, and then you pour the same water into the same tub, and all of a sudden, it's going the other way. Now, that couldn't have anything to do with the makeup of the tub that they're carrying around, by the way, or the makeup of the ground. Nothing. None of that could affect it. It could only mean globe Earth.
Yep. Got
Yeah. That's
Earth,
right up there
globe.
with gravity. Right up there with gravity.
Yeah.
If you think about it, gravity is the second lie ever made or told, or the first lie to justify a belief. Right? If you see the stars moving, it's either we're moving and the stars are stationary, or the stars are moving and or the stars are stationary, we're moving. So if one of those is true, then your first question is, why doesn't all the water and everything fly away? Well, because of gravity that does all the things.
Earth globe because Earth globe.
It's the king's decree that the earth be a globe, and if you disagree, off with your head. That's why they call them secret kings. Because all they have, literally, right? And when I say literally, all it is, it's a decree, right? From their own crown, right? Each individual person's belief system that comes out of the top of their head. right? It literally is a just so story, a baseless assertion, affirming the consequent. So it literally is a decree, right, from the king, right, which is the king chakra, the crown chakra, right? Because that's what these people believe. So it really is just a baseless assertion. It's the affirmation of their indoctrination. Complaint.
Yeah, totally. And you're talking about, okay, so secret kings. Can you explain a little bit more on that one? What is a secret king?
Well, a king is the ruler where everybody knows he's the ruler. And a secret king thinks that because they say so, like it's got to be true. Like it's what I believe. And if you disagree with me, you're wrong. Can't you tell that I am the king and I am far more educated than you? You must be an idiot.
So it's like like I have a secret, you don't, ha ha ha, and I have power over you because I know something you don't, and then neener. Is that right?
Yeah, my dad used to ask, who died and made you king? Right? He wouldn't just say this to me. He used to say it to everybody. Like anybody who's like, getting too pushy around, he'd say, who died and made you king? So he was saying, where does your authority come from? Did someone die that because, with the UCC, you're not supposed to automatically accuse them of being like dishonest, right? So he's saying, can you show me where you get your authority? Did someone die that I'm unaware of and they left it in the will that, this king of whatever country, you're now the new king? Can you show me that? That's basically what he was saying.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you. That was awesome explanation. Appreciate that. Okay, so I want to start making participation trophies for all the Globers. Since there's no way to win this debate, there's no debate, it measures flat, and that's it. That's the end of it before it even starts. But I want to make some participation trophies. You know how, like, kids get nowadays, like, every single player on the team, it doesn't matter if they played well or not, they get a trophy. Yeah, it's really bad, but in that sense, I do want to make the Globers and the anti-flat earthers feel as if they've accomplished anything at all by coming against the truth here. So you know what I mean? Like, so if somebody, hold on, if somebody could give me I don't mind spending a little coin on this because it's literally the only time that they're going to feel as if they've accomplished or gained anything out of coming against us. So, okay, go ahead, Gemsy. Okay, or not. Yeah, just if anybody knows about that. Like, I could go to a local thing where they make trophies for, like, sports teams and stuff, but I don't know. I kind of want them to be decent, I don't know. I'll check around. Anyway, participation trophies for the Globe. They at least participated in their own demise. They didn't just sit back, okay? That's got to mean something.
Do you need their address to send it to them?
Yep.
No. Well, I don't either. I've got everybody's address.
Mm-hmm.
But if you do, I'm just kidding. I don't have anybody's I don't even have my own address.
Are you a Russian spy?
I know my address in Russia, yeah. I mean... Who do you think pays more to be a spy, Russia or China? Or us?
Well, mic check.
Well...
Hello?
Neither. Why would they have to pay for it?
You want those Chinese goods, so go with China.
Well, I'm asking because, that people get paid to do what they do here when they come against us here, right?
Mic check.
Oh, hi, mic check. Yeah. Hey, dude, sounds like your mic is in the bathroom and you're downstairs.
Better than before.
Yeah, I did not understand that. Is this oh no, it's not. Is this 4X memes? Okay. All right, Matthew. Well, do you have any new stuff for us? Anything new that you found out about the Earth or, something?
Is there any new discoveries on a far, far, far away galaxy?
Nothing that you guys haven't heard.
I don't know. Try me. I don't pay attention to the news at all. Like, at all. You know how long it took me to get the Will Smith thing? Fucking people were like, what? Anyway, so yeah. Enlighten us, Matthew, please.
I'm trying to think of anything that I haven't brought up here. Yeah, I don't have anything new for you.
Okay.
Matthew, you do math, obviously, right? And in all those formulas and equations, X and Y and Z, right? All of those represent a value or from something, right?
Right. Those are unknowns in algebra.
Right. Or you're trying to figure it out, right? Well, or they're unknown or they're known. I mean, it doesn't have to be X or Y. I mean, I guess you could use any number or letter to represent something, whether it's an unknown or a known, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So in a formula, let's say where the R is utilized for radius, I understand how all the math can work out. But do you understand when we ask where did that 3959 come from? That's got to come from somewhere of actually
substance
measured in the world. Yeah, I mean, if I have X apples, I have to someone actually physically had to count the apples and say, okay, X equals 10 because there are 10 apples, right? And then you can use X in your equation and have that be a value of 10 because someone is easily, yep, there are 10 right here. Everyone can point at them and, yep, there are physically 10 apples we can all count. Right.
Right. So I would say the radius has never been directly measured using sort of the common definition of directly measured, but instead been calculated, similar to the height of Mount Everest.
Yeah. Sure. So I guess that's the thing, though, is that even though it's been calculated, so you still have to make up a number.
You have to validate that calculation in the real world at some point. Right. You can't just assume it the whole time and be like, well, never really checked, but we're pretty sure. Okay.
I mean, we never really validated it, but we're going to send billions and trillions of dollars worth of satellites up there because I think we got a pretty good guess.
That's right. And we haven't found anything just yet out there, but we will, okay? Just keep giving us
money. We need to figure out a way to spend $58 trillion by next week. So you just keep coming up with ideas.
You figure it out. Pick which space movie you want reality to start sounding like.
The important thing that you guys are missing
we were thinking about that. What's that new one?
The fuck?
Moonfall. James, what were you saying?
The important thing that you guys are missing is that on a globe, math do you.
That was good. That was good, Jebsy. I appreciate that one. I'm not going to butcher it. I'm going to let you have that one.
But it's true, though, because
you guys have globe maps? Really?
I have one.
Right?
What's a globe map?
It's a 3-dimensional map, so it's not like a 2-dimensional map.
Is that like a 3-dimensional compass?
Wait, is it a picture of a 3-dimensional map, or
no,
is it literally a thing you can get inside 3-dimensionally and physically experience?
Well, you can't get inside it.
Well, then it's not 3-dimensional. It's just...
then it's a map. I mean...
Nope. Can you show us on a map where it's counting for any kind of curvature of the Earth at all?
On a flat paper map, it won't have any...
right. No. Show me any other kind of map than a flat paper map. And don't give me those little slices, right, of the globe. Those like 12 fucking slices that people say, well, this is the globe mapped. It's so that you can see it on a surface.
Just listen to me here, son.
It's a big derp, Matthew. What do you have to say about that? It's one of the bigger derps.
Okay, I'll post a picture of my 3-dimensional map. The picture itself obviously is going to be 2 dimensions, but it's going to be a picture of a 3-dimensional object that is a map, a 3-dimensional map.
Okay, that's fine. Then that's fine. And you know what's funny? I was just going to say, wow. Okay, Matthew. I was just going to say, and listen to this, you're going to think this is funny, Matthew. People think the globe is a real map. And then you post a classroom globe.
I think the globe is a 3-dimensional.
Did you look on the bottom?
How many?
Hold on. I got a better question. When did you view Earth from this vantage to make sure? No.
I mean, this is
Stop, please. When did you view the Earth from this vantage to be able to say that this perfectly matches as a model for reality? When did you do that?
Yeah, Matthew.
I never have, just like you've
Okay,
never.
so how the fuck do you know that this matches reality?
I trust the makers of the map.
Thank you for using the word trust. Would you rather know instead? Have you ever tried looking into it yourself, getting out there and cracking your knuckles, getting your foot dirty?
So wait, I thought you guys were just asking me for a 3-dimensional map. I showed you one.
Oh,
Now
you could try
argue
again.
about whether
That's
it's-
not a map of anything. That's a toy.
How did you know how to?
Well, okay, so I'm fine with you guys disagreeing or saying that is not matching reality, but it surely
Yeah,
is.
it's not even a map. Maps aren't that. Maps are all flat. Every single map is flat. It has to be.
Well, 3-dimensional maps aren't flat.
What's a 3-dimensional map, dude?
It's not called a map then. It's called.
What are you talking about? It's either a map or it's not a map. This, again, what about this toy makes you think it's a map?
Mountains can be elevated.
To me, it looks like somebody tried to make some rudimentary version of a map fit on a globe.
Yeah, and you know what? It's not terrible looking. It looks like they spent a lot of time on it, right? But, that's about it.
Matthew, you said you trust the makers, right?
That's
you
right.
Trust, do you also trust the people who told you that the sun is 93?
Yes, I find that plausible.
Plausible, okay. But you don't
Plausible.
know anybody who measured that directly, right? Do you know if it's even possible to travel 93 million miles in a lifetime?
I don't know.
Gosh, but they got the direct measurement though, didn't they? Huh. Crazy. Oh wait, no, they fucking didn't.
Well, no, they claim now that they've sent a probe there to touch they've touched the sun, apparently, according to them.
They sure like that word probe though, don't they?
They sure do. But I guess that's what I don't understand is that you must know how easy it is to fake things and to manipulate things, and you also now admit that you are only working with a calculation, and that calculation doesn't have to necessarily represent reality. You still trust them and don't have any kind of problem?
That's right.
Okay. I mean, sure. Why would they lie, right?
Yeah, but they touched the sun
You
during
do
the
agree, though,
night
that they-
time, so it worked.
Right. But Matthew, you do agree that government agencies all over the world lie every day, right?
Sure. Yeah. They,
right.
So perfect. So yeah.
Right. So, but I guess how are we supposed to determine whether or not they're telling lies or they are telling the truth if we can't ourselves independently verify something?
It's a great question.
So yeah, you're right. Governments lie. People can and do fake things, and especially now with CGI, it's super easy to fake things. I mean, just go.
Great. His question was actually, how do you delineate between what's a lie and what's not? How do you do it?
What you can do is look at the evidence that is available to you and see if it coheres with what the standard story is.
Right, but obviously it's going to match every time, though, because that's what it's made to do. Like
You said standard story. That's
Yeah. So if something
use the
matches,
same standard story of a Santa Claus and use all the available information to me.
No. Santa Claus, we all know is fake, but if it's from space and
Santa
NASA,
Claus is fake? Oh, I gotta go.
But,
if it's
Hey,
space,
no spoiler alert.
it has to be true.
but if you know that's easy for people to manipulate and how easy it is for them to lie and get away with it, especially when they have a complete monopoly on the information. There's only a few companies or organizations in the world that are even capable of doing this stuff, and they're all working together they're all working together. And there's nothing we can do to independently verify what they're doing. So I mean, yeah, go for it. I mean, it's.
So the story that they tell seems to match the reality that I see. I understand that you say that they could be lying about everything, but in general, if something
But not
is
about
true,
space.
in general, if something were true, it would sort of match observations and match reality. So,
Well, no, okay. So if I say a chicken's or a rooster crowing is what causes the sun to come up every morning, because that's what I observe, and then every morning that's what happens. Well,
If the rooster was in space, yes, but the rooster is on the Earth, so that's why it's
Matthew,
not possible.
is it possible for people to lie about their observations too?
Yes.
Oh, well then.
Is it also possible that one observation can have two different or multiple outcomes or meanings? Or
yes, of course.
And it can change from day to day, can't it?
It surely can.
Okay.
So when you have a monopoly
go ahead.
of information, so to be clear, you have independent organizations that have a monopoly on information. They have a monopoly on information that can't be verified by anybody else. They get millions and trillions of dollars, and they have governments being able to teach this kind of stuff forcibly for everybody at a certain age. You know that it's possible that they can lie. It's very easy for them to
It's
lie.
not forcibly.
And yeah, you have to go.
Homeschool.
Oh yeah, okay. You have to jump through so many hoops. Most people, it's not an option. So.
Yeah, with homeschooling, a lot of times what people do is they take.
But I guess the point is that they have a monopoly on it. There's nothing we can do to verify anything that they're saying. And they have, they're in complete control of it, and there's nothing we can do. And that's, and if that's, you're okay with that, I guess there's nothing else we.
No, I understand what you're saying. And if there was nothing we could do to verify it, then we'd just have to take it on faith. But for example,
how do I verify 93 million miles?
The globe model says the sun's going to rise at 6:27 a.m. tomorrow. The globe model says that the full moon will be the same size all night.
Matthew, the globe model doesn't say anything, bro. This is a post-diction. We saw
the prediction for tomorrow's sunrise.
No, it's Farmer's Almanac. It's the same thing every year.
Yeah, you guys act like you got like a Big Bang model where everything is just random and arbitrary, and then you guys are using the globe model to predict the future. No, everything's not random and arbitrary. Everything is succinct, right? Patterns repeat over and over again, like a highly developed cycle, right? Where it's so obviously developed that the same thing happens every year, except for slightly variations and shorter cycles and longer cycles, but it's the same thing over and over again. And then you give credit to the globe model, like the globe model predicted it, when really humans have been observing this very same thing for thousands of years at least. And, humans are smart enough to write it down like, oh, by the way, on February 14th, the sun will rise about this time. Right?
They don't even have to be.
How do we know?
They can be farmers. Farmers are doing this, not even scientists.
How do we know? How do we know what time the sun is going to rise? If you got a refracted horizon, that might cause the sun to set and rise again, just like objects hidden behind other objects that are obstacles.
Most calculations factor that in, but okay. So forget the sunrise. How about the full moon is happening on the 16th, and the globe model has a good explanation for why that full moon will stay the same apparent size all night.
But again, it's not something we can verify.
No, we can verify. You can verify that the full moon has the same apparent size. I've done it.
Oh, yeah, okay. But we can't verify what the moon is or how it's doing that or what it's doing. That's the problem.
Okay, so the globe model.
You said we use what we can to verify the situation. How can I independently verify the distance to the sun? You said we use whatever available information I have. What information do I have that can confirm to me the distance to the sun?
Okay, so the full. Let me talk about the full moon because that's easier to do. The globe model says, "Hey, the moon is a certain distance away, and therefore, I might have to finish the sentence to explain."
I don't know if you're hot micing or someone's either hot micing or.
Hey, Jimsy, you're hot micing, bro. We'll give Jimsy a little moot.
Yes. You're hot micing.
I muted him.
So let me explain. Let me answer your question then. On the 16th of this month, there will be a full moon. According to the globe model, there's an explanation for why that full moon will appear the same apparent size in the sky all night, and it matches that model. Now, the flat earthers generally say we don't know what the moon is, we don't have an explanation. I would prefer a story that has an explanation that matches that observation.
But you would prefer to believe in the chicken causing the sun to come up until you find out something different?
that's the only story out there, then yes, but it would be pretty quick. You'd find a different explanation.
But again, if all you're looking for is explanations and not the truth of the matter, then I got all kinds of explanations for you all day. Which one would you like?
Well,
You
it would
can't
be
verify
pretty.
any of them.
You could pretty quickly falsify the chicken sunrise thing.
Sure, but my original question was the sun, 93 million miles. What can I do to verify that, or do I just have to believe in authority?
That one, it would be pretty hard to verify independently as an individual. So in that one, you'd have to trust the authority.
Okay, so what would let's say there's 100 of us. What would we do as a group to verify it as an individual group?
You could repeat some of the same, if you had access to some of the same equipment, you could repeat some of the same calculations that were done historically.
Again, that we're not looking for repetition, we're looking for confirmation.
Yeah. So historically,
It's already been repeated. Sorry.
Yeah, historically, one way they did it is to measure the angle between the half moon and the sun, and then use that to triangulate roughly how far away the sun is based on how far away the moon is.
How did you, again, we're going to have to verify the moon and what it's doing and believe that authority. You're basing your whole calculation on another X factor that you can't verify.
Right, so you'd have to do that one first. And historically, they did that with geometry using the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse to kind of get a fairly close estimate for how away the moon is.
Right. But again, that also assumes what the sun and moon are and what they're doing and where they are in relation to the Earth and how it's all functioning.
Right, all of that assumes a round globe.
Yeah. And none of it can be verified, which is part of the problem. It's all based on the circular reasoning, it's all just circular logic. It's just backing up itself in a circle.
And that's the way that truth works. Everything sort of matches itself.
No.
That's one of the features of truth.
Well, sure, if it was actually true. But as far as what's going on here, though, if you don't have curvature, you can't. But when people say you're building on the shoulders of giants, right? Like if no one verified what the giants said prior, maybe the original person said that the chicken is causing the sun to come up, and everyone's basing their logic off of that, thinking, well, yeah, that's the explanation that seems to make sense. So that's why I was taught in school. That's what the books say. That's what the TV says.
Yeah, that's why you should always question those things and see if you can falsify it and come up with a better.
That's what we're doing. We're not even trying to falsify. We're trying to prove the globe to be correct. And all we're coming up with is assumptions and calculations that are not verifiable, and having to base them off of a untrustworthy authority that has a monopoly on all the information and actively takes money from everybody, and there's nothing we can do about it.
And has fucked up in the past.
And zero observations to confirm the globe as well.
Also have done
But it seems
really
like
foul shit prior.
It seems like you would need to come up with a good explanation for why the moon is going to be the same size on Friday night.
Oh, I can do that. That's what I was waiting on next. Do you guys mind?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah, so the Flat Earth predicts that because you have an atmosphere, it's going to cause atmospheric effects, right? You're not looking through a vacuum. I guess the Globers forgot about that, right? But yeah, and one of these atmospheric effects is called divergence, right? The light diverges in all directions. So this is happening at the same time as the moon is moving across the sky. It's actually stretching out the image, but its apparent size is changing in the opposite direction. And you know about cross canceling, Matthew. Can you describe cross canceling for everybody so that they understand?
In the context of what you're saying, that if one thing is growing, making the moon appear bigger, and another thing is making it appear smaller, then they could cancel each other out.
Right. So this is what we're seeing, and this is why a close and local moon would appear to be the same size at different locations. And I think we kind of see this sort of thing happening because I don't know how to do the mathematics on this, but do you think you could see one building from Chicago to Michigan without this sort of thing happening with the naked eye? Because Mary Mom claims she saw it with the naked eye. And I would think that at 50 miles, you wouldn't be able to see those tiny little buildings.
Yeah, you'd probably need a
But
telephoto lens or something, which I think they were using.
right, no, a Mary Mom claims to have saw it with her naked eye on the beach.
The
So
building or the light? The light from the building or the building itself? I could believe the light from the
the
building.
skyline, the skyline. She actually, I guess you would have to ask her directly what she saw. But I'm thinking that this sort of thing happens because what I see is the wavelength of the light is getting stretched out. I know the trees in this area are dark green, but when I see a tree at like 3 miles away, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's a very light green tree. And then when I get close, I'm like, oh, that's actually a dark green tree. So why did it look like, such a light green tree, kind of like a little plant that you would have inside the house? Well, I know the trees are actually dark green. So I think that's what's going on, is stretching out the wavelength, making it look like a lighter green because the light is diverging when
Okay,
it
I think
passes
that,
through the atmosphere.
yeah, I think that's plausible. I would say, wow, what a coincidence that the amount of atmospheric refractions just so happens to exactly match the amount of distance that the moon is far away. That's quite a coincidence. And also,
Right.
I wonder,
That's exactly like the light being on 8 inches per mile squared.
yeah, I wonder if
Stuff like
all of
that.
that strong atmospheric lensing and refraction doesn't mess up the black swan thing. But that's a separate question.
Well, I mean, you might say that it makes the horizon change its location, but that's the thing. On a geometric Earth, it's not supposed to change past a certain limit. Because where's your edge, Matthew? How come you don't just fall off? Where's the edge of your globe Earth, bro?
Yeah, there's no edge. Right.
Right, because the horizon is purely due to optics and conditions of the atlas. It has nothing to do with any geometric horizon. That's what they used to say, the boats go over the horizon. But if they say that now, well, they're being dishonest. So yeah, that's the thing, man. We can do that. We can play the same game. I'd rather not. I'd rather say that I'm speculating, and I don't know that this is cross canceling at a rate that would keep it consistently in apparent size. I don't know. Is the moon something that shrinks? Is it something that gets bigger? Is it just plasma? I don't know what the moon is. And I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
fair enough.
honest.
No, that makes sense. I hear your explanation, and I think that's a way that you could explain it. Would you admit that if the Earth were a sphere, our explanation also would work?
Well, what's your explanation?
That the moon doesn't change distance. That's why it's the same size unit. The law of perspective.
It does change distance. It's just the moon is 238,000 miles away on average. So it's not going to appear to change in angular size or
That's
apparent
right.
size.
Yeah, within the space of a single night, it doesn't change distance that much, and that's why in the globe model we say that's why the moon is the same size all night, the full moon.
Well, but you're so desperately avoiding the surface of the Earth. I would just love to hear you talk about, the evidence of the Earth being a globe as it's related to the surface of the Earth. I think we're all salivating for that conversation.
No, yeah, I hear what you're saying. And generally, we globers like to look up in the sky rather than look at the Earth because we say, oh, it's hard to tell from the surface of the Earth what's going on. And so we use external factors to kind of like deduce the shape of the Earth. So that's why we
Assume.
like
The word you were
looking
looking
at.
for was assume, not deduce. Assume.
Yes, that's right. We assume.
Where's the wind from?
It's when God
hilarious.
is breathing. That's where the wind comes from.
But also, I'm sorry. Did I? I'm not. I don't mean to go back to. But did I miss when? How are we supposed to verify stuff that the government tells us that we can't verify? Like, how are we supposed to verify when they're telling the truth or not?
We look at the totality of all the
It's
different
all on
models. And
it's
Right,
a
that's
big
what I
assumption.
understood.
We just
So
gotta take their word for it.
right. So if you see the totality, right? We'll take we'll take the totality of all the government lies that has ever been. The fact that they lie every day, we're not going to take that into effect when we're casting our opinion about whether or not they're telling us the truth. We're
No,
not thinking
you
about
definitely take that into account, and then
right.
Determine.
When did the government of the world, did they tell us the truth about Vietnam or the weapons of mass destruction, or what about these things?
Scientists tell us the truth about the shape of the Earth and the distance to the sun.
They do. How did we verify that they're telling us the truth?
Looking at the model as a whole, looking at
What
the
about their
predictions, like
past
when the sun
history?
rises and whether the moon changes size or not, and
What
then
about the
verifying
past
that,
history where
those
they've
things.
lied to you directly? Do not take into that.
One at a time, please. We do want to hear what you got to say. But if you interrupt Matthew, he'll stop talking, and he's the only global we got right now. But still want to hear what you have to say. You just have to wait.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. I was done, Forex.
I'm just saying they lie to us like often.
Yeah, governments lie. I admit that. Yeah.
NASA is a government organization.
Right.
There was that one time they told us that. Oh wait, that's right. They lied then too. Sorry.
Well, I know. How do we know whether or not they lied? We can't verify what they're actually telling us to be true.
So in general, the government and more broadly, scientists say, here is a model for a heliocentric model. Here's some predictions. And we can verify some of them and we can't verify other ones. I mean, they say, oh, the sun's going to rise at 6:27 a.m. tomorrow. And, oh, the full moon is going to be the same size the whole
Sure.
time.
No,
You can
I get
verify
but
some
that's
of them.
not verifying that the sun comes up in the morning is different than the sun is 93 million miles away. It's made up of this amount of fusion reaction and whatever and blah blah. This is the size of the sun. This is how many Earths can fit inside of the sun. This is they make a lot of assumptions based on the fact that it comes up in the morning over there all the time. So it's also
Right,
93 million miles away and all these other information.
No, I hear what you're saying. So yeah, definitely, there's some stuff we can verify and some stuff we can't. It's just that all the predictions that I can verify have come out to be true, and so therefore I trust that the other stuff is true also.
Well, right, but again, you just agreed that could very easily be skewed to make someone think exactly what we just said. If I say that, since the sun comes up in the morning every day over in the east and it sets in the west, and since the stars move in this direction, we can conclude that I could make up anything. And if you're going to try to prove me correct, right or wrong, you look to see if the sun comes up in the east and say, oh, well, yeah, there it is. So I guess he must be right. And that's the only way to verify. That's
I see what you're
a
saying.
problem.
So, for example, if they said the sun is 93 million miles away and really it's only 40 million, I would have zero way of verifying that. However, because of all the stuff that I can verify turns out to be right, I generally say, well, they're probably right about the 93 million miles. But you're right, would have no way of knowing if it's 40 million miles away.
Right, but what did you verify that they did say was correct?
The exact minute of solar eclipses, sunrises, sunsets.
But like I said, that's a secular thing that happens all the time. And if farmers can figure out what time that's going to happen, then that's not really like and if it happens all the time on a repeat, that's no different than what we were just talking about.
I think that there are some things that you could not predict with the mere Saros cycle. For example, the location of the eclipses. It is not exactly predicted with the Saros cycle.
Matthew, that's exactly how it was predicted.
No, that's the time and date of the eclipse. I'm talking about the exact location that went from Lincoln City, Oregon, all the way across to North Carolina, and they knew exactly where the totality would be. But
okay, so this prediction, did it increase about the same time as the Industrial Revolution?
I don't know when they started being able to predict it that accurately, but they were right down to the second.
Right. So now that we've had better technology, we can predict it a little bit better. Do you really think it has anything to do with Einstein, or is it probably most likely that we have better technology? and better communication.
Yeah, we can do better calculations. We can do better modeling. Yeah.
So I don't really know how they came up with the highly accurate, where they predict the location, the time down to the second. It's really cool that we could do that. And if they use the model to do it, hey, that's pretty cool too. But it's like, does that necessarily mean that the model is true?
No,
Right?
you're
Because I
right.
can
It
model
doesn't
something out.
necessarily.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It means that it might be useful, but it doesn't mean that it's true. So
No,
my
you're
thing is
absolutely
that
right. Useful models aren't necessarily true models, but true models are useful. So it's kind of like evidence towards that, but it doesn't definitively prove anything.
right. So we think it's kind of silly when you guys do that. It's kind of like saying the flat Earth model predicts that my wife is going to go on her period once every 28 days. It's like,
Yeah,
that's
right.
not really good.
Yeah.
We're
As soon
kind of
as you flip
laughing.
it. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. But as soon as you
I'm
flip
done.
it, yeah, as soon as you flip it to prove the flat Earth model, our flat Earth model predicts that the sun's going to come up in the east every morning, and we have it down to even probably the second. So that's proof of the flat Earth model, right?
I
All of a
don't
sudden,
know.
Matthew doesn't
I
like
don't
the
know if
word
Flat Earth
proof.
can do it down to the second.
Well, but okay. All right. The flat Earth model. You're missing the point. If I say, if we see the sun coming up in the east every morning, then that proves that, and it goes in the west. That's proof that the sun is going above us over a flat Earth. Look to the east every morning, and you're going to be correct that it's there, right?
Yeah, so it predicts. It predicts the same thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So, but is that like really good evidence for a flat Earth model?
It depends on if it's as accurate as a globe Earth model. If we'd have to look at the exact times and
Well, no.
stuff.
Does the sun change from the globe Earth model to the flat Earth model in the east every morning, or it's the observation that both models are basing it off of?
Oh yeah, so
Sun's
everybody
doing its
says
thing.
the sun rises in the east. The question is, is there any flat Earth model that predicts exactly when and the exact angle at which the sun is going to rise, like the globe Earth does?
Yeah, we could. Sure, we could. We could use we could use the same observations and make an explanation for whatever we want it to do. And as long as you only care about an explanation, that's all we have to do. If you don't want to prove it further or investigate further into it, then all you're going to get is an explanation, and then there it is. So is that a good explanation for quote unquote proof of a flat Earth? Because that's the same observation that you're using to model your entire globe Earth, or it's the best observation or the best evidence you have, or that's the only thing you can observe. Same observation, right?
Right. I see what you're saying.
So why can't we flip that around? Why can't I just say, yeah, the sun goes around in a circle above the flat Earth, and it goes in and out from the tropical Cancer, Capricorn throughout the year, comes over east, over the west every morning, right? Every day. That's what it does. Flat Earth proof. Yeah.
Yeah, the trouble is when you get in the southern hemisphere, like predicting the sunrise location from Sydney, it seems to rise a little bit south of east, which is kind of hard to explain on any.
Well, maybe
theoretical globe
maybe
Earth.
the continents aren't in the right position, as we're told.
No, but
Yeah, maybe the
but-
map is wrong.
No, yeah, but the north and south are not in dispute. It's easy to tell exactly north and exactly south.
Sure.
Maybe, right? Just maybe, the Earth is a sphere. It should be symmetrical. You guys should be able to tell exactly when it's going to happen based on the exact mirror location on the northern hemisphere of your model.
Right, and timeanddate.com gives those predictions.
So if you're going to use that slight misstep to negate the globe or to negate our model, then can we use the Selenilian eclipse to negate whatever model you're going to propose? Because that doesn't go again. That's pretty hard to explain based on your model, right?
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but not impossible. We have explanations for it.
So if I wanted to explain, it wouldn't. Could I come up with a non-impossible explanation for the sun doing what it's doing in Australia, as you claim? Yes. Again, if all you're looking for is an explanation.
Sure. Yeah, I would be interested to hear it, in fact.
But again, it's an explanation. Not right. It's an explanation based on an observation with no verification.
Well, experimenting.
just like a selenilian, right? The selenilian is a it goes against what the model says. It's hard to explain, and any explanation is something that's not something that can be verified, right?
But there is an explanation for the selenilian, but I haven't
But I
heard
got
any
theories.
explanation for the sun rising south of east in.
It's a greater circle than an observation because of optical effects and the atmo changing the way it looks.
Yeah,
There's
but
an explanation.
Okay, but the sun never goes south of the equator. I mean, it never goes south of Sydney.
What? Say what?
Sydney is farther south in the Tropic of Capricorn, and so the sun never goes as far south as Sydney. So
you're
the sun
saying
should always be north of Sydney.
So you're saying if you're looking directly south from Australia, the sun doesn't come up in the east?
If you're looking directly east from Sydney, Australia, the sun should never be apparent farther south than east because the sun never travels as far south as Sydney. So how does it appear to be farther south than Sydney?
Refraction.
It's quite a bit farther south.
No, I get it. I'm just saying it's an explanation. Prove me wrong. But here,
I see
I'm in the
refraction, and
northern
I'll raise you
hemisphere.
a super reflection.
Oh yeah, exactly. Super, right? I'm in the northern hemisphere, and I've noticed that from throughout the year, looking east in the morning, the sun varies widely from going a lot further north and a lot south. Like it varies throughout the year. Why can't the same observations be seen from Australia? It's not. It's doing what it's doing. The sun isn't really changing much it's doing the same thing every year. So if there's a complication with what the model says it's supposed to be doing, it might be a problem with the model or the map, not necessarily what the sun is doing or the explanation for the sun. Again, it's only an explanation, not verification. I could make up an explanation that's very nice and pretty with some numbers that all equal whatever. Can you verify it? No. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's still just an explanation.
Can you say that thing about
Say that again about Sydney?
Yes, Matthew. Tell us about your affirmation of your indoctrination and how you experimentation and observe only observation.
Okay.
You like the experimental science, Matthew?
I do. I think it's interesting.
Where you manipulate the independent variable and get your control variable, and you kind of witness the cause and effect relationship. Do you dig that? Do you think that's an applicable scientific method, or do you think that's some bullshit that Huey invented like 500 years ago?
No, that's a good way to do science. Yeah.
So, Matthew, the Earth is flat, right?
It's fairly flat, but no, it's not flat.
So I thought flat means curved.
In the context in which you used it, you meant that a flat is a perfectly straight line.
I don't know about a perfectly straight line. There's topography. Even over the water, there's waves and tides. So the water has, I don't know if that's the right word.
Yeah, there's no way that Matthew, come on, the context. There's no way you thought that Hank Hill thought that the Earth is a completely flat line. I mean, come on. I mean, that was obviously not the context in what he was not saying the Earth is a flat line, right?
Yeah, Matthew, that was a B.O.B. song, right?
Okay. When you said, what did you mean when you said, the Earth is flat?
So I a week or so ago, if you guys would stop taking the words that means like a mirror like surface, like an old-fashioned mirror made with silver, right? If you guys would stop taking those synonyms away from us, because if level means curved and flat means curved, well, what word do we use for flat or mirror-like surface? So I was wondering if you guys have stopped your 1984 shenanigans, or if you guys are still doing it.
I appreciate the reference to 1984. In general, like 95% of the people in the sciences who use the word sea level and flat ocean aren't even thinking about the flat Earth versus globe Earth context, and they just use the word without even thinking about it.
Okay, but where's the original, the origins of that? I mean, it's been sea level for so long.
Yeah, and they use it meaning sea level, meaning a certain average distance from the center of a circular spherical Earth, or gravitational equipotential. I mean, there's several ways of defining it, and when they say sea level, that's what they mean. They're not like trying to make some argument for or against flat Earth or globe Earth.
Right, so you're saying that it's like a fixed position of where water rests in comparison to the height of land masses.
Generally, I mean, there's some complications, but yeah.
Okay, well, what keeps it at that fixed rate across the entire world?
It's a gravitational equipotential level distance from the center of the Earth.
Well,
I knew the first words out of your mouth were going to be.
Well, gravity is kind of tricky, because some say that it's a force, while others say that it's definable by the individual particles that make it up, i.e., meaning like a mountain's density might have more gravity than, say, like a plane.
Yeah, of course. So there's complications about trying to figure out what gravity is and that type of thing and how it works. But when people talk about sea level, that's what they mean. And yeah, we can argue about what gravity is and all that. That's a separate topic, though.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, you can't argue about what gravity is and also use gravity as an explanation for proof of any kind of claim.
Yeah, I mean, they're different topics. Like, if gravity exists, then you can use it as an explanation. If it doesn't exist, then you're right. But so a separate question would be, okay, does gravity exist?
But you just said we could argue. You just said you could argue that.
Yeah.
But you can't argue that if you're going to also be very confident that that's how the world works.
Or, well, let's argue like pre-definition of gravity, they were using sea level when like people were sailing the seas.
Yes, and they didn't know what caused things to fall, and they wouldn't have called it gravity, because Newton was the one who termed gravity, and that wasn't until the 1600s at least. But they believed in a geocentric spherical Earth for at least 1,000 years before that.
You're venturing into unverifiable claims about history. Just saying.
True, history gets a little warped after like 400 years.
Yeah, when you say that, somebody, when you say that most people believe the geocentric sphere, I would say that that's really difficult for me to understand, right? Because they didn't have TVs back then. And probably a lot of people didn't quite like the Greeks' idea, right? How many people reject the Greeks' idea on government? How many governments have a Greek-style government right now? You certainly can't say close to 200. So if they rejected their idea of government, maybe they rejected their cosmology as well. So I would say you have no idea who believed in what thousands of years ago unless you read the writings. And, when I read the writings, there's a whole lot more copies of something called the Greek New Testament, 5,000, nearly 500, but let's say 5,000 for sure, right? And those were way more than anything the Greeks published without the Hebrews being involved. So let's say 5,000 copies of basically geocentric flat earth literature, as everyone knows the Bible is, because it's certainly not a heliocentric book. So can you think of any Greek documents that come close to anywhere near 5,000? And if you add the Latin copies, that's 10,000 more. So can you think of any literature that talks about geocentric sphere Earth rounding about 5,000 copies, Matthew?
No, you're right. Those copies are pretty indisputable. I did post one from about 700 AD.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that. Can you explain?
Right. So Matthew claimed that most people believed in the heliocentric, the Earth-centered sphere Earth model, where the Earth is a ball. He claimed that majority of people believe this, and I said, well, I don't know how you can claim that. Let's go look at the literature, right? And it appears that the most popular book of all time, since 2,000 years ago, that people are willing to be burned at the stake, killed over, start wars over their belief in this book. And this book is completely 100% a geocentric flat earth book, because that's what the Bible is. The Greek New Testament is the Bible, or at least the New Testament. So yeah, I was kind of destroying his argument of the literature that we find out of the region. And 5,000 copies, and the Iliad, I think, only has 15. That's pretty bad.
So you think the scheme that I posted is a forgery somehow, or that it's not claiming that the Earth is a globe?
How hard would it be, would you say, to forge parchment and ink?
It depends on what type of parchment and stuff. There are techniques for figuring out the provenance of
I'm
ancient
saying,
documents.
but it'd be fairly easy to forge that, especially if you know what parchment and ink to use, right?
If you know the parchment and ink and that kind of stuff, you can forge old documents, but experts can typically tell the difference.
Yeah, I was going to say that experts can't always tell the difference. There was this guy, he lived in Mormon land, and he was taking all this like Mormon literature, and he was getting rich, like ridiculously rich. And there was a series of murders that happened. I don't remember the guy's name, but I watched the documentary about the Mormon forgery that took place, and apparently the only thing that caught him was that he dried it out too fast, and the ink had cracks in it. And this is the only way that he got caught. So if someone were to go, okay, well, that's how he forged it, I'll make sure the mine doesn't have any cracks. I won't use an artificial source to dry out the ink. I'll just let it dry out all of its moisture naturally so it doesn't crack. Then, yeah, it's pretty easy to forge things. People do it all the time. In fact, I would say to never buy a Bob Ross, because we taught everybody how he did it.
Right, it becomes a craft at that point.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're saying that this ancient document that I posted is a forgery. That's your answer?
Where did you post it at?
No, I didn't look at your document.
No, I think the point is that it would be very easy to forge it, or it could be very easy to forge it, especially if you are the experts claiming whatever you.
Okay, I'm not aware of anybody who questions the veracity of this particular document. I don't think that there's anybody who questions it.
I'm not saying this particular one, but I mean, if you don't think it's hard to forge paper and ink, especially, it's just a piece of document. It's not like it's a photographic, negative or a piece of, it's a piece of paper that someone wrote on. I mean, okay.
Yeah, so my point was that way back in 700 AD, there were people who used the phrase the orb of the world And he said, Holy Scripture ordinary, it is in fact the sphere set in the middle of the whole universe. That's what he said about the Earth, and way back in 700 AD. My point just being, hey, it's not only recently that people have
Well, no, but I guess, I mean, how did you verify, or how did we verify 700 AD?
Yeah, I was just going to say, Matthew, how do you know that?
I trust the experts who understand history.
Fuck
How
that
did
shit.
how did they verify it, or how did they even determine it?
They use their professional skills to determine dates and documents. I don't know. What do you mean?
Their money.
So you're gullible.
They use their money to determine.
Are you aware of anybody who disagrees with them about this? This is not. I don't think.
Well,
this is
let's think
I
about this logically.
You can admit it.
How
You're
many
gullible.
copies?
I mean, that's fine. We all were at
How
one
many
point.
copies were there?
Okay, so here I'm
let's weigh it
saying.
against the standards. Sorry, real quick, Matthew.
Where's this?
How many copies were there? What was the accuracy between the copies? And how many years after the events were they written down from when they happened? Because those are the three standards that all scholars use to determine the authenticity and veracity of a text.
Yeah, and those are good standards. Yes, I agree.
Hey, Matthew, did you personally confirm that their professional skills are up to snuff?
No, I didn't.
Huh.
Did you personally confirm that they're liars and that they would have a reason?
Hold on, sorry, I got to turn you up. Hang on just a sec. I'm going to need you to repeat it in 3, 2, 1. Sorry, go. What's the question?
Opposite question. Have you verified that these scholars have some reason to lie about why
that's
they would
invalid.
Hold on, I never
on the
claimed that.
positive part.
Yeah, I never claimed that in the first place.
Okay, so then, yeah, here we have this document, and most scholars say, hey, it's from 700 AD, and nobody has said anything different. So,
so then it's just true. Then it's physically verified that someone who was also alive back then is now alive today and can attest for that.
No,
personally.
we don't. No, we don't have.
Okay, so then nobody fucking knows, right? Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. As you were, folks.
Just because all the people who also agree with who taught each other to think the same agree, doesn't mean it's true, right?
True, that's true.
How do you you say that they haven't lied to you? We have verified that they lied.
Well, yeah, but also most of the time the government agencies are the ones who determine who are the experts, or are the experts themselves. And you've established well that they have been liars for a very long time. So again, who are these experts?
I'd like to add something to 700 AD.
You go ahead, bro.
Thanks, bro. Some people believe that they deliberately added 1,000 years to what we currently call 2022. So meaning it's possible that we're in 1022 AD, which means that's only 300 years ago, and that could be well in the realm of 300 years.
Yep, that's a good point. I was 12 years old when I figured out that we didn't know what year it was. This was way before the Matrix. This was about early 90s, so before the Matrix even came out. I thought to myself, how do we know that it's the year 1990, whatever? And how do we know that we're not off by some time? And then you find out that one man alone is responsible for the current chronological timeline. One guy. So I believe there's another guy who's come out recently. I think Get Beget and this gentleman who just announced it, and I could give you some more information on that. But yeah, we really don't know the dates of things when they happen. It's really difficult to determine. And I would say that if you're using several dating methods, it's still just lucky guessing.
Especially when emperors can just be like, my name is Julius Caesar and I want a month named after me, so I'm just going to make up a month and call it July.
Right. Well, my name is Khufu. I'm going to go tag that pyramid over there, and I'm going to seal it up real good. That way, when they finally break through the whole thing, they're going to see my name, and they're going to think that this is where I laid my body to rest.
Up in the rafters.
Yeah, the rafters. That's right.
I'm not going to put it on the front door or anything. I'm going to hide it up in the rafters real quick.
That's right. That's right. Dave, you're coming in
yes,
low.
we can hear you.
Nobody's hearing me.
Dave, we
Yeah,
can hear you.
we can hear you.
I just need 10 seconds. If Zeta wants to talk on here, go to the VC check-in. Somebody will be right with you. Y'all go ahead.
Thank you, Dave. Good looking out, bro. Well, I'll follow Zeta up there if Zeta goes.
But see, I mean, Matthew, here's the
What do you
point.
want to talk to me for?
Well,
Hey Zeta, welcome. We just wondering if you wanted to say something.
Well, that's
I thought
interesting.
you were on here with no roles. My bad. Do you have any
Oh, okay.
roles?
No, I don't. I just looking for interesting conversation.
Zeta doesn't have any roles, and somehow
How are
is
you
speaking.
talking without any roles?
Yeah, how are you even talking to him, bro?
My thing, because it said that I wouldn't have permission, and then I just realized that my mic wasn't muted, so just shut up.
Go ahead, Hank.
Okay, well, Zeta, you're more than welcome. No, I'm not going to mute you, bro. I'm going to give you VC verified. That way you can talk in anytime you like. Welcome to the server. Feel free to butt in. You know the rules. Common sense. Don't be a dick. And try to share the mic time.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Hey, Matthew. I have a question for you.
Hey, go ahead.
You know when it's a really, really beautiful day out and you see like a lot of puffy clouds in the sky?
Yeah.
Maybe you're driving down the highway and right in front of you you see sun rays kind of pouring through in all directions.
Yeah, I've seen that kind of thing before. Right.
Right. So the only question I have for you is, does the triangulation of those rays, because they do go off in different directions, that's why they look so beautiful. How does the triangulation of those converging at a single point relate to the globe model, and where the lines come in at a parallel, which would quote unquote create the seasons and the equator, like the heat of the equator and how cold it is in the northern and southern hemisphere?
Yeah, no, you've got several good questions there. As far as the sun rays converging, I believe that is an illusion, and that they are really parallel, even though they look like they're converging behind the cloud somewhere. They're actually parallel in a similar way to railroad tracks appearing to converge on the horizon.
I agree with Matthew, and I can send a link later or a GIF later to show you exactly what he's talking about. Next.
Hey, Matthew, I got a question.
Okay.
If the Earth is a ball, where does the water go, and how come we don't fall off?
Because down changes direction as you move across the face, and so down is always towards the center, and you can't really fall off in that sense.
So humor me on this one. If we were to do a handstand in an airplane, or where our legs are attached to the ceiling of the airplane, right, for the whole flight, at what point would we be reorientated with our normal position of our head being up and our legs being down if we went to Australia from the United States in a plane?
As you travel, the direction of down is changing slightly, every second. Like it's different.
So at one point, our stomach would be parallel to the ground at one point on the way to Australia?
No, because the direction of down is always going to be at the bottom of the airplane. So the direction of down is changing, but it would be parallel to down at your origin airport at some point.
Okay. And when you say airplane, you mean those contraptions that have a built-in device to arc the nose down every couple minutes to make up for the curvature of the Earth, right?
Right. They have to arc the nose of the airplane down 0.02 inches in order to calculate,
Is that automatically built into the plane's mechanism, or does the pilot have to make up for it?
He doesn't have to make up for it because 0.02 inches is so tiny that it's negligible.
Well, I mean, it's not really negligible if you think how fast the plane's going, though.
0.02 inches? No, it's barely anything.
They say that all they do is they stay level with the ground, and that automatically makes the adjustments for them.
Right. And so you're curving 0.07 degrees every mile, which happens.
But does the pilot do that?
No, it happens based on physics.
Oh, so the airplane isn't built to do that, and the pilot doesn't do that. It just does it.
That's right.
Okay. I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah, and talking in degrees, right, gives the image that it is not much. Can you tell me how much feet it is per minute or hour that they have to nose down, follow the curvature? Because it's a known trick, right? Talking about degrees. Oh, it's not that much. It's only 0.002 degrees. Oh man, how much
Yeah.
is that per minute?
Yeah, so airplanes travel about 10 miles every 2 minutes. And so 10 miles, 8 inches per mile squared is 8 inches per 100
Aircraft.
miles. So 800 inches every 2 minutes.
Do you know the airspeed of the aircraft in question that you're talking about?
Yeah, about 500 miles an hour, less than 600, which is 10 miles in 2 minutes.
Do you know what they call it in nautical miles?
Nautical miles are slightly larger, and so it'd be a little bit smaller number. I don't know exactly the number.
So that's what did you say? 800 inches per minute. 800 inches per minute.
800 inches in 2 minutes, so about 35 feet per minute.
So that's 10 meters a minute.
Yeah.
I give you individual experience right now.
So when I fall 10 minutes a meter, I wouldn't notice.
No, because compared to how fast you're going about 10,000 meters in that same 10 minutes.
I'm just trying to make sure that you're not skewing the numbers.
But no, that's fair enough. Yeah, it's good to do numbers to kind of verify how it works.
Because the way that they actually travel and the way that their airspeed is measured is through nautical miles, which is pretty close to statute mile.
Right.
So when you throw numbers out out there like that, it kind of makes me confused.
Real quick, I just did the math, and at 10 miles you're talking about there, Matthew, the airplane experienced the elevation drop of 530 feet approximately. Y'all continue.
10 miles is 8 inches per mile squared. 8 times 10 times 10 is 800. That's 800 inches, which is 66 feet. I don't know where you got 500 feet.
Yeah, I don't know where you got that either. See, here's the thing: we gotta be honest, right? Well, we're gonna say that he made a mistake.
Wrong. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
He's
No,
right.
you're fine.
Okay, so see, that's what a gentleman does. He made a mistake, right? And he said, "You know what? You're right. I was incorrect." So the guy who came and asked Matthew about the sun rays or the God rays or the crepuscular rays, whatever you want to call it, this is not a very good argument for the shape of the Earth. But there is another argument that ballers have a problem with, and that's the solar eclipse, because the shadow in totality from the moon on the Earth's surface is only 100 miles in diameter. That's a much better argument. And that's why I say, you know what, we've got to pick our battles wisely. It's not really worth arguing over the God rays. That's what they call it in video games, by the way. When you could just easily talk about something way better. And Matthew, what do you think about that argument? Not the God rays, but the...
Oh, you're talking about the solar eclipse argument?
Yeah, you've heard me say it more than once, right?
Yes, and so it matches the geometry of what we claim, and so I don't think that I think it's internally consistent that the shadow is 100 kilometers. By the way, 100 kilometers. The umbra is about 100 kilometers, 67 or 70 miles wide.
Yeah, but the moon is supposed to be a size of about 1/3 or 1/4 of the Earth. Let's see, the radius of the moon is 1080. The radius of Earth is 3,959 miles, right?
Yes, that's right.
So
how much land should it take up if we had an object blocking the sun with a radius of 1080? About 2,000 miles in diameter, right?
Yeah, it'd be pretty wide.
So that would be about from Chicago to Mexico.
Yeah, and the eclipse was visible. The partial eclipse was visible in Chicago and Mexico back in 2017.
Right. So let me ask you this question: if I'm measuring something, right, and I'm measuring it with a shadow, kind of like we're doing with the thing, with the eclipse, does it make sense to measure it where it's partially seen because you can't see the whole thing, or does it make sense to measure it where you can see the whole thing?
They typically showed both, so they could say, "Hey, you can see the partial eclipse here, but if you want to see the total eclipse, you have to go into the umbra, and you can see it here." So they showed both in the most maps I saw of that eclipse.
But that's an answer. So I'll ask it again in a different way. If I wanted to get the accurate size of the moon, and I was going to bet my, let's say, oldest male heir, right, and I wanted to make sure that I got it right, would it make sense mathematically to measure the whole shadow or everybody who can see a piece of the shadow?
If you're trying to figure out the size of the moon from that, I don't know if
right.
Yeah, I think it'd be hard to calculate the size of the moon just based on its shadow only. You'd need distance and a lot of other stuff.
Okay, so let's say that I wanted to measure a foot, right? And I work in a shoe store, right? And the Muslim lady says it's against my religion to show you my ankles. And I would say, okay, I respect your wishes, you know, your husband and your honor. We're going to keep it intact. I'm going to measure your foot, but we're not actually going to reveal your foot. So let's say I, use some Southern engineering and I contracted a device that put the shadow of her foot on the measuring tape. Do you think I could get pretty close to her actual foot size with this contraption using her actual shadow of her foot so that her honor stayed intact?
Yeah, if you did it carefully, you could. I mean, it depends on the distance of the light. If it's a point source versus a whole orb of light, it depends on the distance from the foot to the shadow. Depends on all those, but you could do it.
Right, so let's say that for some reason the light was way too big and there was an umbra and penumbra. Would I measure like the whole area where the shadow is and give her a big old foot that's like, a shack size foot? Or would I go with the smaller area where it's the totality of the foot we call the umbra? Would I use, a lady's 6 or 7? Would it make more sense?
No, I would think you wouldn't use either because both would be inaccurate.
Both would be inaccurate, huh?
Yeah, because the umbra would be too small and the penumbra would be too big. Unless you're using a point source.
I disagree.
Okay, I mean, I'm just talking about sort of the basic geometry. I can show you what it looks like in the globe model.
It might be an argument from ignorance on my part, but I'm thinking that I could get her shoe size and her honor would remain intact.
Yeah, and the way to do it would use a point source and have the point source be way far away, and then have her foot and the wall, that'll be pretty close, and then you could get pretty close. Yeah,
I don't know what a point source is.
Point source would be like the little LED light on your cell phone that only has one point, one dot of light, not a whole orb of light.
How's that going to tell me her shoe size from across the room?
If you have a point source, then the umbra and penumbra are the same. They don't diverge.
So what's the apparent angle of the sun? I think you told me before. It's 0.5?
Yeah, it's about 0.5, and same with the moon.
Right. So that's pretty close to a point source, wouldn't you agree?
In this case, it's because the moon is so far and things are so precisely aligned, it's different enough to make a difference in the umbra versus penumbra.
Right. I mean, I get that's what you say, but when I've been in a totality, right, I didn't really see the penumbra. I just saw the entire moon. I think that's what it was anyway. Some flat earthers might disagree.
I don't know that it was the moon, but it was something the same size as the sun and the moon. So I'm assuming I saw the entire moon block out the entire sun, except for the corona, and by that I mean the little parts of the sun that the children draw, where where it sticks out a wee bit past the moon. The electromagnetic spectrum that we normally can't see except for during an eclipse. So that was God's way of showing us about the EMF stuff. Anyway, yeah. So I'm assuming that when I saw that, that shadow that I was in would be accurate to measure to get an approximate size of the moon. It's definitely not going to be off within like several orders of magnitude, but I think it would be worth measuring to get an approximate size.
Okay, so first of all, I saw it too. It's an amazing sight. Anybody who gets a chance to go to Dallas, Texas in April of 2024 should go. But I would say you were in the penumbra right before the eclipse happened and right after it happened. You know how it started getting really cold and like sort of dim right before it happened? That was the penumbra.
Yeah, that's way too big to measure, I think. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. And the umbra is way too small. Just geometrically. I get that you don't believe the sun and the moon distance and the earth size. I get that. But I'm saying if you assume all of those things, the geometry works out.
Yeah, but if you assume if you assume that they're close and local, the exact same observation
Sure.
can be.
Yeah.
Both hold water.
But I'm saying that the eclipse doesn't falsify the globe Earth. If you have a proper understanding of geometry and all the numbers we claim, it doesn't falsify it.
I think it does falsify the size of the moon. That's my opinion.
Here's what you could try, Hank. Like sometime when it's light outside and you have a basketball, like have somebody hold a basketball way high, like it in the 30 feet if you can, and then go look at the shadow and even trace out the shadow on paper and trace out the umbra and the penumbra, and then you can see that the umbra is going to be quite a bit smaller than the actual basketball, and the penumbra will be quite a bit bigger.
Is the moon and Earth's atmosphere like the basketball?
No, in that around, then the atmosphere won't have much of an effect in that case.
So you said 30 feet, right?
Well, I mean, just far enough away to make a big difference. 10, 20, 30, the farther you are, the more it'll be easier it'll be to see that effect.
But again, how are we doing on the distance to the sun? Because you're assuming that it's parallel.
Right. All of this has a bunch of assumptions about the distance to the moon, sun, Earth. Like, yes, I admit that. I'm saying that our model, the geometry works out in our model. I understand you don't believe in our model. I'm just saying.
So does ours. No, I did. I believed it for 35 years, and our current different model now also works too. It's the same. You have the same exact problem with, the sun coming up in the east, and you can make up whatever theory as to why it does that, and you're always going to be right, because if you go to verify it based on the observation alone, with only explanations, that's all you got.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and so basically the broad question that we're talking about here is the problem of skepticism. How do you verify things in the world as a whole? And at some point you have to decide what you find trustworthy. So, how do we know we're not brains in a vat, right? I mean, somewhere along the line you have to start trusting something exists.
But the problem is that you're trusting a government agency, a government organization that is capable of lying. And
yes, we have different standards of what, who, and what to trust. I admit that. I have a different standard.
You're choosing to trust people who have actively told you that they lie.
I don't think NASA has actively told us that they lie.
It's a government organization, and they've actively said they don't know what gravity is, how it's caused, or what it's doing, and there's certainly no way to verify it. So even when they tell you the truth, their truth is they don't know. Was Michio Kaku telling the truth when he says that they're off by orders of magnitude? Sure.
Yeah, he was talking about the vacuum of space and dark matter and dark energy. I actually think dark matter and dark energy will eventually be disproved. I think there's something else going on.
Yeah. We all, yeah,
You focused on your
we all
robot. Can you
know
try
there's
again?
something else going on. Something else is going on. All I was just saying is that, yeah, we all here, most of us here, are aware of something that is going wrong, and that there is something. This is what's going wrong. You're so close. You just need a little shift in your thinking.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
How would dark matter or dark energy or whatever be proven wrong? When was it ever proven right? You know?
So I don't think it's ever been proven
It's
right.
never
It's
been.
just kind of like
Right.
they're trying to make all the math work.
But
that's
you
what I'm
still
saying.
believe in gravity, right?
You just said
Right.
that it's going to be proven wrong.
So is it black holes then? I'm sorry, but I don't mean to jump in. Please answer his question first.
Yeah, no. Go for it, because it's all, yeah. How are you verifying any of this? Black holes, all this nonsense.
Yeah, I can't verify any of it because I'm not an astrophysicist or cosmologist.
How does a cosmologist verify something 100 billion light years away?
I'd be guessing here, but they use astronomy and try to come up with models that explain all of the observations. And then if they come up with an observation that doesn't match it, then they adjust their model. So yeah, that's the project of science, is trying to find explanations and models that fit what we observe.
But, yeah, those what we observe has.
I find it honest. Sorry, bro. I keep talking over you. You're so low. Go ahead.
Sorry, go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, I find it honest, what you say about dark matter, because when I first started bringing it up in 2015, they told everybody I was lying and I was being dishonest. And then Red's Rhetoric, out of all people, came in and said, all right, who's lying? And they were like, Hank's lying. Like, what are you lying about? I started saying that, well, if dark matter doesn't exist, then gravity's wrong at the galactic level. It doesn't work. And he said, that's right. And Rocket Man, who was supposed to be somebody who worked for NASA, agreed with me. And now I got the mathematician agreeing with me. But the people that told me I was wrong, they never came out and said, you know what, Hank, I was wrong. You were correct. And not that I expect that, but that's what a gentleman would do, right? And it's kind of astounding. Every once in a while, we get a gentleman like Matthew who might say, you know what, Hank, you're right about that. I don't think the dark matter really does exist. It's more likely that gravity doesn't work at the galactic level, because we already know that it doesn't work at the quantum level. So is gravity just a convention that people want to use because it's convenient and predicting things or measuring things or viewing the world from a whole, right? But it's arbitrary model. It's not a complete model. It's not a working model. It's not a scientific model, but it's better than nothing, right? It's like, to quote Tim Osmond, a logical fallacy is better than nothing. I think he said that. Somebody said that he said that. I don't know that he said that, but sounds like something he'd say. So here's the deal. Gravity. Just because I dropped my pen, does that mean that everything that everyone ever says about gravity is true? It's like, what
No,
happens
but if you have an equation that it predicts successfully how fast it'll drop, then that's something.
Well, that's also arbitrary. Let me see if I can post that for you. The things falling at different rates. I just saw that a few minutes ago. Let's see.
I mean, those equations were useful for predicting artillery. Unfortunately, a lot of math and science gets developed in service of war, and that's some of the first computers were for artillery firing tables and all this type of stuff. But those gravitational equations predicted where the cannonballs would land.
Right. So, do you see what I just posted?
I do. Let me zoom in.
I may not be adding anything of value to the conversation by saying this, but it seems like they would probably just use time as the easiest way to calculate that. I mean, I was assuming that when you were saying if you could calculate how fast something would fall, it would have to do with its mass and in that matter, but really it's just about calculating time, right?
Right, and the physics answer for that is that the gravity is stronger because it's heavier, but there's more mass, so it takes more to get moving, and so
So I
those
guess
two
you,
things balance each other out.
yeah, so I guess you
Well,
would
look
be
at
able
the
to
left and
calculate
look
how
at the right.
fast a pen would fall if you know how much it weighs. And I mean, then you have aerodynamics, right? So how much it weighs, and then you time it, and it's that simple.
Right. In fact, you don't have to know how much it weighs even, because different things of different weights fall at the same rate if you ignore air resistance, which you can up to a certain speed.
This is done in a vacuum, and they all weigh the same amount. And if you notice, lithium is the big one on the left, and lithium is the lightest weight metal. So this disproves everything you just said about gravity. It was done in a vacuum. They're all the same weight. Of course, they have different masses and different volumes. But the thing on the right, what is that, PB? Does anybody know what that is?
That's lead. I don't understand
Right,
what's
so
happening here.
lead,
Why they're sitting in the bottom at first and then they rise? What's happening?
right, this is a drop tower in a vacuum. I can't remember. It's from Germany, I think. Jeremy from the
Oh, so
other
they're dropping
Hangouts.
this whole thing.
Right, this thing is dropped with a camera attached to it. And what you're seeing is a free fall in a vacuum in a drop tower. So there's no other forces on this except for the natural forces in a vacuum. So, which in my opinion would be density. They're falling at different rates, even though they have the same weight. So the whole concept about it takes longer for the bowling ball to start to fall because it has more mass, well, according to this, that's not true.
Yeah, no, this I don't know what's going on with this diagram or this image video.
I know that's what everybody says. Apparently, it kind of got swept under the rug. A lot of people didn't like what he did, and he got kicked out and was never allowed to go back. But it's something Germany drop tower experiment, and I do apologize for not citing my source.
No, it's okay. I trust it.
I think it's Barbary drop tower, something like that. I mean, let's see if I can find it.
No, with me, Hank, you don't have to cite your source. I mean, you can if you want, but I trust that you're being honest with what you're posting. So don't worry.
I appreciate that, bro. That means a lot to me, but I still like to do it for the audience because I'm not really talking to you. That's so rude, isn't it? I'm not really.
No, I understood what you meant.
All right, let's see if we can find it. Should be Barbary, Germany. Burberry, Germany. There it is.
All right, this is a good time for me to sign off and say good night. It's my bedtime, but I did it.
All right, thanks for hanging out with us.
You guys. Yeah, interesting stuff.
Pleasure. Oh man, this stuff has been scrubbed.
Can anybody explain to me the big controversy to think that the Earth is flat? Like, why? What would be the resistance behind that? What's the problem? Why can't it be what it is? And if someone's lying about it, is that really just what this is all about? Just trying to clear out the lies about what it is, or is it about us just being ignorant and some people thinking differently?
It's multifaceted, multi-layered levels of complexity. Number one, the programming through the schools has got everybody with a sunk cost bias, an anchor bias, and a confirmation bias. So because of these extreme biases, it's sort of like the when someone gets kidnapped and they start like defending the kidnapper and they start liking them. What's it called?
Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, it's like a Stockholm syndrome that these people have for the system. Because if it wasn't for the quote unquote Federal Reserve System, the system, then they might actually have to be responsible for themselves. And a lot of people are terrified of that idea of, self governance, right? They want to be controlled by daddy government and they want to be told to go home by a certain time and do what they're told, right? Because if they went out into the world, they might actually have to swim. And then if they had to swim, they might actually sink if they were governing themselves. So a lot of people exhibit the Stockholm syndrome effect. The lady in the red dress from the Matrix, you can never defeat someone, right, with a debate. If you force them into it with swords and knives, they're still going to be unconvinced. But, they might say that they agree with you. So it's kind of one of those things to where, it's just like the Matrix. You'll never convince them of what they willfully reject and exhibit willful ignorance on. And they'll defend their model and their slavery to the death.
So wait, what you're saying is, in the beginning, they found out. Well, the knowledge, their model was based off of what they knew, and that was true. But then the system became, I would say, basically lucrative for them. And so when they found out something else, they realized it would change everything. Is that what's the line for? Is my question. Like, I understand some people just choose not to believe
You're asking me
it,
to
right?
speculate. You're
Also,
asking me to speculate a great deal, right? I
okay.
don't know that this is the truth, right? This is just what I think. But $62 million a day taken from the taxpayer to educate the children without demonstration. They just tell them when they're 5 years old, look, Timmy, you live here. Timmy don't know how to wipe his butt properly yet, but he's trying. But he's going to believe him, right? Because it's trauma-based mind control. If you act up in school, they used to hit us with boards in the classroom when I was, in school in like 1987. They would hit us with boards. And this is kindergartners, right? These are 5-year-old little children. I got hit with a piece of wood, bro. So it's trauma-based mind control. Sit down, shut up, do what you're told, be on time, or there's gonna be trauma. And it's the same thing for when you go to work in a factory. Trauma-based mind control. If you don't show up for work on time, you have to get rid of your nice house, your nice car, and your nice wife because the debt collectors are coming. And your car and your wife ain't gonna stick around if you don't sit down, shut up, do what you're told for the next 20 years, and then maybe we'll give you a little chump change for retirement.
If you make it to retirement, ha!
Yeah. Don't get too close to that machine.
You will die far before retirement with the deli meats I am feeding you.
If you're one of the lucky ones to make it to retirement age.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way,
So,
you're welcome.
for what, Jimsy?
For that juicy retirement check.
Oh. Yeah, the Jimsy's paying for.
So what form of government do you believe in?
Well, if we could get back control, that's what I was going to say. If we could get back control of our educational system, no rulers would be the best way to do it. Some people call this anarchy, but there's still rules, right?
Would you say that the reason that they make movies of like The Purge and stuff is to make you believe that anarchy is full of individual tyrants instead of one tyrant called the government?
Right.
Man, I guarantee if you publicly put out that this guy touched a kid, everyone would rip his fucking arm off. That's not anarchy.
What now?
I'm just saying, like, it could be anarchy called, but I mean, we obviously have cultures and traditions consistently. So there would be some traditions with us
That's
to kind of keep the peace.
that's why I call it culture.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this then: if it were to be up to the people, if we changed our school system and everybody was learning, quote unquote, what they need and like what's true or whatever, it would become back again about houses, right? Like which house has the most power, or would power be taken from them based off of the need for the community? Like, what do you actually mean by anarchy? So if basically you have a lot of kids, you have a lot of power at that point. You got a lot of materials, you got a lot of power. That's just the basis of it.
So here's the only way that anarchy could work. If we had an island, right, and anybody got caught breaking common law was kicked out of the island, they were given enough supplies and a boat to make it to the land where everybody else lived, right? So you had to govern yourself 100% of the time, which means that if a house caught on fire, everybody has to get up and go put out the fire. If a
Right.
bank is
So
being
it's a
robbed,
unit,
well, there wouldn't be banks. There wouldn't be
straight up,
banks. But if,
like a
like,
cellular
let's say,
system. Your body is attacking the foreign object or whatever's causing the body to not work properly, and that would be the people instead of some fake white blood cell, right? That's pretending like it's helping, but it's really not. It's just trying to eat
right.
or whatever. Okay.
But yeah, everybody would be armed to the teeth, and people who got caught breaking what's known as common law, right? So the people in Alaska, the natives there, they don't have any pen and paper where they write down the laws. But if you were to harm one of their children, you'll see what common law is, right? And what they're going to do is the elders are going to get together and they're going to find out whether you did or did not do this thing. And if they find out that you did do this thing, then you're going to be punished. Not because the government has punished you, but because you have shown everyone else in that society that you are not capable of governing yourself and therefore you do not fit inside. And you are to be banished or beheaded, depending on the severity of your crime.
I guess that makes sense. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. And that's why you're talking about the school system, people being able to actually analyze things properly and not be, is the word erratic?
Yeah, if you cannot govern yourself, there's gonna be people that will govern you.
Do you have any
Yeah,
clue
I got
how
a really
this is
good
supposed
quote
to
for
be
that.
initiated?
Oh, we have to take back control of our schools. There's a
You
town
gotta
in
take the form
Mexico
of
that's doing it right
homeschooling.
now.
Start with
You can go to the
homeschooling and
town
then
in
sending your
Mexico
kids
right
back
now.
to the school to say, no, that's not what we're supposed to be learning.
Homeschooling does help, but they're still going to have minimal contact with the system.
That makes sense. So you teach your kids to be the best, and then they would go in school, and then they would basically just rule shit and then change shit. Is that what you're saying?
No, we gotta take back control of our educational system through and through. Without this, anarchy is never going to be possible. The road to anarchy is we got to do away with socialism, communism, and this war doctrine that we have where we're constantly at war. And we have to go radically self-reliant. You have to be radically self-reliant, meaning you provide everything off your land, right? So we would have to go back to a libertarian ideology. And then the only way to escape libertarianism is anarchy.
So what about people in power? Like, is there such thing as a 1%? I'm not saying that to sound naive, but just to see where your head's at.
Well, the only power they have is the power that we give them.
Which is the dollar.
So
So
people
does the
don't.
dollar need to change?
Oh yeah, the dollar's got to go. Absolutely, first and foremost, the Federal Reserve has to go. That is the system. When people say the system, when the Matrix is talking about the Matrix, that's the system they're talking about.
So then labor would be a currency.
We would have to go back to rare earth minerals like silver, gold, platinum, oil, lithium.
But you're saying that labor would be your ticket to live a quality of life that everybody's entitled to, right? Whichever kind of labor that is, but it's going to be necessary for the public to run how it is. So it'd be like your job is your currency, the working. That's the actual currency that's going to give you a set quality of life, right?
Well, I think
Does
it would be
anybody
sink
have
or
it better?
swim
Is my
for.
question.
I think it would be sink or swim for everybody, and then whatever charity was there would be for like elderly people. So charity would be voluntary. So the amount of people that were sinking and dying because they're not physically fit or not mentally capable of working and providing for themselves, the people would actually decide who lives and dies based on their charity. But that would be the natural way, right? The people decide what happens. So listen to this. This is a speech from President Theodore Roosevelt in
Probably ain't
1907.
killing all the cripples like that, by the way.
Can I be heard? Mic check.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is what you have to understand when you're talking about anarchy. They can prevent the need of government from without only by showing they possess the power of government from within. A sovereign cannot make excuses for his failure. A sovereign must accept the responsibility for an exercise of power that inheres in him. And where, as it is true in our republic, the people are sovereign, then the people must show a sober understanding and a sane, steadfast purpose if they are to preserve that orderly liberty upon which, as a foundation, every republic must rest. It's all about self governance. So that's what the left doesn't want. Just like Stalin, he starved the what was it the bourgeoisie. He starved them to death, right? So during the communist revolution, what happens is the communists, they're telling everybody, hey, those farmers over there, they stole that from you, right? And they're like, oh man, let's go kill them and rape their daughters, and then then we'll all be equal, right? At the bottom of the boot, right? We'll all be equal, and then it'll be fair, right? And anyone got caught taking from the fields that the machines left behind, gleaming any crops that was left over, it was the death penalty. Now, these German Christians and mixture of Russian, German, European, Slavs, all these people in Ukraine in the 1930s, they were literally starved to death because it was a death penalty if they got caught eating, because
But
they
let me ask
had
you
to
something
feed.
quick so I don't lose it. But for one, while you said that, it kind of ties in. Do you think a lot of those kinds of problems and errors had to do with stagnation? And for two, would you say that if we're about self government, that do you think that the best way to govern our communities would be just like a body, like how the human body works in cells and basically and things like that? And then the third thing would be I was bringing up stagnation because once you have a body of people, right, and they act like a body and they have a community, that's their body and everything plays its role, that body should continue to make itself better. And would you call it like a sin? So keep evolving. Would you say like anarchy or that's the basis for human evolution? Because right now we're being forced to be stagnated, or which because like basically, so if everything goes back to being people being strong enough to govern their communities, and you have a body like you said, this quote unquote island, right? So would you say that that would be the beginning of true human evolution? Of not the beginning, but us continuing to evolve by being at a point where our community works like a body. When it gets sick, things work themselves out. We fix it in the right way, in the right manner. And then we continue once everything is at a place of it's working correctly, then we evolve. We start figuring out how to be creative. Is that how that would work? Or is it just about living in a space that is normal, like a certain standard of life that we all deserve, and that's the biggest thing? Or is it about being able to have the freedom to
Well,
to
you
start
gotta throw
moving
the
up.
evolution thing out the window. But just to add to what Hank was saying, there's something
No.
important
Why
to
do we
there's.
throw the evolution thing out of the window? Because my first thing was stagnation being a problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Stagnation being the reason
One,
why
one
we
thing,
even the
one
idle
thing about
mind,
the
right?
whole thing is one thing about the whole thing is living within our means.
Living within our means.
Yeah,
Okay, now you
but
can't say so within our means is
evolution.
subjective then, right?
What was that?
Within our means is subjective then.
No, we only need a few things. We want everything.
So
That's
then it would be
subjective.
like planet Earth is just a place where you come and you live this life and you move on, whatever that may be, right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you
the
go,
planet Earth thing and the evolution thing, you have to just throw it out of the window, bro.
you don't have a lot of evidence or any kind of statements to back that up. I don't see why. We live in 2022. A lot of people, I can say for sure, just want security, right? They just want to have what everybody else has. You know, they want everything to be equal, and some people even care about nature. But the children don't sit back and just say, "Oh, yeah, things are cool how they are." It's not like I don't want to go have fun and make something that brings joy to the people. That makes any sense. That's stagnation. Children aren't stagnant until they become set in their ways. Like you kind of sound, no offense, but when you say throw evolution out the window, I'm not talking about a singularity or anything like that. I'm talking about us just becoming better, you know, because our bodies are still evolving, right? Or are we done? I don't know. I guess that doesn't make sense, but okay. So just to kind of put this into fewer words, what I'm saying is, in a lot of communities, okay, for instance, the 1%, you could say they're stagnant, right? They're just sitting back finding things to fuck off. Okay? And so a community that's not trying to grow, you don't have to use the word evolve, but growth and development would be the only way to keep our community from falling back to fuckery. But my main question was, should we work like the human body? That's my main question. Should a community work just like the human body does? Can anybody tell me why we're throwing evolution out of the window?
It's just the wrong verb that you're using, like the wrong verb.
What do you
I
think
don't
of
really think it's a
when
verb. It's just like the wrong kind of description for a community to self-govern itself.
was that kind of like some New World Order shit that you hear when I say that, or?
No, it's just like traditions and communities and expectations that kind of govern community. Evolution is like the body. And like, yes, those community traditions do evolve. You're not wrong. It's like communities definitely evolve. They change how they govern regularly.
Now let's talk about if you've ever seen Fahrenheit 451 or not seen it, read the book. I actually read the book.
What is it?
The book is about a supposed firefighter. He's not just a firefighter, but he burns all things that aren't permitted inside of this quote unquote utopia. I don't know why I'm saying quote unquote so much. But if we're talking about this island that he was speaking of, how would you keep the phallus away? I'm not talking about penises. How would you keep like the carnal mind from taking over? And when I say the carnal mind, I don't know if I'm saying it right, but just the mind that's kind of destructive in nature and that's just kind of like selfish and out for its own benefit and like allowing you to step on others and destroy things for your own whatever.
Yeah, whatever
So
you do, you don't tell people that they live on a spinning globe and they came from monkeys and they are complicated rocks. You don't do that.
Hello?
that you're not even relating to what I'm saying right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you did kind of relate, but my point is,
Yeah,
so would
yeah.
that be banned? Would that be banned from that place for people to talk about that? How would you deal with that? I mean, you
Well,
said take
instead of us
control of the
spending
educational
time
system,
and
but we
you know,
live in a
instead of
globe, right? We live in a world. I mean, I didn't mean to say globe, but we live in a world. So books are everywhere, right? Symbols are everywhere. The point of Fahrenheit 451 was that these symbols being allowed in the community, these books, these bits of information being allowed in the community, would make space and it would make the soil fertile for things of that nature to grow out of the community. So I guess this is, I don't know. Is this something that we don't want to talk about, or like, we have a lot of movies and TV shows and music and like foods and like symbols and labels on things that promote the kind of world that we live in right now, which is obviously not what you guys want. So how would we keep those kinds of ideals out of the community?
you don't incentivize them. Like the only reason the globe is a thing is because it's being
It's
incentivized.
very incentivized, very heavily incentivized.
And the only reason the bad music is on top of the list is because it's incentivized.
Right. I like that point of view. I think it's correct.
Well, I don't think it's incentivized as
How
like the
how
richest
how?
to get the richest, because I don't think that the Masons think.
Okay, how is it not incentivized when it's forced on education systems?
Well, if you look at the Masonic Lodge, I don't think that they're being taught. They're being taught any of that stuff.
Let's not use
Do
that
you
example.
think that you know anything about them?
System, the school system, we all know.
Which is my thing. Like I've gotten into conversations about that, and I think at this point you can't really speak on that. I
I'll
mean,
speak on
just like he said, he
what.
does. One person said he doesn't want to speculate, so you're kind of getting into speculation, right? Would I be wrong? I'm just saying this up from a place of like how I've been interacted with and come at based off of like wanting to speak about those things, and it's kind of like, do we really even know what we're talking about? And is it helpful to speak on things that we
No,
don't know and just
it's not
speculate
helpful
those
to
sorts of things?
speculate what the Masons do. I'm talking about how it's incentivized and how he's going to defend it. It's not incentivized. How is it not?
I mean, it's as
No,
simple as like
I
like
think
uh spark.
I don't know if you guys want to talk about Masons. I don't know why, but there's people that have been in those circles in this server and related to people that are in the Masonry. So yeah, some people do know about that stuff, but not myself, not
Yeah,
much.
but I just thought it was kind of dangerous to talk about it. Or,
to talk about the Masons.
yeah, right? Am I wrong?
Uh, no, I don't. No, I don't think so. I met a really nice guy. I mean, I just think that the basis of their brotherhood starts with the true history, and then it kind of goes from there. Like if they want to use the like lessons of magic and word magic and whatever, uh, that kind of like follows after they learn like the true history.
So what would their incentive be to hide it from the public, right? It's like rap
Oh, I
music. The truth is
totally
being
that.
hidden with false knowledge, right? And the false knowledge would
Yeah.
be violence is the key. You need money and material so you can make yourself look good. But we know that whatever glitters isn't gold. So there's an incentive.
I think what kind of keeps the secrets is one, the history sounds like lunacy, especially in this world of, like there's religion on every street. Two, they don't want to give the secrets because it's word magic and they know exactly what to whisper to you. And uh, three, they never go against a brother ever.
You said the secrets was word magic?
Oh yeah, like they understand what the human language can communicate to someone's subconscious.
Oh, well, yeah. Okay, so if they tell the secret, they will charm us?
No, it's not that there are secrets. Like, the secrets just don't really translate that well, is what it seems like. It wouldn't really make sense unless you did the studying in their lodge, like,
Right.
and that's the whole construction of English language, is it is so, it's so calculated, it's like a program. So there's some things, like even saying the word Mason, like literally you say that word and people like shiver. So what does that say about the word in itself? But
I agree. Words spoken into power. It could be very close to wizardry.
But just on my like globe, the globe model being incentivized, I think it is to like middle class citizens. But if you're talking like, your millionaires and billionaires, they're all a part of that lodge, and they all know each other, and they all know that they know the same thing, which is exactly what we're talking about, that the earth is flat.
Is that what Masons say?
Oh, totally. Yeah, they also think a lot of things.
The Masons
that
think
they're
the world's flat.
No, they didn't tell me that it's flat. I guess I can't exactly say that, but what I can say is that in my conversation with 32nd Degree, I asked him if there were cities already in America when we came over here, and he said absolutely.
The big ones.
And in that kind of leads you to the flat Earth, in a way, because I mean, you're talking about a civilization that expanded all of the continents. Not exactly Tartaria, but the Phoenicians, and that's where the language came from. I mean, from Phoenicians to Greek language.
The phonies.
Yeah, the phonies. Well, the phone saying that
Where
it's
the word
phony.
phony comes from.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of like the reverse, like how it was spun. You think, oh,
Yeah.
they're the phonies, but really they're not the
Phony. With their phonemic awareness.
But just back to Zeta real quick. Zeta, I think you're bringing up some good points, but on like organized, kind of like we organize ourselves with, the natural law and self-government. But you're right. I do think that there's another component on organizing, plants and our buildings to last longer than they do.
Right. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's
and not like
evolution. Or maybe that's just how it was, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, and maybe
That's a good point. Just like the homes that we live in. That being one of the biggest things, like we require a certain amount of stimulation from this planet, right?
The world's always changing and evolving.
What'd you say, Fox or Forex?
And the world's always changing and evolving. It's in constant chaos. We will always change.
Yeah, but I'd say that like good architecture would consist of like all concrete and rock, because it's like the most abundant, and like when you consider wood houses, it's kind of silly in a way to murder a tree.
Yeah,
Or
the insurance companies and the banks want you to build a house like a torch, then it burns, and people are wondering why is it burning.
yeah, exactly. But then you have to, you rebuild. That creates an economy.
Yeah, no, it's fucking retarded that we have stick-built
But
homes.
there is like you mentioned the body earlier. The guy mentioned the body, and I mentioned living within our means, and we gotta abide by certain laws. The body, we need to do certain things, and there's limitations to the things that we can do, obviously. But the system that we're in, I think I think there's a lot of the things that we do that we can still do in a good system, but there's too much. There's things that we do that we overdo, and time and energy and resources that we utilize in the wrong things, like war and that kind of stuff, politics and those kind of things. That is a waste of time. That a lot of the things that we do today we can still do, but in a more efficient way. I think more productive, instead of
Oh
wasting
yeah,
so much time and
I
energy in some stupid things.
no, I totally agree. But just to reference something earlier mentioned in the conversation is, I think it was Hank who said this, but natural law. Oh, they'd realize that they would, they were swimming, that they would sink. You know, and I think with natural law, if things were to get to that point, you would start to see people to exceed living in their common means, not non-naturally, of course. You might start seeing people who have abilities that exceed like what you would consider like natural, like walking, breathing, and hunting and fishing and providing for your family. I think some people are built to be, philosophers, maybe thinkers, um,
I
and
think that's politically designed. This natural world. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of on the fence with the word natural, because I think all this thing is the whole thing is a design.
Totally. It's people's behaviors are so designed, the way they behave.
It's like part of a machine, and everybody has to do a certain task to make the machine run smoothly.
There's a great researcher, Robert Polsky. He studied orangutans for 20 years. And there was all these aggressive orangutans. And when they died off, it was a much more peaceful society after the really aggressive orangutans died.
well, that's kind of where I get in governing part of it, because
But when we got boots on our heads every day, go to work, go to school, do this, do that, we don't really get to be ourselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no,
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's a big responsibility for sure. You can get complacent really easily.
Yeah. They give us a little bread and circus, keep us busy. Yeah, it's a shitty system, man. The system sucks. It's totally corrupt.
What do you guys think about the cities, and that the infrastructure can like harness our spiritual? About this, that the cities can like harness spiritual energy.
Yeah, man. We're just living in a big computer chip. Fuck. Just harvesting our energy. Yeah.
Bro, there's nothing that, I mean, if people weren't using their effort, their time and energy into any task, nothing. I mean, not much will happen. Like the system will just fall if people weren't putting their energy into it. So the machine wouldn't run if it wasn't for people. I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
I think if you're
We
thinking
have no
about people,
power if we don't give it to them.
cities taking the soul, taking the energy. I think the machines that we hold in our hands are probably capable of that.
Yeah,
It's
true.
our energy is our focus, brothers. Whatever we give attention to, we give power.
We get back. What?
These cell phones probably are dragging your energy out of you, sucking it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I think they harvest us for all we got. Our energy, our emotions, even our bodies. I'm sure they're pumping that out somewhere.
I don't know, but they put a lot of effort to keep your shit
I was just thinking that. I mean, I was just thinking of it like, we didn't shit, and I don't know. The only time that I've ever even seen a representation of where we like leave our fecal matter is in Blood Diamond, when the dude was pretending to be digging a hole so he can use the bathroom, but he was really taking a shit. I don't know. It's like, do we bury our shit? Like, how would we? I mean, we're not going to be using cows, so
in the ISS, they make coffee out of pee and shit. So imagine that what they can do down here.
And what?
In the ISS, the International Space Station, whenever they drink coffee, they make the coffee out of their own shit and piss.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they recycle it. Get the H2O out.
So imagine what they can do with that shit down here.
Emphasize it so much.
Well, Zeta, have you ever heard about you know what an organ is?
No, never.
Like a pipe organ or electric organ?
Yeah, like a pipe organ in a what we would call like a cathedral or church.
Yeah. Yeah, I've worked on those. Go ahead.
Well, there's like a whole reason why some people think it's called an organ is because, and then why it's in a cathedral or like a cathode is because there was a society that was playing specific frequencies that could like fill your belly up with energy. So these people didn't need to eat, or what we would call ourselves back then.
That's we call them aeritarians, I've heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking into that a few years ago, man. I was like, damn, wicked, man. Give me a beer. Hold on. Aeritarians, yeah. You haven't heard that term? I haven't heard the organs.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the food we eat makes us more dense.
Something had to happen because there's no toilets in all these old buildings, man. There's no fucking bathrooms.
Yeah, and
they had to have either they didn't eat or they didn't shit or something. I don't know, one or the other. I don't know.
Well, did you see that there was a new organelle?
He doesn't have a butthole.
Do you see that there's a new organelle?
The ability of transmutation. I don't know. I mean, I guess if you look at it, right, like a certain amount of water, a certain amount of food or whatever, you could work that energy out before it got to your colon. I don't know. Is that even possible?
They didn't shit where they ate. They had outhouses.
Yeah, I know that's what probably happened. We're talking about.
I like that one. I like that point.
Hi, Hank.
I missed something there, man. Fuck.
Hi there. Who am I talking to?
It's Ben.
Fucking A, man. Hold on. Whoa. A little too hot, man. Sorry.
Yeah, remember that new organelle that they found in the body like 3 years ago or 4 years ago?
Hey, what? No, I didn't hear about that one, man. Tell me more.
Oh yeah, it's in the gut, it's in the belly, and they didn't think that it was like. Obviously, they knew about it, but they didn't think it was one cohesive organ. And essentially, it's how they say you store chi in the stomach. It's kind of like that. It's like an electro. It's like a.
Tell me more.
I'd have to research it, but from what I remember, it's like has something to do with the storage of energy in the body.
Interesting.
I mean, there's a reason why chi got made up.
You think it's possible for us? I mean, it's definitely possible, right? To just inject ourselves with nutrients.
With
what? Is that possible?
Just
inject ourselves with nutrients.
I mean, you could probably live a long time on IV, man. But
right. I was just thinking of octane. My body's being so susceptible to needles.
To what?
Stick a needle in you real quick.
Needles. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, there is some people that do like high level sport people and stuff, they do like intravenous injections, and they, nutrients and vitamins and minerals.
Steroids.
And I mean, I don't know about steroids, but yeah, they made steroids illegal for some reason, but I guess that's probably has its uses.
Oh yeah, yeah. You can build some muscle mass real quick. Yeah.
I don't know, like he was asking about injecting nutrients. Yes, that's a thing.
Yeah, it's a real thing, man. Like I said, we can live pretty long on an IV. Yeah.
I
But if
think
you want to be a big predator, just do what the orca do. She eats the organs of the prey. The orca. That's a big predator.
Wow.
Tasty.
Zeta, I think it's possible to live up to like 500 years.
I'm going, yeah, no doubt. And I'm thinking it's longer, but yeah, these cocks they wouldn't have been able to pull us off if it wasn't a 500-year plan. They're still going. Motherfuckers. Anyway. It's been a long plan, man. They've been planning this shit for a long time. There's
It's kind of interesting. I would say at this point in time, I kind of see it like, well, you did mention them killing the chimpanzees, and then the next generation of them or the children or whatever being pretty docile.
Yeah.
But I kind of get the idea that just from talking to you guys, like you guys being, or even myself being in this new nation would be a problem, right? It would be like they need to start somewhere else. That's kind of how this shit kind of works, right? Because our minds are already corrupted. We're all so cynical and we're all so egotistical, right? And narcissistic in any way, and we think that we're not. But how well do you think yeah, that's just a thought. Like we all claim to be good people, right? We all claim to be good people. But in reality, like our minds fuck up the space that we hold regardless, just because of what we've already been through. So do you even think you deserve to be one of the ones that start on this new planet or this new island, or do you think it should be for your children? And, I don't know, maybe a select few people with knowledge, but then that leaves space for them to basically manipulate. So it's an interesting thought.
Well, who knows?
Or maybe it's about the genes. It's in your DNA. You know what I mean? Maybe.
Yeah, man. If I'm getting up in age, but I'd let the children and the kids go, hey man, let's start a new society over here. I let them do it, man. I'll stick it out over here in this fucking cuck shit backwards upside down place. Because I can handle it, I don't know.
Be the extermination crew, dumpster guy. Is that what you are?
They're going, hey man, I paid a hell of a lot of money to see the end of this party, man. I want to see it.
Or you just watch it. Kind of sounds like you'd be the one kind of like doing some chores, kind of the way you sound.
I'll be sticking it out here in the city, and if it all goes to shit, I want to watch it in person. It's just the way I am.
It's so sexy.
Yeah, that organ is called a mesentery. It holds all your organs in place in your belly.
What's it called?
Do you know what year the artificial heart came out?
Hold on, it was 1972, I think.
You're talking to me.
Well, what's the organ called again? What?
You're talking about the messianic.
Mesentery. MESENTERY.
Get the fuck out of here. The mesentery. Get out.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
So fucking crazy, man. These cocks, man.
Damn, it's crazy. They've probably done so many experiments on this. Like
they can't
just
fucking
thinking of that, bro.
Those bastards.
Artificial hearts remove things from your brain.
I got a book I printed out from the internet over here, man. That there's like 750 experiments they did on humans. The governments did. I was like, damn, they did all kinds of shit, man. Yeah, these cucks.
Yeah, but if the government did it, it's for your own good.
Yeah, and I have an iPhone. It makes up for it, Gemsy.
Yeah.
You got an iPhone. The Earth is a globe. Come on, you know that. Come on.
I mean, there's a globe. You have an iPhone. You know.
I had somebody tell me that. I go, dude, cell phone, bro. Like smartphone. I'm like, what the fuck is that prove, man? That's really good engineering. Next.
You don't believe in science.
I don't. I believe in engineering 100%, man. It's good stuff. Science, I believe in the scientific method, which leaves no doubt. And when you have no doubt, you know, it's a good place to be, man, to have no doubt.
There's definitely probably places on this planet with experiments going on, right? Definitely places where the people are apparently top tier humans, right? The way they were engineered.
Top tier guys with telescopes, man, said, hey, man, that place out there could be just like Earth. We don't know.
Oh, I put them on another planet? That'd be interesting.
There's 500 million Earths out there. They tell us or some shit. I'm like, what?
Yeah, there's so much stuff out there that we can't even see, you know, because it's not being illuminated by the other sun. So there's billions and billions and billions of suns and galaxies, and then all around those suns and galaxies, there's billions and billions of planets, and some of those billions, there's billions of planets that you can live on.
Yes. And show me a picture of a tree, NASA. You got one picture of a tree on some other body of thing, dirt, whatever. Please show me.
Doesn't really have to look like a tree, does it?
It has to be. I love trees. I'm a tree hugger. Hugging trees, man. Give me a tree. I'm not going.
I love trees.
I'm not going any place that doesn't have trees. Nearby. Yeah.
You ever hear about the American chestnut tree?
Oh, dude, I know a little bit about the chestnut tree, man. It's one of the most amazing trees in the world, man. You could live off chestnuts, from what I've heard. And they are so powerful in protein, nutrients, fiber. I mean, it's just those things are amazing. But they killed all the trees off. At least it killed them off.
Yeah, I walked up the street and I found two chestnut trees, obviously dead.
Yeah.
They're just they're massive, and those are probably the smaller of the species.
But it's my buddy. He lives outside of Boston. He's got this forest out there, and he did a super study on chestnut trees. I should get him on here some night, man. He knows everything there is to know about chestnut trees, man. I was like, damn.
Yeah, I'm in Boston. Think of the Avatar, dude.
What's that?
You're making me think of the Avatar, and they're making a new one, and that kind of makes me think that whichever next movement comes upon the world is going to have to do with some very influential movie or something like that. You know how easily our heartstrings are.
It's going to be a summer blockbuster.
You mentioned Boston, and I'm right by Boylston Street, and they're preparing the street for the Boston Marathon. Stepping Strong Marathon Team.
Is that tomorrow?
Run with. I'm reading out of I don't know if it's tomorrow. I'm not sure, but they're preparing the whole street for it.
Right.
I mean, I see a lot of construction stuff, and they put like medals across the street, and I'm not sure when it is, but it says "Run with us to turn tragedy into hope for trauma patients." Boston Strong, founded by Boston Marathon bombing patients.
The patients survival people who survive things that blow up and go boom.
Yeah. How do things go boom boom on a globe?
How did we go from boom boom to the globe? Question. We go boom boom globe boom. Check it out. I was like, all that shit from nothing. When I first came in this evening, you guys were talking evolution, creation.
Bro, we went from boom boom to Swiss watches and
Right.
747s.
Boom
Boeing
boom.
747s.
iPhone. Boom boom to the iPhone.
Big bada boom. The Big Bang bada boom.
Big
Now
bang.
we have Swiss watches.
Got me a Rolex. I don't know what the fucking crow out in the chat is asking exactly, but what did the Mongos do? Did they organize? I don't know what that means, man. Glad, take care of that, man. Answer that one for me. Thanks, bro. Thanks, bro. I don't type well, man. I'm not really the best in the text chats, man. It's not my wheelhouse. I'd much rather have a microphone and talk to a human. I love inflections. I like when I hear people's voice and they're like, well, of course it's a globe. I learned it in like elementary school. And then you can tell, like, okay, I'm dealing with a fucking tard here, man. Hold on. I gotta fucking do something, you know. But
It's
you're
more
fair.
like the Earth is a solar powered chip or something.
If you were to type that in the chat, I don't get the same feel, man. I don't get the same love. I don't get the same hate. Whatever, you know. There's
Mother Earth, motherfucker.
yeah. So the chat is like, you know, it's like the weak ass end of the argument over here. Pick up a microphone, come on in here, give us your best. We're here 24/7, 365, man. We're not going anywhere. Thanks. I'll shut up now. I'll take.
No, I like what you're saying. I like the chat for posting pictures.
No, not our chat. The chat in YouTube, man. Those you don't post pictures in YouTube chat, but in here, yeah, fucking sick as fuck, man. It's like I'm laughing my ass off talking to you guys. I'm like I'm like, oh my god, that's such a great picture. That's such a great meme.
I thought about that too. Why is YouTube's the comments section so texty? There's not like
yeah, it's all texty, man. There's no mods. You know, you can't really post pictures. I always thought, man, it'd be cool if you could post a little GIF or something in the YouTube chat like we do here on Discord, man. That's what makes Discord awesome. Is that we can always, hey, check out this picture, that GIF or whatever, man. It's just amazing, man. And that's next level. YouTube hasn't gone next level yet, man. They're a little behind times. But it's all good, man. I mean, I'd love to be able. Go ahead, Jim.
Benny, I gave you some perms. You can post now. Just don't make me regret it. Don't post any adult content or anything like that. Or, you know, cerveza, Mexican cerveza.
Stay away from Coco 19.
Yeah, Cocoa 19 or cerveza Mexicans. Don't post any.
No, we stay away from that. Or
what was that Mexican one? What are you talking about?
It's the beer that they make in Mexico that rhymes exactly with the same word that we've been going through for the last 2 years.
You never had Mexican beer, bro? Come on.
No, I love that beer. That beer, it's my favorite beer.
Usually put a lime in that beer. I don't. Yeah. A lot of guys do. A lot of I don't know. I
won't post anything about that.
I'll take a lime with that beer though.
Everyone already knows, you know.
I gave you the Tartaria roll. Doesn't do much, but it's just for fun because you mentioned it when you kicked into the server.
Oh,
where's the Tartaria roll?
Tartaria.
Just a roll because people talk about it. You know, we talk about the things of the past and that kind of stuff. So it's related to the Tartaria.
Oh, that's sick. My last name is Zeckley, and that's from Transylvania, so I relate really hard to that content.
Transylvania? Oh my goodness. I
Yeah.
got nothing against you, but damn.
Yeah, my pronouns are it and curtain.
Hey, pronouns. Speaking of pronouns, I'm supposed to call you